evil is to place the two side by side and then trust the common sense and good judgment of the American people to know the difference. This free exchange of ideas is the beating heart of democracy. It's the sole purpose for which this Capitol building was constructed. We have based our entire form of government on the assumption that more than half the people are right more than half the time. But it assumes that people have the full and unfettered freedom to express themselves and to challenge the claims and opinions of each other. In such an exchange, the good, the moral, the wise, and the right will ultimately rise to the top. There are only two ways to resolve disputes among human beings: reason and force. The American founders built an empire of reason enshrined in the First Amendment. Freedom of speech, of the press, of religion, and of peaceful assembly are the very tools that Americans have used for 2.5 centuries to resolve our differences civilly and chart a path to a better future. But in this brave new Orwellian woke world that we have entered, speech in opposition to leftist views is violence. Violence in support of leftist views is speech. Racial discrimination is social justice. And force rather than reason is the legitimate way to resolve our differences. They tell us that shouting down opponents, disrupting civil discussions, rioting in the streets, threatening or even practicing violence against opponents is freedom of speech. The ultimate expression of this rot is the moral confusion that sees the killing of babies as a legitimate way to resolve grievances. Polls on campuses tell us that the vast majority of college students fear even expressing views that conflict with leftist orthodoxy. We are now learning that the federal government itself colluded with tech companies to deny the American people crucial facts and analysis over everything from COVID to the Russian collusion hoax to Biden family influence peddling. Major newspapers that once thrived on vigorous debate have said they won't even print opinions contrary to leftist orthodoxy on climate change. Free societies do not fear words and thoughts, even those that are hateful or ugly or evil or obscene, because the same freedom that protects these darkest impulses of our nature also protects the right of men and women of goodwill to confront them, expose them, and reject them. This is what these university presidents and their many confederates have taken from our campuses, and this is what the left is taking from our society. And this is what we must restore if we were to resume the upward path toward peace, prosperity, happiness, and justice that our freedom assures and that our First Amendment protects. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and enter additional material into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak about the growing threat of the use of a nuclear weapon in armed conflict and the threat of a new nuclear arms race. Such threats should scare every single member of this House. I know it worries my constituents. The world has not been in such an unstable nuclear situation since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. Since that time, the risk of nuclear war has not been high, but it has never been zero. A web of nuclear arms control agreements was created over decades that reduced the number of nuclear warheads and set limits on nuclear testing. Over 50 years of such agreements, the number of nuclear warheads was reduced by 86%. However, Mr. Speaker, after decades of progress in nuclear arms control and disarmament, in a very short period, we have seen much of the architecture of these agreements undermined. While not quite dismantled, they are significantly weakened as both the Russian Federation and the United States have withdrawn from some, and Russia has unilaterally withdrawn from others. We have seen the nuclear weapons agreement with Iran, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, erode following the U.S. withdrawal by President Donald Trump in 2018. And as a result, every day the Iranian government increases its capacity to build a nuclear weapon. Throughout Russia's unprovoked and unlawful invasion of Ukraine, We have frequently heard Russia threaten to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine. In late November, President Putin's mouthpiece, Vladimir Solovyov, who hosts a show on Russian state TV, warned that nuclear war is, quote, unavoidable, end quote. Each of these actions, let alone taken together, expose the unbearable truth about nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons do not prevent wars. To the contrary, they are used to threaten, coerce, and facilitate war. Mr. Speaker, we need an urgent call to action. There is leadership in this House seeking to renew and reinvigorate the urgent need for nuclear arms control. Congressman Don Beyer and John Garamendi lead a working group on nuclear weapons and arms control. Congressman Ted Lieu has introduced H.R. 669 to restrict the first use of nuclear weapons, and H.R. 2894 that would block a nuclear launch by artificial intelligence. Along with Congressman Blumenauer, I introduced H.Res. 77 that calls on the United States government to work towards the goals and aspirations of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the TPNW. Along with Senator Markey, I have also introduced H.R. 3154, the HALT Act, to freeze nuclear weapons production and urgently return to negotiations. And Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton has introduced H.R. 2775 to direct the U.S. to sign the TPNW and convert the funds that maintain and sustain our nuclear arsenal to address urgent domestic needs. At the end of November, I was privileged to attend a meeting of parliamentarians at the United Nations to discuss these urgent questions. The meeting was coordinated by Nobel Peace Prize recipient, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. Each of us was from a nation that has not yet joined the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. We discussed what needs to happen in our countries and in our parliaments to accelerate the debate on ending the threat of nuclear weapons. We were at the UN because the 93 nations that have joined the TPNW were meeting to discuss concrete steps to implement the treaty's provisions. Such leadership should be recognized and supported, Mr. Speaker, but it's not enough. It's simply not enough. I wish the United States would be bold. I wish the U.S. would join the TPNW and abolish nuclear weapons once and for all. But at a minimum, we need a path back to dialogue and arms control negotiations. And if we're going to move the major nuclear powers to action, including the United States, we need a massive outpouring of grassroots action in support of ending the threat of nuclear weapons. Without large-scale citizen movements, I fear that the nuclear powers will continue to move in the wrong direction, and we will see the unraveling of all nuclear agreements, a renewed nuclear arms race, and even the actual use of nuclear weapons in current and future conflicts. We cannot wait to change direction, Mr. Speaker. We live at a time when the world as we know it can be destroyed in one terrible nuclear flash. The time to act is now. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, since 2022, the Juniata College Eagles women's volleyball team has played 70 matches, and during that time, they've only lost twice. Today, I rise to congratulate the Juniata Eagles on winning their second consecutive NCAA Division III national championship. Playing with technical skill, agility, and power, these young women have built a program that has stood the test of time, becoming a dominant force and drawing more attention to the sport of volleyball in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Last week, the Eagles showed that their hard work over the past 2 years was well worth it, defeating Hope International 3-0 in the championship match. Standing behind these incredible athletes is their dedicated coaching staff and mentors who have dedicated their expertise, their guidance, and their support to nurture these exceptional student athletes. Coach Heather Pavlik and assistant coach Casey Dale have also committed themselves to shaping not just skilled players, but also well-rounded student athletes. On behalf of all the people of Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I congratulate Juniata College Eagles under the leadership of President Jim Troja and wish them every continued success in the years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, we know that oil and water don't mix. But right now, there's a dirty oil pipeline called Line 5 running through the most critical part of the Great Lakes, operated by a company called Enbridge, with a disturbing history of faulty infrastructure and environmental destruction. A Line 5 spill would be catastrophic for the Great Lakes region and the entire country. The Great Lakes hold 20% of the world's fresh surface water and is home, as we all know, to the precious ecosystems and wildlife, and tens of millions of people rely on them for water, jobs, recreation. We cannot allow the water we rely on to live, the water that helps make Michigan such a special place for so many, to be sacrificed for corporate greed. The good news is that President Biden could end this threat today by revoking Line 5's presidential permit and committing to the truth that water is life, that it is critical to protect. I call upon Biden administration to stand with the people of the Great Lakes and shut down Line 5 once and for all. Today, big banks bring in billions in profits while our financial systems promote inequality and instability for many of our families. Right now, millions of people, millions, majority being people of color, lack access to checking or savings accounts. But an alternative does exist. We can build a democratic financial system that puts the livelihoods of our residents above private profit and greed. Instead of serving Wall Street, public and postal banks can ensure that everyone has access to basic financial services. Instead of investing billions of dollars annually in fossil fuels like JP Morgan Chase or Wells Fargo does, public banks can facilitate the transformative changes that our communities deserve, like real affordable housing, disaster preparedness, and clean energy future that creates real jobs for all. That's why Representative Ocasio-Cortez and I are introducing Public Banking Act of 2023, which provides a regulatory institutional framework for the creation of state and local public banks like that at the Bank of North Dakota, which has been incredibly successful for over a century. I urge my colleagues to please join us in supporting a financial system that works for everyone. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to celebrate incredible accomplishments that my team and I have been able to do on behalf of our constituents. At the beginning of the year, we opened 3 neighborhood service centers in Detroit, Inkster, and Southfield. Through the neighborhood service centers, we have returned $5.5 million in constituent services that goes directly to the hands of 8,000 residents, returning over 306,000 alone this year. We served and responded to over 164,000 letters from our neighbors that advocated ranging from clean water, clean air, utilities for all, housing for all, and so much more. We've hosted and participated in over 120 events, including coffee hours and town halls and resource fairs and more, really trying to help our families get through everyday challenges and issues. Our legislative advocacy has spanned from affordable housing to medical debt cancellation and ending auto insurance discrimination once and for all. We've introduced 160 bills, Mr. Speaker, and amendments, and 39 of them have actually passed. This year, we celebrated 1 year anniversary of the Congressional Mamas Caucus, where we are committed to advocating working mothers and their families on issues of affordable childcare, paid leave, Black maternal health, and economic justice. The accomplishments would not be possible without our residents. So thank you for believing in me and sending me here to Congress to do the people's work. It has been truly an honor to serve you and to be your Congresswoman. This is just the beginning of what we all can continue to accomplish. I yield.
One from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson. 5 minutes, I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 10 outstanding students across Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District who have been awarded the Benjamin A. Gilman International Scholarship. The Gilman program is named after former Congressman Benjamin A. Gilman, who served in Congress from 1973 to 2003. He was chair of the House International Relations Committee and represented upstate New York. Established in 2001, the Gilman Program is part of the State Department's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs. This scholarship sponsors the students to study or intern abroad during the academic year. This program is an important part of the federal government's effort to expand and diversify U.S. study abroad and allows Americans to gain the global competencies that are crucial to our national security and our economic prosperity. Since 2001, this program has allowed more than 41,000 Americans from 1,350 U.S. colleges and universities to study or intern in more than 160 countries. The Gilman Program advances people-to-people diplomacy and strengthens America's role in the global marketplace. The Gilman Program continues to expand the American student population that studies abroad, with nearly 70% of Gilman scholars identifying as students of color, 60% from small towns or rural parts of the United States, and nearly 50% are first-generation college students. Congratulations to Rick Bhattacharya, a student from Penn State University studying in India. Ashlyn Bird of Lycoming County, a student at Drexel University studying in the United Kingdom. Devin Dancy of Union County, a student at Susquehanna University studying in Ghana. Hannah Dees of Center County, a student at Juniata College studying in the United Kingdom. Shawnee Galetka of Venango County, a student at College for Creative Studies studying in Italy. Shura Hopp of Center County, a student at the University of Pittsburgh studying in Spain. Kimberly Johnson of Potter County, a student at Drexel studying in Italy. Luke Kantz of Snyder County, a student at the University of Pittsburgh studying in India. Ruth Piers of Union County, a student at Bucknell studying in Ireland. And Casey Sennett of Center County, a student at Penn State University studying in Italy. These students are currently studying or interning across the world. Good luck in your studies and enjoy your time abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and hereby extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate an extraordinary talent and a force in the world of college football. LSU's Jayden Daniels, the recipient of this year's Heisman Trophy. Jayden, your journey has been remarkable, defined by grit, determination, and a love for the game. Winning the Heisman is not just a personal victory, it's a testament to the countless hours of hard work, sacrifice, and unwavering support for your teammates and coaches. It truly takes a village. Your skill on the field has captivated fans, and your leadership has inspired generations of future athletes. Jayden, as you hold this coveted trophy, know that you've etched your name in football history and Louisiana history. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. I know it would be a stepping stone to even greater heights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I rise today to celebrate the pastoral anniversary of Bishop Lester Love and Pastor Fran Love. 25 years of faithful leadership have shaped the City of Love into a beacon of hope and inspiration. Bishop Lester Love has shepherded the City of Love with a clear vision. His exemplary leadership has not only guided his congregation, but has become a blueprint for leadership excellence in churches and corporations alike. Alongside him, Prophet Fran Love, a woman of unwavering faith, has demonstrated her commitment to social justice through initiatives like the Daughters of Life and Love, DAWL. I admire her active devotion by uplifting others and serving mankind and womankind. Today, together, they've led the City of Love with passion and commitment to community service. Their outreach organization, Love 365, has touched thousands of lives beyond the pulpit. Bishop Love and Prophet Fran Love have become pillars of support in the greater New Orleans community. Their influence extends far beyond the walls of the City of Love, reaching into the hearts and lives of those they touch. As I congratulate this remarkable couple, I also want to express my gratitude for their friendship and guidance. May the next chapter of your journeys be filled with continued blessings and fulfillment for the mission of love and the people that you serve. I rise today to celebrate the valor and resilience of the Montford Point Marines, whose invincible spirit has left a permanent mark on our nation's history. 80 years in the making, 8 courageous New Orleanians received the Congressional Medal of Honor this November, a long overdue recognition of their pivotal role as the first African Americans to join the Marines. Their names are Private First Class Granville Jack Alexander, First Sergeant Nolan A. Marshall, Sr., Staff Sergeant Charles E. Allen, Sr., Corporal George A. Dupree, Sr., Private First Class Andrew J. LeBlanc, Staff Sergeant Melvin O. Parent, Sr., and Private First Class Lloyd B. Willis, Sr. These heroes who fought to fight for America and made a way from no way, faced the adversity head on and did it with pride and honor. Barred from the National Marine Boot Camp, they persevered at Montford Point, enduring grueling training and overcoming the stigma that African Americans couldn't serve as Marines. They not only served honorably, but they blazed the trail for 20,000 African Americans who followed in their footsteps. In 1949, Montford Point was decommissioned, but their legacy endures. Their sacrifice paved the way for diversity and inclusion in the Marine Corps as we proudly embrace their proud history and their service today. Thank you for your incredible service. God bless you, and God bless America. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the valiant actions of 2 Air Force officers from our community who placed their own physical safety on the back burner to save citizens from a burning vehicle crash. Captain Zach Evans, a pilot with the 3rd Airlift Squadron, and Captain Joshua Sadler, an MQ-9 Reaper pilot with the 65th Special Operations Squadron, are not just heroes, but are sons from Nebraska, and I'm proud to say that one of them, Captain Evans, is a former member of our district staff. But when Zach joined the Air Force, I knew he would go far. Needless to say, Zach and Josh are both living up to, if not surpassing, all expectations and are bringing great honor to our community. On May 5th of this year, Captain Evans and Captain Joshua Sadler, good friends and graduates of University of Nebraska, witnessed a truck driving erratically on a poorly lit road in Dover, Delaware. The truck swerved between lanes, crossed medians, and ignoring traffic signals. Captain Evans and Sadler called 911 to report the driver and kept a safe distance. However, the driver soon ran a red light directly into an SUV, resulting in a burning 2-car collision. They pulled over and, along with 2 civilians, assisted the victims in both vehicles. While Captain Sadler attended to the trapped people in the SUV, Captain Evans, at great personal risk to himself, sprinted to the burning truck to remove the suspected drunk driver who had 2 broken legs from the vehicle. Thankfully, Captain Evans saved the man just before the truck became fully engulfed in flames. Captain Evans and Captain Sadler stayed with the victims until the first responders arrived on scene and remained to direct traffic. Captain Evans and Captain Sadler were each recognized on October 23rd with the City of Dover Gold Medal for their life-saving actions and were presented with the Dover Police Department's Distinguished Citizen Award. I salute both Captain Evans and Captain Sadler and the 2 civilians for their actions that day. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Barbara Felden, who after 43 years of honorable service to our country as an enlisted airman in the Air Force and as a senior civilian liaison in Germany, is retiring. I worked with Barbara starting in 2008 when I was the commander of the 435th Air Base Wing at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Since 2011, she has been the host nation advisor to the commander of the U.S. Air Forces in Europe and Air Forces Africa. At 21, Barbara, a German citizen married to a U.S. airman, qualified to join the U.S. military service. She was assigned to Robins Air Force Base, Georgia, after basic training, and then returned to Germany, where she served in various liaison assignments, first as an interpreter, and then taking on a command-wide responsibilities dealing with federal officials. In 1984, she transferred to the 86th Tactical Fighter Wing Liaison Office, where she developed first-time liaison initiatives with the local communities, such as the organization of German civic leaders and familiarization visits to the United States. One of Barbara's most challenging assignments was closing down the historic Rhein-Main Air Force Base in Frankfurt and then transferring those operations to Ramstein Air Base. Barbara also serves as director of the liaison for the U.S. Kaiserslautern military community, the largest military overseas community in the world. During my time as commander at Ramstein, Barbara organized events and meetings with the community. I recall that one time she helped arrange for me to deliver the opening remarks at the world's largest wine festival, where I had the opportunity to lead a parade and conduct the orchestra. Barbara has provided critical support and assistance for a variety of major projects during her tenure as headquarters for the U.S. Air Forces in Europe and Air Forces Africa. During the COVID pandemic, she liaised with the federal and state officials to ensure military missions would continue while ensuring alignment with the host nation protective measures. In the late summer of 2021, the emergency evacuation of Afghan nationals to Ramstein Air Force Base presented many challenges for Ms. Felden and her team. While initial expectations were for 5,000 evacuees, about 35,000 were actually processed at Ramstein. Barbara's always displayed the utmost professionalism in the various positions and she held during her 43 years. I am proud of her accomplishments, and I'm honored to call her and her husband, Claude, my friends. I salute you both. Barbara, thank you for all that you've done in your stellar career. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, in a moment of crisis, the people of Ukraine and around the world are looking to the United States for support and leadership. After an 80-day hiatus, Russia launched a wave of cruise missile attacks on Ukraine on the Remembrance Day, or Holodomor, which is a reflection of when the Soviet Union imposed a famine and killed millions of Ukrainians in 1932 and 1933. These attacks come just days after the Senate Republicans blocked funding for Ukraine and Israel. Putin is watching. He's enjoying these political fights, which is only giving him an advantage. He believes, and his propaganda machine is celebrating, the legislative blockade that is occurring as a first step to withdrawing total support for Ukraine. Believe it. The United States there must send a strong message to Putin that we stand strong and united with the people of Ukraine. I've met with brave Ukrainian soldiers and their families who shared that our support has given them hope that Ukraine will win this fight. They will. So those who say Ukraine is losing the war are wrong. Putin's goal to conquer Ukraine has failed. Ukraine has regained 50% of the land Russia originally took, has reopened up the Black Sea to allow them to export grain. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian military has depleted the Russian army. From a total of over 480,000 soldiers, Russia has lost over 320,000 that have either been wounded or killed. Think about that. Over half their army, forcing Putin to take coercive actions for new and inexperienced personnel, even people from prison, desperately turn to North Korea for supplies. All this at a cost for the United States at less than 1% of our GDP, all without U.S. troops on the ground. That is a very good deal. Less than 10% of our annual defense budget has gone to assist Ukraine's military, and it has destroyed almost 50% of Russia's army. Compared to our allies in Europe, we rank 20th in giving to Ukraine when you factor in GDP. We need to pass a supplemental aid package to provide immediate assistance, and we need to do it in an overwhelming bipartisan way as we have before. We are living in a seminal moment in the history of America and the world we live in. Historians will look back years from now and determine whether or not we made more good decisions than poor decisions. This is an opportunity to make a good decision. We need to pass a supplemental package to provide immediate assistance that our ally Ukraine needs now. We must provide humanitarian assistance for the Palestinians that have been afflicted by the war and for Armenian refugees that have been removed from their historical home in Nagorno-Karabakh. We need to pass the package to let our European allies know that the United States is a reliable and consistent in the support of democracies around the world. The passage of this supplemental package also provides support for Taiwan and restores American military inventory, so critical. There is nothing more than Putin wants than to see this Congress and our country divided. The Congress in November, December seemed to have time for baseless impeachment inquiries, but not the time to do the most important things like provide funding for national defense, the Federal Aviation Administration, and most importantly, resolving our differences in passing a budget. So I asked my Republican colleagues, what have we done? What are we doing? When we gather around the holiday tables in the next 2 weeks and we ask for good tidings in the new year, as members of Congress, I think we must ask ourselves, what have we done? What have we done to work together in a bipartisan fashion to pass these critical bills? The answer is nothing. We must do more important things to provide for the American people and the world that we live in. This is a seminal moment, as I said before, in world history, and the world is watching. We cannot lose sight of what's at stake, and if we do not stop these threats against freedom and democracy, we will fail. This, make no mistake about it, is the test of our time. I yield back, and I also wish for one and for all a happy holiday season, and may the new year bring us good tidings, and let us not forget about our responsibilities as the world's lone superpower. We have responsibilities, and we are still, as President Reagan said, the light, the beacon of light on that shining hill. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Angie Wood. Angie was a leader in Illinois who touched the lives of countless people. She was someone who empowered the people around her and was an inspiration to everyone she met. She was quick to invite new friends to dinner and was always there to help someone in need. Angie embodied selfless devotion to her family, her community, and her country. Everyone knew Angie as a patriot because of her love for our Constitution and her devotion to serving our country. She organized women's constitutional luncheons to teach people about our history, our rights, and our freedoms. She firmly believed that knowledge is power, and she was devoted to our founding fathers' vision of self-government. Angie's patriotism was not something she merely talked about. It was something she lived out every day because of her love for God and country. At her core, Angie was a Christian whose faith in Christ was evident to everyone around her, and she sought to carry the love of Jesus into the world. She organized Bible studies and was always first to offer prayer. She was sure to remind her friends about the peace and comfort that comes from the Lord. Angie would remind people that the only hope for our nation and the world is Jesus Christ. Angie's legacy will continue to inspire everyone who knew her. She exemplified servant leadership, and her patriotism, optimism, and faith will be lived out by the people whose lives she touched. No matter how the future looked, Angie would always say, "The best is yet to come." And now I want to read one of her favorite passages from Philippians. Whatever happens, keep living your lives based on the reality of the gospel of Christ. Then, when I come to see you or hear good reports of you, I'll know that you stand united in one spirit and one passion, celebrating together as conquerors in the faith in the gospel, in the faith of the gospel. And then you will never be shaken or intimidated by the opposition that rises up against us. Your courage will prove to be a true sign from God of their coming destruction. I pray that her memory will serve as an example to us all. And now I'd like to ask for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as a co-chair of the Congressional Task Force on American Hostages and Americans Wrongfully Detained Abroad, I rise in support of the conference report to accompany the National Defense Reauthorization Act. In the past decade, we've seen a dramatic increase in the number of Americans taken hostage by rogue states and bad actors who are trying to leverage civilians to get what they want. Right now, according to the Foley Foundation, there are currently at least 64 Americans held hostage or wrongfully detained in countries overseas. They are held in 16 different countries and territories. So now, more than ever, we must keep up the drumbeat to bring these individuals home. That is why I am so heartened that the NDAA includes 2 of my bills to support and assist Americans wrongfully detained abroad and their loved ones fighting to get them safely back home. First, the U.S. Hostage and Wrongful Detainee Act designates March 9th as Hostage and Wrongful Detainee Day and requests that the President issue a yearly proclamation calling on Americans to observe this day of remembrance for those held hostage. The bill also requires the hostage and wrongful detainee flag be flown at the Capitol, the White House, and numerous other federal buildings. These families need our support. These families need the nation's attention. These families need this legislation. By designating a day and a flag to be flown on federal property, we will bring much needed awareness to the plight of these Americans and the heartache of their families. In addition, I am so very pleased to see that the NDAA includes supporting Americans wrongfully or unlawfully detained abroad act. Families of the wrongfully detained often spend thousands and thousands of dollars traveling back and forth to Washington to advocate for the release of their loved one and to work on their safe return home. This bill would help families defray these costs by providing financial assistance to cover the cost of travel to and from Washington, D.C., including travel by air, train, bus, or other transit, as well as covering lodging expenses. These families who are already dealing with the detention of a loved one should never have to worry about going broke or spending a life savings because they are working alongside the federal government to do what is right. This bill will help ease that financial burden. Finally, when detainees return home after years of wrongful detention, we must do more to ensure that they have the resources they need to return to normal life. They've often been stripped of employment, housing, and life as they knew it before they were taken hostage. We must remember that the wrongfully detained have been in prison oftentimes for years, if not decades, which is wrong. They may not come home, but they won't come home. They may come home, but they won't necessarily come home to a job. We cannot let these individuals fall through the cracks when they return. We need to help them return back to society. And that is why I'm so proud that this bill will also seek to make available physical health services, mental health services, and other support, including providing information on available legal or financial resources for up to 5 years following the release of a detainee. We need to make sure that these individuals have the physical and mental health assistance that they need to recover from unspeakable trauma. Well, nothing can give back the years that our adversaries or the time that our adversaries have taken from these Americans. We have a responsibility to help them get back on their feet. I sincerely want to thank the other co-chair of the American Hostage and Americans Wrongfully Detained Abroad Task Force, Mr. French Hill from Arkansas, for working with me on both of these bills. And I also want to pay recognition to the families of the hostages, particularly the family of my constituent, Paul Whelan, who is about to hit 5 years wrongfully detained in Russia. We are continuing to shine a light on Paul and demand and call for his release from the Russian government. To those held hostage, Congress stands behind you. Congress continues to work alongside our ally, Israel, in calling for the return of the 138 hostages currently and still being held in Gaza. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Dean Dale Greene of the University of Georgia's Warnell School of Forestry and Natural Resources, a role in which he served since 2015. After decades of service to UGA and our great state, Dean Greene will retire at the end of this year. Dale is an accomplished man. He is a graduate of Louisiana State University, holds a master's degree from Virginia Tech, and a PhD from Auburn University. He joined the UGA faculty in 1986 and has served our school in this state in so many ways since. Dale currently sits on the Board of Trustees for the American Forestry Association, has been on the Board of Directors for the Georgia Forestry Association since 1992. He was appointed by 2 Georgia governors to the State Board of Registration of Foresters, first in 2004 and then again in 2010. In 2007, Dean Greene received an Outstanding Research Award from the Society of American Foresters, the Herrick Award for Superior Teaching, and was later inducted into the Georgia Foresters Hall of Fame. His accomplishments don't end there. In 2008, Dale became a UGA Senior Teaching Fellow, and in 2011 received the Georgia Forestry Association's Wise Owl Award. These are just a few ways that Dale Greene has been recognized for his outstanding service to the state of Georgia, countless students, and the field of forestry. My friend, as you embark on your next chapter of life, you must know that your leadership has built a strong legacy. The Warnell School has grown and become so successful with you at the helm, and we thank you for all you have done. We wish you continued success in your retirement, and go Dogs. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today as Southern Nevada is reeling in the wake of a horrifying mass shooting at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. We remember Jerry Chang, Patricia Navarro-Velez, and Naoko Nakamaru. All 3 of these faculty members who were killed last week at work in the middle of the day while teaching our next generation of leaders. Once again, 6 years after Las Vegas witnessed the nation's deadliest mass shooting, our community is coming together to mourn another entirely preventable loss of life. And again this week, when 4 more people were shot and killed in the Northwest Valley. As we pick up the pieces of these tragedies, our community is once again asking why. Why do we continue to accept these atrocities as normal? Why do we tolerate this violence when we have legislation before us that could save lives and stop the next tragedy before it's too late? I have a son in college. He's a freshman, and I worry every day about the possibility that a tragedy like this would strike his campus. For many parents in my community, that worry became a reality last week. They saw texts and tweets with the breaking news that every parent in this country has come to fear: an active shooter at their child's school. Students were instructed: run, hide, fight. That is not normal. And for our kids, this reality is even more traumatic. The sound of gunshots, barricading classroom doors, everyone hiding under their desks, silent, not knowing whether the next person to walk through that door is someone to save them or a murderous assailant. That is not normal. And let's not forget the resulting emotional trauma that will plague everyone involved for years to come. We are all incredibly grateful for the quick action of the first responders, the University Police Service, and the Las Vegas Metro, all who bravely prevented that day from becoming even deadlier. But like so many mothers in this country, I'm angry. I'm exhausted. This has become a reality for far too many Americans for far too long. Last week's shooting at UNLV was the 80th shooting at a school this year, a year that has broken the record for mass shootings and claimed the lives of over 40,000 children, parents, neighbors. That is not normal. And on that same day that we lost 3 of our own in Southern Nevada, Senate Republicans were busy blocking legislation that could prevent another tragedy. Students, faculty, university staffs were hiding for their lives, cowering in fear, while Washington politicians were cowering behind the gun lobby that refuses to support policies demanded by an overwhelming majority of Americans. That should not be normal. Nevadans are tired of it, and so am I. We cannot and should not continue to accept this violence. Weapons of war on our streets is not normal. Barricading classroom doors is not normal. Parents being afraid to send their children to school from kindergarten to college is not normal. I don't want to hold another vigil. I don't want to hold another moment of silence. What I want to do is I want this institution that Nevadans sent me to help fix to stop accepting this violence and to end the 6th cycle of inaction. Now listen, I'm not naive enough to think that we can't prevent every shooting, but God, please let us at least get caught trying. I am begging my colleagues and anyone who is listening to consider why we have accepted this for so long, and to please, let's honor these victims with action. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Esposito. Okay, I'm close. For 5 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to salute a good friend, a gentleman with one of the biggest hearts I've ever met. Doc McGann was a piece of the very community that I grew up in back home on Long Island in a small village called Island Park. You see, back home in Island Park, one of the beacons of our community is our local firehouse. And Doc McGann served that fire department for 72 years. He served as chief of our department from 1963 to 1964 and had the opportunity to serve every rank in that department. And even in his elder years, he was a calm voice, someone who gave the younger members advice on how to serve their community. He was active in our Church of Sacred Heart, and he was the executive leader of the Island Park Lido Point Lookout Republican Committee. And in that capacity, in 1980, he was one of the architects that sent an unknown guy from a small village of 6,000 people by the name of Alphonse D'Amato to the United States Senate. And 42 years later, he helped send another guy from a village of 6,000 to the United States House of Representatives, and that being me. He was married to his lovely wife, Jerry, for 66 years and leaves behind 4 children, Danny, Kevin, Kerry, and Jackie, and is the proud grandfather and great-grandfather of beautiful children. Today I salute Doc McGann. And when he died just less than a month ago, a piece of Island Park died with him. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Brian Sullivan, the president of the Nassau County Correctional Officers Benevolent Association. After a long and storied career in the Nassau County Sheriff's Department, Mr. Sullivan has retired. leaving behind a legacy of excellence. Brian Sullivan was appointed a correction officer in Nassau County in 1988, marking the beginning of over 35 years of service. Brian Sullivan worked his way through the ranks of the department, ultimately achieving the rank of captain in 2022. Throughout his time, Brian Sullivan served in a multitude of positions, including the Behavioral Management Unit, which comprised of some of the most dangerous inmates in custody in our county. In addition to safeguarding the public from violent offenders, Brian demonstrated his leadership amongst colleagues and was elected in 2002 to serve as delegate of the union. As he did in his uniformed career, Brian rose through the ranks of the union, having been elected first as delegate, twice as the union's first vice president, and then twice as president of the organization. As in his tenure as union leader, he was wildly successful and managed to help pass several laws at the state level to protect pensions and death benefits for Nassau County corrections officers. Brian's work, both safeguarding the people of Nassau County and advocating for his brother and sister correction officers, is worthy of great praise, and I am honored to recognize the incredible career of my Nassau County neighbor and friend. I wish Brian Sullivan the best in the next chapter, and I know he will continue being a selfless community servant wherever life takes him. Best of luck in his retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Mendez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as we close out 2023, I want to talk about the results my team and I have delivered for New Jersey's 8th Congressional District during my first year in office. Our team has solved over 1,100 constituent cases, which have ranged from getting evacuees out of Afghanistan to resolving passport issues so constituents could visit their loved ones to returning over $270,000 to our constituents. And we have sent over 26,000 letters communicating directly with our residents about the issues they care about. We have also secured over $11 billion in federal grants for projects in our district. That includes over $6.9 billion for the Gateway Program, the largest critical infrastructure project in the country, and over $4 billion to overhaul the Northeast Corridor, drastically improving the commuter experience on the busiest passenger rail line in the country. We secured millions for additional priorities such as community policing, environmental justice, and tackling climate change, all in less than a year. I have also introduced 6 bills and co-sponsored over 100 bills which address affordability, improve the quality of life for residents in our district, and fight for our democratic values and priorities. The first bill I introduced was the Working Families Task Force Act, which would establish a whole-of-government approach to improve the standard of living for working families in our district and across the country, including access to child care and health care and creating good-paying jobs. And I made quality of life issues a priority, introducing legislation to battle helicopter noise in our communities. I'm also proud to have co-sponsored legislation to protect reproductive rights, support our LGBTQ community, and fight gun violence. And as a member of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I have worked hard every day to improve critical infrastructure across our district. This includes strongly advocating for commuting alternatives for you and your family, such as extending New York City's 7 line to New Jersey. And serving on the House Committee on Homeland Security, I have prioritized our work to keep our country safe while following our American and democratic values. I've tackled the work on reforming our broken immigration system head-on as co-chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus's Immigration Task Force. I've fought to close the privately run Elizabeth Detention Center, which has had a decades-long record of abuse and neglect of migrant detainees. I have stood alongside my colleagues to call for relief for cities that are handling an influx of asylum seekers. And I have led efforts to oppose harmful Republican targeting of migrants. This year, alongside House Democrats, my team and I have delivered significant and meaningful results for every single resident of New Jersey's 8th Congressional District, despite the House Republicans' dysfunction and division, and we are just getting started. My top priority is and always has been serving you. I love this district and every community I have the honor of representing, and delivering real, tangible results is what motivates me every day. And I look I look forward to working for you in Washington and in the district, as my team and I are available to help you and your family with any issues you may be having with the federal government. We are here to serve you. Thank you for this incredible opportunity, and I look forward to continuing to deliver for all of you in 2024. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the Pierce County Bears, who won the Georgia High School Association Class 2A football state championship yesterday in Atlanta, Georgia. This win is the second state championship for the Bears and Coach Ryan Heron, and it was not earned easily. This game was tied 14-all going into halftime, and it didn't get any easier from there. The Bears had to fight to the very end, eventually sealing the victory in triple overtime. Pierce County quarterback Caden McGatha was phenomenal in this victory, throwing for 2 touchdowns to receiver Carson Sloan and running for an additional 4 touchdowns himself. The Pierce County defense was also outstanding, sacking the opposing quarterback 6 times. To the Pierce County Bears and to Coach Ryan Herring, I say congratulations on this amazing win. This team earned this championship. It was not given to them. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Reverend Dr. Clarence Williams, who passed away at the age of 64. Dr. Clarence Williams was a Savannah resident and longtime pastor of Pilgrim Baptist Church in Savannah. In addition to his work leading Pilgrim Baptist Church of Savannah, Williams previously served as the moderator of Berean Missionary Baptist Association, Vice President of the National Baptist Convention, Music Auxiliary, State Music Director of the General Missionary Baptist Convention of Georgia, and many other positions. He also serves as chaplain of the Chatham County Sheriff's Department and the Savannah State University National Alumni Association. Pastor Williams will be remembered by many for his charismatic personality, his unwavering faith, and his dedication to serving others. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievements of Ronald Booker, a Savannah resident. After spending 34 years as a head basketball coach for the Beach High School women's basketball team, Ronald Booker was named the special assistant to the head coach for the women's basketball team at Savannah State University. During his career, Coach Booker led the Lady Bulldogs to 12 sub-regional titles, 22 regional championships, and made 30 state championship basketball tournament appearances. His teams were ranked by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution in the state's top 10 teams for 26 seasons. He concluded his coaching career, get this, with a 786 wins, 190 loss overall record. In his honor, the city of Savannah has decided to name a portion of Hopkins Street in front of Beach High School, Coach Ronald Booker Way. Congratulations, Mr. Booker, on your remarkable achievements and on your well-deserved honorary designation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the achievements of the Frank Callan Boys and Girls Club in Savannah, Georgia. The Frank Callan Boys and Girls Club was started by Frank Callan in 1917, and the club was accepted into the national organization in 1922. Since its inception, this club has served the Savannah youth by being a safe place to learn and a safe place to play. It also serves as the home of some world-class athletes. LSU basketball star Flaushea Johnson and University of Georgia football star Nolan Smith are both proud alumni of the Frank Callan Boys and Girls Club. Both of these amazing athletes have graduated to winning national championships in their respective sports, and they have not forgotten their roots. Both have recently made generous donations to the place where they got their start. I also want to thank Mark Lindsay, who serves as the executive director of the club. People like Mark are essential in the development of our youth and our community as a whole. I again want to thank everyone involved with the Frank Callan Boys and Girls Club for the positive impact they are having on our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer. 5 minutes. Without objection.
We have hours left. Less than 10 until we go home for the holidays. Less than 10 hours when we leave the field. Less than 10 hours before we act responsibly. The men and women of Ukraine will not go home for the holidays. They will not leave the lines in eastern Ukraine. They will not have a Christmas dinner without the fear that they will be bombed in Kiev or assaulted in eastern Ukraine. Why is that? I ask that to both. Why are we going home and leaving our Ukrainian allies unarmed? Why do we shrink from our responsibility to confront those who would undermine democracy, freedom, and international law? Why, Mr. Speaker, do we retreat from the field while our Ukrainian allies are at risk? Mr. Speaker, we have 1 day left. We can accomplish the goal of passing Ukrainian dollars. We can achieve the goal of giving aid to our ally Israel. We can achieve the goal of making Taiwan a little bit stronger. Or we can send a message to Mr. Putin, to Mr. Xi, to Iran, to Hamas, that America is unable to stay the course. Now, I am told that the reason we can't do that is because it is absolutely essential to have border security addressed. It is. I'm for doing that. But I want to call the Speaker's attention so that he can remember that in the 115th Congress, as a member of Congress, he co-sponsored a bill, H.R. 395. Some others co-sponsored that bill who may be at least hearing me, Mr. Speaker, or maybe even on the floor. That bill said this, that it was incumbent that we, and I quote, to end the practice of including more than one subject in a single bill by requiring that each bill enacted by Congress be limited to only one subject. Was that situational ethics, situational principles, or just temporary principles be thrown away when they're not convenient? Perhaps. That bill was sponsored by Speaker Johnson, by Mr. Meadows, who became Chief of Staff of Donald Trump, by Mr. Emmer, the Majority Whip, and by Mr. DeSantis, candidate for president. A temporary, perhaps just political piece of rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, America is better than that. America needs to be a more reliable ally than that. America needs to create confidence, not undermine confidence. America needs to be reliable.
America needs to confront the criminality, the venality, and the murderous acts of Vladimir Putin. Yet we're scheduled to go home in just a few hours. John Kennedy wrote a book, Why England Slept. Why England slept. Why they thought that Hitler was going to stop. And it just involved, after all, the mainland, not England. And they paid a terrible price for that negligence. And the free world paid a terrible price for that negligence. Mr. Speaker, we have a member of the Congress who...
Gentleman's time's up.
Let us not go home. Let us do our duty. Let us be the kind of America that we say we are. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as National Law Enforcement Day approaches, I rise today to salute our men and women who keep our communities safe each and every day. It wasn't long ago that law enforcement were almost universally respected in America. The blue uniform was a symbol not just of law and order, but also community peace and harmony. Policemen and policewomen belonged among the most trusted community members alongside nurses, teachers, firefighters, and postal workers. But something happened in 2020. Anti-police riots erupted in communities across the country, places like Seattle, Minneapolis, Chicago, besieged by violence. Violent protesters set up law enforcement free zones in Seattle known as CHAZ. Civil unrest in Minneapolis led to $500 million worth of damage, while city leadership failed to keep order after George Floyd's death. Folks looked at the magnificent mile in Chicago while the world watched America burn. But this destruction wasn't tolerated in Nebraska. When disorder erupted in two of our major cities, then Governor Pete Ricketts cracked down. He deployed the State Patrol and the National Guard to assist communities and protected businesses and homeowners. Since the national unrest in 2020, Nebraska has doubled down on our commitment to support our men and women in blue. While some states have repealed traditional protections for law enforcement, Nebraska has maintained qualified immunity. This is critical to ensuring law enforcement officers can do their jobs without the threat of frivolous lawsuits or complaints. Last year, before I came to Congress, I was the proud co-sponsor of the Law Enforcement Attraction and Retention Act in our legislature. This bill provided and provides a variety of cash incentives for individual officers to help law enforcement agencies retain their workforce. It received almost unanimous approval from that body. This year, and I really want to double down on this, the legislature in Nebraska passed the First Responder Recruitment and Retention Act. It covers 100% of tuition for law enforcement officers, firefighters, and their children who want to get a college degree from a community college, a state college, or a university. We are the first state in the nation to give police officers, their families, their children, free college. Recognizing what they do is important and it is needed. If you're living in one of those places where law enforcement are under attack, I want you to look at Nebraska. Look at what we can do for you and your family. We have a variety of opportunities available to law enforcement. The Nebraska State Patrol is the finest statewide agency in the nation, led by an outstanding Colonel, John Bolduc. Our two biggest cities have fantastic large agencies that provide lots of opportunities to advance. And if you like to hunt, we can help you there too. We have lots of opportunities in smaller agencies, mid-sized communities, and a plethora of opportunity. There is truly an opportunity in Nebraska for every law enforcement officer, and it comes with a low cost of living and competitive salaries. Our communities need police officers. Rural communities need police officers. We are doing what we can in Nebraska to make it as attractive to people across the country as humanly possible. As we honor our peace officers on Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, I invite anyone working in the profession to consider my great state as you think about your career and what's best for your family, and know that Nebraskans support you. We salute your work. We wish you all the best as you continue to protect communities in the good life and across our country. May God bless you. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Malafa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it can't be overestimated the value and the need for water in our lives, in what we consume food-wise, and what it provides in flood control, what it provides in hydroelectric power, just water at the tap, and even environmental water. As a representative of California, we certainly go through a lot of gyrations and a lot of fights over water. As Mark Twain is quoted as saying, is whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting, especially in California. So there's plenty of that. So what's going on underway? Well, back in the 30s and then in the 60s, 2 major projects were built to turn California into the blooming land that it is, of so much bounty, so much great agriculture, so much opportunity. With the federal water project started in the 30s, and the state water project conceived in the 50s, and much of it built in the 60s. In my own district, we have 2 very large dams, Shasta Dam at 4.5 million acre feet and Lake Oroville at 3.5 million acre feet. And so those have made so much possibility for people of California, but not just California. Really, it's helped the whole country. And I'll tell you why. Because agriculture is a key element of the sustainability for this country. It's strategic needs for being able to feed itself, defend itself. You can't be overestimated how important that is as well. So what do we currently have happening in California and in the western states? The extreme environmental left is moving to remove more and more dams as we speak. Right now in the Klamath River up in the north end of my district, there's 4 dams that are in the target sites for that. They make hydroelectric power. Now, as a sidebar here, what do we hear constantly in this chamber? Almost every conversation is filtered through climate change. And so when you have sources of power that are zero CO2, such as hydroelectric power, as well as nuclear power, and very clean, efficient power, such as natural gas, which is being phased out or pushed out by the Biden administration as we can't explore or build pipelines for it, where are we going to get the power if you want to tear these dams out? If you want to take all these inputs for producing electricity in this country, at the same time as you're forcing more and more things to be powered by electricity, vehicles, big trucks. I see on the internet there's a major cargo carrier saying we need to electrify our aircraft. I mean, how heavy will an airplane be when you've loaded up with batteries? Will it have any cargo capacity left? A big semi-rig for the highways is 80,000 pounds GVW. By the time they electrify it and add 2 8,000-pound batteries to that, 16,000 more pounds of cargo you'll have to take off. So that means 5 trucks will have to now do the job of 4 trucks. This is where we're going. So hydroelectric power is extremely important to fuel whatever level of electricity we're going to be using. You know, they want to ban gas stoves, they want to ban gas heaters. If we're going to have more and more of a reliability on electric grid, which I hope we don't go through these crazy policies, we're going to continue to need this power. So why are we tearing dams out? They want to tear them out in the state of Washington. And they're talking about, as we just visited the Colorado River on the Western Caucasus over the weekend, the Hoover Dam. What a mighty structure that is, with 8 great big power plant turbines in there. And above that, Lake Powell. They're talking about, well, maybe we don't really need Lake Powell anymore because we're in the middle of a drought situation. Yeah, we're in a tough drought. But what if we didn't have those to begin with? We wouldn't have stored that water that has helped us sustain for several years, through many years of drought, actually. Back in my own district with full Lake Shasta and full Lake Oroville, under the original conditions, that would get you 5 years through 5 years worth of drought. Still storing water for agriculture, for people at the tap, for hydroelectric power, and yes, even recreation. So what is the agenda that at the same time they want to force more and more electric vehicles and electric everything and rip out the means to make the power. It doesn't make a lick of sense. I just see where Ford Motor Company, they lost about $4.5 billion last year electrifying. You had the original influx of people buying those electric vehicles. Now that's fallen off because once the incentives go away or once you can get a sticker to drive it in the fast lane in certain areas in California, the rest of the market probably isn't too interested in that. Their F-150 Lightning, they're pulling back production by at least half, maybe more, because people aren't buying these vehicles like they supposedly are projecting. Stored water is an incredibly good thing. Why it matters to the rest of the country as well is California has grown so many amazing crops over the years with the innovation and ability to farm the lands that we've had in the San Joaquin Valley. We would not have the food that the whole country eats, since 90 to 99% of these crops are grown in California. I go back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Officer Allan Brandon for his retirement following 30 years of service in public safety. Officer Brandon has served the 5th District of South Carolina in many roles. In each, he displayed incredible leadership, bravery, and honoring his community with incredible work and dedicated service throughout his career. In 1983, he began his service as a patrolman at the TKK Police Department and was quickly promoted to a supervisor in 1985. He then moved to the York County Sheriff's Office, where his work proved to make a true impact in the community. He held many roles operating in the Narcotics Department for many years before being promoted again to the Patrol Lieutenant and the Captain of the Uniform and Field Services Division. Officer Brandon's service is reflective of the values that the police force holds most important: accountability, integrity, honesty, and courage. I would also like to take the time to recognize Mr. Brandon's family, his wife Melania, and his 2 children, Sarah and William. Working in the police force requires sacrifice and support from the entire family. In addition to his service on the police force, Officer Brandon has served the community as an elder at Forest Hills Church, a Keystone board member of the Palmetto Boy Scouts Board, and a leader for the United Way of York County. Officer Brandon has set the gold standard for representing his community with pride and prioritized fairness and justice. Please join me in honoring Officer Brandon for 30 years of impactful service to the 5th District of South Carolina. Godspeed in your retirement. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde. Without objection.
Thank you.
Oh, dear Lord.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Grinnell University's 10th president, Dr. Ann Skleder, who tragically passed after bravely battling cancer at Emory University Hospital in Atlanta. Born in Pittsburgh, Ann studied psychology at the University of Pittsburgh and later earned her doctoral degree from Temple University. Dr. Skleder then incorporated her passion for people and learning into a successful career in academia, mentoring, teaching, and serving students for years. Breaking glass ceilings, Ann went on to become the 10th and first woman president of Grinnell University in Gainesville, Georgia. Yet it was not the title that she cherished, but rather the opportunity to improve the lives and futures of Grinnell University students. Her leadership extended beyond the campus as she served on the executive committee of the Atlanta Regional Council of Higher Education and was a board member for numerous organizations, including the Women's College Coalition, National Association of Independent Colleges and Universities, and the Greater Hall Chamber of Commerce. Our sincere condolences are with Ann's family as they mourn her loss. While her leadership and impact on our community will surely be missed, we cherish Dr. Skleder's legacy and find comfort in knowing that she has found eternal peace with her beloved parents and brother in the presence of our Heavenly Father. Georgia's 9th District will always remember the incredible impact that Dr. Skleder had on students at Grinnell University and on our community as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the exceptional businesses in Lumpkin County. The Dahlonega-Lumpkin County Chamber of Commerce recently held its annual State of Economic Development meeting to recognize outstanding businesses in our community. On behalf of the 9th District, I'd like to honor this year's winners. Congratulations to the Development Authority of Lumpkin County's Economic Investment Award recipient, Dahlonega, a successful transportation and tour company in North Georgia. This honor is well-deserved as Dahlonega continues to make incredible investments in the Lumpkin County community. Additionally, I'd like to recognize this year's Corporate Responsibility Award recipient, Our Ranch in the Mountains, which creates a positive impact in Lumpkin County by offering Northeast Georgians and tourists alike exceptional experiences through its more than 800 acres of campsites, trails, and lodging. Nestled in the beautiful North Georgia mountains, Our Ranch brings tremendous value to the community through its unique amenities and activities, cultivating economic growth and providing memorable adventures for families and outdoor enthusiasts. I'd also like to congratulate Blue Coolers, the recipient of the Workforce Development Award. In addition to manufacturing top-notch durable coolers, this thriving company received this exciting honor for its impressive initiatives to train and equip individuals with skills and knowledge needed to maintain a strong workforce. Next, I'd like to recognize Satellite Industries, a leading innovator in the portable sanitation industry, for receiving the Business of the Year award. For over 65 years, Satellite Industries has been advanced engineering their products, such as portable restrooms and trailers, to be strong and user-friendly for customers across the country. Congratulations to Satellite Industries on this outstanding achievement. In addition, the City of Dahlonega Downtown Development Authority recognized several downtown businesses for their significant impact on the community this year. These honors include Black Bear Mercantile as emerging business, Dahlonega Inn on Main for downtown investment, the Station as the local favorite, and Connie's Ice Cream and Sandwich Shop for Downtown Business of the Year. Congratulations to Dahlonega-Lumpkin County Chamber of Commerce's 2023 State of Economic Development Award winners. I thank each of the recognized businesses for positively impacting our community, strengthening the future workforce in North Georgia, and fostering economic prosperity in Lumpkin County. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the former majority leader and on the Democrat side, just reminded us of our single subject rule that our Speaker co-sponsored back in 2015. That is the current rule of the House, and yet my Democrat colleague wants us to violate it by lumping an aid for Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel together with border security in one bill. No, we have already passed a bill to support Israel. We've already passed a border security bill, H.R. 2. Both are languishing in the Democrat-controlled Senate. Where was the call for the Senate to stay here and do their job? He should have called upon the Senate, as I do now. Pass the Israel bill, pass the Secure the Border Act, and give both countries a merrier Christmas. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Skleder, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the work being done on behalf of our veterans. The work that my office has been working on. Arizona's 6th Congressional District is home to over 70,000 veterans. Our district has a historic legacy of service to our country, from the service members at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base and Fort Huachuca to incredible veterans like Walter Ram, a World War II veteran and Purple Heart recipient. In my role as their congressman, I've made it my mission to secure as much assistance as possible for those who risk their lives for our freedom. That's why I've made it a priority to help our veterans, service members, and their families as they navigate federal agencies. This year alone, my team has been able to return $345,000 to veterans. The responsibility to provide for them is not one I take lightly, and I am committed to ensuring they receive the care and support that they deserve. This is something that extends to my time here in Washington. As a member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, I have made a concerted effort to introduce common sense bills to improve the lives of those who served. my first bill ever introduced in Congress, H.R. 1378, the Veterans Appeals Backlog Improvement Act, aims to address the lengthy waiting period our veterans face when trying to appeal a claim at the VA. I also led an effort to ensure and expand access to our veterans in rural areas seeking disability claims with two pieces of legislation, H.R. 5470, the Veterans Medical Exams for the Distant Areas Act, and H.R. 5938, the Veterans Exam Expansion Act. It's critical that we ensure our veterans receive the same care no matter their zip code. The same goes to the educational benefits they receive. That's why I spearheaded H.R. 5702, the Expanding Access for Online Veterans Students Act, legislation to ensure our students veterans taking classes virtually receive the same housing benefits as our counterparts taking classes in person. I learned about that need when I visited the Veterans Center over at the University of Arizona, and this was highlighted and we took immediate action. We must ensure our veterans are equipped with the tools they need to successfully transition out of uniform and into civilian life. That includes a meaningful career, which is what led me to introducing H.R. 1669, the Vet Tech Authorization Act. The bill reauthorizes a popular VA program that covers the cost of veterans seeking job training in high-tech industries. Each of these bills is a small effort to improve the lives of those who sacrifice so much. So on behalf of the people of Arizona's 6th Congressional District, I extend our deepest gratitude to the incredible men and women who have served our country. While we will never be able to fully repay all of you that have served, we have a duty to fight for you as you fought for us. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a proud Kentuckian, a great American patriot, and my great uncle, Lieutenant Colonel retired Francis D. Falconer, who passed away on October 19th at the age of 100. My grandfather's younger brother was better known to many of us in central Kentucky as Fearless Frank Falconer, the first weatherman for WKYT, later WTVQ, and finally WKQQ, where he delivered for us the weekly Fearless Frank's 5-day forecast. But what many don't know was that before he became our weatherman, Frank had a distinguished military career. After graduation from Lafayette High School in 1941, he enlisted in the United States Army in 1943 and took basic training at Camp Crowder, Missouri, a signal training facility. But overseas in Europe in 1944, Falconer was transferred to the Liaison G3 section of the 1st United States Army. In this capacity, he traveled with Combat Command A of the 3rd Armored Spearhead Division from Meaux, France to Röttgen, Germany. Service in the European Theater of Operation earned him 5 Bronze Stars for his service in Normandy, northern France, Rhineland, Central Europe, and the Ardennes. He additionally was awarded the Distinguished Service Award for helping to escort the reserve elements of the Combat Command at night, from the rear to the forward elements of the battle line. I will always remember my uncle telling me about tearing down Nazi swastikas from the churches along the battlefront so that American flags could signal the path of liberation. Frank has now taken his rightful place in heaven and in the history books, chronicling the story of American freedom, alongside his beloved brother, my grandfather, Major General J.B. Falconer, Army veteran of the Pacific Theater, with the millions of other heroes of the greatest generation. God bless all these heroes, and we thank them for their service. and serving as a continual and powerful reminder to all of us that freedom requires sacrifice. It must be fought for, and may their example, the example of the greatest generation, always inspire us to continually to fight for freedom and democracy. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A, Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
Ensuring America's history is woven into the future for future generations to come. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a cherished son of South Texas, Mr. Harold Hudson Rip Wallace Jr., who was called home earlier this year. Rip lived a life marked by service, dedication, and love. His 58 years of marriage to his beloved wife, Donna, stands as a testament to his commitment and love. A respected rancher and community pillar, Rip's contribution to local agriculture, the Texas Farm Bureau, and his unwavering support for the Live Oak County Fair enriches our lives. His legacy as a lifelong member of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo will not be forgotten. My heart goes out to Donna and to their family and to all those who were touched by Rip's remarkable life. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with deep sorrow I rise to acknowledge the loss of U.S. Air Force Major Select Terrell K. Brayman of Pittsford, New York. On November 29th, Major Select Brayman, an Osprey pilot and flight commander, perished during a training exercise off the coast of Japan, along with 7 of his fellow airmen. Major Select Brayman, who would have celebrated his 33rd birthday a week from today, grew up in Rochester and was described as hardworking and hilarious by those closest to him. Following his graduation from high school, he enrolled in Ohio State's ROTC program, successfully becoming an officer in the United States Air Force. He went on to serve with great distinction, demonstrating commitment to a cause greater than himself. For that, our community and nation will be forever grateful. My heartfelt condolences go out to his family and all who knew him. I hope they take comfort in knowing Major Select Brayman's profound sense of duty, patriotism, and dedication to our country will forever remain his legacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
Back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the Biden press secretary falsely fabricated, quote, "The data shows that households remain in a strong financial position," end of quote. In reality, even CBS News admits, quote, "The typical American household must spend an additional $11,434 annually just to maintain the same standard of living they enjoyed in January of 2021, end of quote, when Biden was sworn in. Additionally, quote, "It now requires $119.27 to buy the same goods and services a family could afford with the $100 before the pandemic," according to Bloomberg. Bidenomics is a disaster for families. House Republicans, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, will continue to pass legislation to reduce inflation and create jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders for terrorists. It is sadly clear there will be more 9/11 attacks across America imminent in our country, as finally revealed by the FBI.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise for 1 minute to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Freedom High School of Woodbridge, Virginia, for winning its second straight Virginia Class 6 state football title. Last Saturday, Freedom defeated Highland Springs in a hard-fought championship game. The Eagles won by a score of 42-34 to claim the title, making them the first Prince William County high school to win back-to-back state titles since 1999. This win capped off an undefeated season for Freedom, and the Eagles extended their winning streak to an incredible 29 games. As the representative for Virginia's 7th District, I would like to officially congratulate Freedom High School's players and coaches, including head coach Daryl Overton. I also want to congratulate the parents and faculty for supporting these players and student athletes and guiding them through a perfect season. Today, on the House floor of the United States House of Representatives, I proudly join my colleagues in recognizing the remarkable accomplishments of the Freedom High School Eagles of Woodbridge, Virginia. I yield back.
The gentlelady from Virginia yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, if he can ask consent to address the House 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's a saying in the trucking business, if you got it, a truck brought it. So we need to work to make the ability to deliver the products, the raw materials, all the interactions of commerce that trucks bring easier and more streamlined. Yet the regulatory load that the Biden administration, as well as in my home state, wants to make it harder to buy trucks. They have a necessary federal excise tax since World War I on trucks to help pay for the war that costs $20,000, $30,000 for every new vehicle. Yet we want them to replace trucks so they're more cleaner, more efficient, more safe. And burdensome regulations on driver duty time. They want to put speed limiters upon them so that trucks can't stay with traffic. All these burdens that make it much more difficult to deliver what you want. We need to reel in the Biden administration and have them actually listen to the people who are out there on the roads, the truckers and the people that rely on them to deliver raw materials and finished products to where we need. And so more regulations is not going to help that. Taking away the internal combustion engine is not going to help that. Electrifying every truck is not going to help that. Let them truck. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate two incredible teams whose hard work, determination, and teamwork have made their mark in Boston's storied championship history. For the first time in the program's history, the Dorchester Eagles 14U team are Pop Warner national champions. And not to be outdone, the Boston Lady Raiders won the Bantam Division Cheer National Championship. These young men and women have been playing and cheering together for years, and this hard-won championship is all the more sweeter after coming up just short in last year's tournament. But they rallied around their teammates, recommitted to their sport, put in the work day in, day out, no matter what the New England weather could throw at them, and proved themselves to be the best of the best. And your Congresswoman is proud of you. Congratulations to the entire Metropolitan Pop Warner League, Coach Terry Cousins, the families and friends, and most of all, the athletes who were already champions in our community, but now have the trophy and national recognition they so richly deserve. Let the congressional record reflect the Dorchester Eagles and Boston Lady Raiders are the 2023 national champions. Congratulations.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Bill Overton, a Vietnam veteran from Ohio who served his country and continues to serve his fellow veterans. Bill has been the loudest spokesperson for veterans and veterans programs in Northeast Ohio. He has assisted over 300 veterans with their compensation and benefits. Bill has been able to ensure hospice veterans receive care, injured veterans received compensation, and disabled veterans obtained vehicles and adaptive housing. His work has brought approximately $5 million to veterans in our community alone. When the Battlefield Cross was removed from the Ohio Western Reserve in 2017, Bill was instrumental in applying public pressure on the National Cemetery Administration to return it. Ohio's 7th District is thankful to have Bill Overton and is grateful for his years of service and service that will still continue. We love you, Bill. Thank you for everything you do. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Rhode Islanders who I talk to are so disappointed in this Congress. They sent us here to fight to make their lives better, not to play political games like the sham impeachment push that House Republicans are making against the president, despite no evidence of wrongdoing. The people expect us to fight to lower costs, to go after the companies that are price gouging working Americans. They expect us to fight for Social Security and Medicare and abortion rights and to fix roads and bridges. Instead, the extreme House Republicans are pushing for impeachment of the president despite having no evidence of wrongdoing after a year of investigations. We need to remember who sent us here and what they sent us here to fight for. I urge my colleagues, let's fight for working people in this country. Stop the political games, stop the nonsense, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Dr. G.B. Espy, obstetrician, gynecologist, world traveler, entrepreneur, man of God, and one of the finest men I've ever known. On January 8th, he will turn 88 years old. This man has delivered over 65,000 babies, has had at least as many surgeries, has run 40 consecutive New York marathons, including the last one at the age of 80. He has contributed to countless scholarships, missions, and supported friends all over the world. Congratulations on a life worthwhile lived. God bless you. We love you. And Semper Fidelis. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For my final Maui Minute this year, I rise on behalf of my constituents to offer a heartfelt mahalo to everyone who has played a role in our recovery so far. To the first responders on that dreadful day who fought the fires and brought people to safety. To the countless federal workers, disaster personnel and volunteers, and everyday citizens who have worked tirelessly each day since August 8th to ensure our people get the help they need and deserve. To the people of Hawaii and from all 50 states and over 100 countries for their outpouring of support and aloha, including raising hundreds of millions of dollars for our Maui community. And to my colleagues here who have joined me on the ground and reached out since, mahalo. For too many Maui survivors, this holiday season will be the first without a loved one, without a home they've known their whole lives, and with an uncertain future. The road ahead to recovery will continue to be long and tough, but we will be there. From the depths of my heart, mahalo, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure today to rise to recognize two football powerhouses in the 1st Congressional District of Kentucky upon their recent winning of state championships. First of all, I want to recognize perennial state champion, the Mayfield Cardinals, on another Class 2A state football championship. And I also want to recognize the Boyle County Rebels on their three-peat of state championship. Mayfield won the 2A class title in Kentucky high school athletics, and Boyle County won the 4A. These are common achievements for both football programs. I want to congratulate all the players, the staffs, the faculty, and the entire communities of Mayfield and Boyle County on this great achievement. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Democrats were in control, we put people over politics and passed the Inflation Reduction Act to lower costs and to create new jobs. We're also working with the Biden administration to eliminate junk fees, and we have legislation to address child care costs and to go after people who engage in price gouging. What do Democrats care about? How we lower costs, create new jobs, get our economy going, and because of that, we have had record GDP growth and unemployment at a 50-year low. What are Republicans focused on? Impeachment. with no evidence. Even today, they cannot explain what action President Biden took that they thought was illegal or criminal. That's right. They're going forward with impeachment even though they cannot explain what crime they think President Biden committed, because he didn't commit any. It's a waste of people's time, and Republicans are again focused on the wrong priorities. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to recognize Steve Tripp for his 30 years of service to the residents of the town of Ayden, North Carolina, including the past 20 years as mayor. Mayor Tripp has been instrumental in addressing critical housing needs and growth while reducing the town's utility rates. He's also known for his faith. Mayor Tripp, your dedication has set up the town of Ayden for decades and decades of success, and we're so grateful for you and your many contributions to Eastern North Carolina. I extend my most profound blessings to you and Susan. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we are about to begin the impeachment inquiry debate. And my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, are going to show you how important it is to them. They're going to show you how much evidence they have supposedly uncovered. They're going to show you how serious of an issue they think this is. And you want to know why? Because as soon as we take this vote today, you know what they're going to do? They're going to break for 3 weeks. They're going to run out of this place and leave for 3 weeks, even though it's so important and it's so overwhelming. And it is, the nation must be focused on this, that they are going to run away and leave Washington for 3 weeks. It's because there's no evidence on Joe Biden. The only thing they have uncovered is that Joe Biden is the father of Hunter Biden. That's it.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, for far too long, Long Islanders have paid much more in taxes to both Washington and Albany than we have received back in investments. Published recently, the Long Island Regional Planning Council's 2023 balance of payments comparison highlights this disparity. A Long Island, D.C. deficit of $26 billion, a Long Island, New York State deficit of $15 billion. Mr. Speaker, addressing this injustice, where Long Islanders subsidize Albany's and Washington's bloated spending, is vitally important to my constituents. To right this wrong, Albany lawmakers must implement judicious spending cuts and reduce income taxes, while at the same time providing proper investments in Long Island's infrastructure and schools. Here in Washington, Congress must increase the state and local tax deduction. By increasing the cap, Congress can make a substantial impact on lowering the cost for all New Yorkers. The collaboration between state and federal entities on these comprehensive measures is crucial for securing a brighter and more prosperous future for Long Islanders. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 931. Resolved that the following named member be and is hereby elected to the following Standing Committee of the House of Representatives, Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, Mr. Amo, to rank immediately after Ms. McClellan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution
Without
be
objection,
considered
the
as read.
resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bills.
Senate 2747, an act to amend the Federal Elections Campaign Act of 1971 to extend the administrative fine program for certain reporting violations.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 918 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 918, resolved that the Committees on Oversight and Accountability, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary are directed to continue their ongoing investigations as part of the House of Representatives' inquiry into whether sufficient grounds exist for the House of Representatives to exercise its constitutional power to impeach Joseph Biden, President of the United States, including as set forth in the memorandum issued by the chairs of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, Ways and Means, and Judiciary of the House of Representatives entitled Impeachment Inquiry, dated September 27, 2023. Section 2, Investigative Proceedings by the Committee on Oversight and Accountability. For the purpose of continuing the investigation described in the first section of this resolution, the Committee on Oversight and Accountability is authorized to conduct proceedings pursuant to this resolution as follows. 1. The Chair of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability may designate an open hearing or hearings pursuant to this section. 2. Notwithstanding Clause 2J2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, upon recognition by the Chair for such purpose, under this paragraph during any hearing designated pursuant to paragraph 1. The Chair and Ranking Minority Member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability shall be permitted to question witnesses for equal specified periods of longer than 5 minutes as determined by the Chair. The time available for each period of questioning under this paragraph shall be equal for the Chair and Ranking Minority Member. The Chair may confer recognition for multiple periods of such questioning, but each period of questioning shall not exceed 90 minutes in the aggregate. Only the Chair and Ranking Minority Member or employee of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, if yielded by the Chair or Ranking Minority Member, may question witnesses during such periods of questioning. At the conclusion of questioning pursuant to this paragraph, the committee shall proceed with questioning under the 5-minute rule pursuant to Clause 2J2A of Rule 11. 3. To allow for full evaluation of minority witness requests, the Ranking Minority Member may submit to the Chair in writing any request for witness testimony relevant to the investigation described in the first section of this resolution within 72 hours after notice is given for the first hearing designated pursuant to paragraph 1. Any such request shall be accompanied by a detailed written justification of the relevance of the testimony of each requested witness to the investigation described in the first section of this resolution. 4A. The Ranking Minority Member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability is authorized with the concurrence of the Chair of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability to require as deemed necessary to the investigation, I, by subpoena or otherwise, 1, the attendance and testimony of any person, including at taking of deposition, and 2, the production of books, records, correspondence, memoranda, papers, and documents, and I, by interrogatory, the furnishing of information. B, in the case that the Chair declines to concur in the proposed action of the Ranking Minority Member, pursuant to subparagraph A, the Ranking Minority Member shall have the right to refer to the committee for decision the question whether such authority shall be so exercised, and the Chair shall convene the committee promptly to render that decision, subject to the notice procedures for committee meetings under Clause 2G, 3A, and B of Rule 11. C, subpoenas and interrogatories so authorized may be signed by the Ranking Minority Member and may be served by any person designated by the Ranking Minority Member. 5, the Chair is authorized to make publicly available in electronic form the transcripts of depositions conducted by the Committee on Oversight and Accountability in furtherance of the investigation described in the first section of this resolution, with appropriate redactions for classified and other sensitive information. 6, the Committee on Oversight and Accountability may issue a report set forth in findings and any recommendations appending any information and materials the Committee on Oversight and Accountability may deem appropriate with respect to the investigation described in the first section of this resolution. The Chair may transmit such reports and appendices, along with any supplemental minority, additional, or dissenting views filed pursuant to Clause 2.1 of Rule 11 to the Committee on the Judiciary and make such report publicly available in electronic form with appropriate redactions to protect classified and other sensitive information. Any report prepared under this paragraph may be prepared in consultation with the chairs of the Committee on Ways and Means and the Judiciary. Section 3, investigative proceedings by the Committee on Ways and Means. For the purpose of continuing the investigation described in the first section of this resolution, the Committee on Ways and Means is authorized to conduct proceedings pursuant to this resolution as follows. 1. The chair of the Committee on Ways and Means may designate any open hearing or hearings pursuant to this section. 2. Notwithstanding Clause 2J2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, upon recognition by the chair for such purpose under this paragraph, during any hearing designated pursuant to paragraph 1, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means shall be permitted to question witnesses for equal specified periods of longer than 5 minutes, as determined by the chair. The time available for each period of questioning under this paragraph shall be equal for the chair and ranking minority member. The chair may confer recognition for multiple periods of such questioning, but each period of questioning shall not exceed 90 minutes in the aggregate. Only the chair and ranking minority member or an employee of the Committee on Ways and Means, if yielded to by the chair or ranking minority member, may question witnesses during such periods of questioning. At the conclusion of questioning pursuant to this paragraph, the committee shall proceed with questioning under the 5-minute rule, pursuant to Clause 2J2A of Rule 11. 3. To allow for full evaluation of minority witness requests, the ranking minority member may submit to the chair in writing any request for witness testimony relevant to the investigation described in the first section of this resolution within 72 hours after notice is given for the first hearing designated pursuant to paragraph 1. Any such request shall be accompanied by a detailed written justification of the relevance of the testimony of each requested witness to the investigation described in the first section of this resolution. 4A. The ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means is authorized, with the concurrence of the chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, to require as deemed necessary to the investigation, I, by subpoena or otherwise, 1. The attendance and testimony of any person, including at taking of deposition, and 2. The production of books, records, correspondence, memoranda, papers, and documents, I, by interrogatory, the furnishing of information. B. In the case that the chair declines to concur in the proposed action of the ranking minority member, pursuant to subparagraph A, the ranking minority member shall have the right to refer to the committee for decision the question whether such authority shall be so exercised, and the chair shall convene the committee promptly to render that decision, subject to the notice procedures for a committee meeting under Clause 2A, 2G, 3A, and B of Rule 11. C. Subpoenas and interrogatories, so authorized, may be signed by the ranking minority member and may be served by any person designated by the ranking minority member. 5. The chair is authorized to make publicly available in electronic form the transcripts of depositions conducted by the Committee on Ways and Means and in furtherance of the investigation described in the first section of this resolution, with appropriate redactions for classified and other sensitive information. 6. The Committee on Ways and Means may issue a report setting forth its findings and any recommendations and appending any information and materials the Committee on Ways and Means may deem appropriate with respect to the investigation described in the first section of this resolution. The chair may transmit such report and appendices, along with any supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views filed pursuant to Clause 2.1 of Rule 11 to the Committee on the Judiciary and make such report publicly available in electronic form with appropriate redactions to protect classified and other sensitive information. Any report prepared under this paragraph may be prepared in consultation with the chairs of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability and the Judiciary. Section 4, investigative proceedings by the Committee on the Judiciary. For the purpose of continuing the investigation described in the first section of this resolution, the Committee on the Judiciary is authorized to conduct proceedings pursuant to this resolution as follows. 1. The chair of the Committee on the Judiciary may designate an open hearing or hearings pursuant to this section. 2. Notwithstanding Clause 2J2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, upon recognition by the chair for such purpose under this paragraph during any hearing designated pursuant to paragraph 1, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary shall be permitted to question witnesses for equal specified periods of longer than 5 minutes, as determined by the chair. The time available for each period of questioning under this paragraph shall be equal for the chair and ranking minority member. The chair may confer recognition for multiple periods of such questioning, but each period of questioning shall not exceed 90 minutes in the aggregate. Only the chair and ranking minority member or an employee of the Committee of the Judiciary, if yielded to by the chair or ranking minority member, may question witnesses during such periods of questioning. At the conclusion of questioning pursuant to this paragraph, the committee shall proceed with the questioning under the 5-minute rule pursuant to Clause 2J, 2A of Rule 11. 3. To allow for full evaluation of minority witness requests, the ranking minority member may submit to the chair in writing any request for witness testimony relevant to the investigation described in the first section of this resolution within 72 hours after notice is given for the first hearing, designated pursuant to paragraph 1. Any such request shall be accompanied by a detailed written justification of the relevance of the testimony of each requested witness to the investigation described in the first section of this resolution. 4A. The ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary is authorized, with the concurrence of the chair of the Committee on the Judiciary, to require, as deemed necessary to the investigation, I, by subpoena or otherwise, 1. The attendance and testimony of any person, including at a taking of deposition, and 2. The production of books, records, correspondence, memoranda, papers, and documents, and I, by interrogatory, the furnishing of information. B. In the case that the chair declines to concur in a proposed action of the ranking minority member pursuant to subparagraph A, the ranking minority member shall have the right to refer to the committee for decision the question whether such authority shall be so exercised, and the chair shall convene the committee promptly to render that decision, subject to the notice procedures for a committee meeting under Clause 2G, 3A, and B of Rule 11. C. Subpoenas and interrogatories. So authorized may be signed by the ranking minority member and may be served by any person designated by the ranking minority member. 5. The chair is authorized to make publicly available in an electronic form the transcript of depositions conducted by the Committee on the Judiciary in furtherance of the investigation described in the first section of this resolution, with appropriate redactions for classified and other sensitive information. Section 5. Impeachment inquiry procedures in the Committee on the Judiciary. A. The Committee on the Judiciary is authorized to conduct proceedings relating to the impeachment inquiry described in the first section of this resolution, pursuant to the procedures submitted for printing in the Congressional record by the chair of the Committee on Rules, including such procedures as to allow for the participation of the President and his counsel. B. The Committee on the Judiciary is authorized to promulgate additional procedures as it deems necessary for the fair and efficient conduct of committee hearings held pursuant to this resolution, provided that the additional procedures are not inconsistent with the procedures referenced in subsection A, the rules of the committee and the rules of the House. C.1. The ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary is authorized, with the concurrence of the chair of the Committee on the Judiciary, to require as deemed necessary to the investigation, A, by subpoena or otherwise, I, the attendance and testimony of any person, including at a taking of deposition, and I, the production of books, records, correspondence, memoranda, papers, and documents, and B, by interrogatory, the furnishing of information. 2. In the case that the chair declines to concur in a proposed action of the ranking minority member, pursuant to paragraph 1, the ranking minority member shall have the right to refer to the committee for decision the question whether such authority shall be so exercised, and the chair shall convene the committee promptly to render that decision, subject to the notice procedures of the committee meeting under Clause 2G, 3A, and B of Rule 11. 3. Subpoenas and interrogatories. So authorized may be signed by the ranking minority member and may be served by any person designated by the ranking minority member. D. The Committee on the Judiciary is authorized to report to the House of Representatives resolutions, articles of impeachment, or other recommendations. Section 6. Adoption of House Resolution 917. House Resolution 917 is hereby adopted.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During the course of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on House Resolution 918.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is a sad day for myself, for the institution, and most of all for the American people. My duty today is one I do not relish, and I am sure that every other member of this institution feels the same way. Yesterday, the Rules Committee met and reported out a measure under our original jurisdiction. House Resolution 918 formalizes an inquiry into whether sufficient grounds exist for the House of Representatives to exercise its constitutional power to impeach the President of the United States. 3 months ago, at the direction of then Speaker Kevin McCarthy, 3 committees, those of Oversight and Accountability, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary, began this impeachment inquiry. Over the succeeding months, the committees have done their work and have done it well. But the inquiry is now at an inflection point. The 3 committees are nearing the end of their investigations, and the White House has chosen this moment to stonewall and resist the legitimate investigative powers of the House. Mr. Speaker, while I do not believe the House must hold a vote on the floor to initiate an impeachment inquiry, doing so may be said to be best practice. And so we are taking up today's resolution, which will formalize all impeachment inquiry that has already begun. This will ensure not only that the inquiry has the full authority of the House, but also that the House can enforce its subpoenas and ensure that the Biden administration can no longer refuse to cooperate with the investigation. I'll briefly describe the procedures for this inquiry. The resolution tasks 3 committees, Oversight and Accountability, Ways and Means, and the Judiciary, with continuing their current inquiries. It establishes procedures for conducting hearings and calling and questioning witnesses. It grants the minority equal time to question witnesses and the right to request their own witnesses. At the conclusion of their proceedings, it provides for the committees on Oversight and Accountability and Ways and Means to transmit their findings and supporting documents to the Committee on the Judiciary, which is the committee that traditionally considers impeachment matters. It gives the President the right to participate in the proceedings before the Committee on the Judiciary. Finally, the resolution authorizes the Judiciary Committee to transmit to the House resolutions, articles of impeachment, or other recommendations. The procedures we're adopting today closely parallel those the Democrats created in 2019. In fact, House Resolution 660 from the 116th Congress was our guide. After all, those procedures are now a precedent of the House. Mr. Speaker, impeachment, especially impeachment of a president, is a starkly serious matter. It is something that no member of the House should want to do. But the House has rights and obligations under the Constitution. We are charged with providing the oversight of the executive branch, and we are the sole institution in the country granted the awesome power of impeachment. It is a power that must be used selectively and wisely, and only after full deliberations. With today's resolution, we're ensuring that the House will be able to complete its inquiry. We will secure the evidence we need and uncover the facts we need to make the full and fair determination. And only at the end of the road can we make a decision on how to proceed. I take no joy in today's resolution, but I know the House will do its duty. We owe our committees, the institution, and the Constitution no less. I urge all members to support the resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are here for one reason and one reason alone. Donald Trump demanded that Republicans impeach, so they are going to impeach. These guys, these Republicans, they don't work for you, the American people. They work for Donald Trump. He says jump, they respond how high. This whole thing is an extreme political stunt. It has no credibility, no legitimacy, and no integrity. It is a sideshow, a distraction from the fact that Republicans have done nothing. They have the wrong priorities. The American people think they are failing miserably, and Republicans need a diversion. So they are weaponizing and abusing impeachment, one of the most somber and serious things that Congress can do to attack President Joe Biden. I get it. They're upset Donald Trump lost. Some of them still don't believe he lost. Many of them are upset that his violent insurrection did not succeed on January 6th. And today they want to finish the job. This is a continuation of their crusade to overturn the election. They have spent a year dredging up every conspiracy you can imagine against Joe Biden. And still, their own investigation, their own members, their own witnesses, their own internal documents all say President Joe Biden is a man of integrity who follows the law. Every single one of their crazy claims has been exhaustively debunked. Yet here we are. The only thing they've uncovered is that Joe Biden is a good dad, that he loves his family. His son Hunter lost his mom and sister in a terrible car accident, lost his brother to cancer. He experienced a lot of trauma, and sadly, he got caught up with drugs. And Republicans are weaponizing this addiction and using it to attack President Biden, a man of decency and integrity. Frankly, it's one of, if not the most despicable things I've seen in my whole career here in Congress. You know, Republicans talk about an open and transparent process. Give me a break. Yesterday, Rules Committee Republicans blocked Democrats from adding the words open and transparent to this resolution. They voted against requiring a single open hearing. They didn't even put our amendment in the official committee report. I've never seen anything like that. They're so afraid of openness and transparency that they are literally trying to hide our amendments from the public record. They don't want an open and transparent process. They're allergic to transparency. They want no transparency so they can go on Fox News, distort the facts, and keep this whole ridiculous charade going. Their whole investigation is built on lies. It's an extreme political stunt designed to distract from how incompetent Republicans are and how obsessed they are with Donald Trump, a twice impeached ex-president who's been indicted more times than he's been elected. How pathetic. With that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Oversight, Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support House Resolution 918. Joe Biden has repeatedly lied to the American people about his family's corrupt influence peddling schemes. He told the American people he never spoke to his son about his family's business dealings. He claimed there was an absolute wall between his official government duties as vice president and his family. He said his family never made money from China. All of these are blatant lies. Our investigation has revealed how Joe Biden knew of, participated in, and benefited from his family cashing in on the Biden name around the world. Since January, we have learned some of the following. The Bidens created 20 shell companies, most of which were created while Joe Biden was vice president. The Bidens and their associates then raked in over $24 million through these shell companies from China, Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Romania between 2014 and 2019. At least 10 members of the Biden family have benefited or participated in these schemes. The Bidens layered these payments through their bank accounts to hide the sources of the money. The banks even flagged many of these transactions in more than 150 suspicious activity reports to the Treasury Department. One bank investigator was so concerned about Hunter Biden's financial transactions with a Chinese company that he wanted to reevaluate the bank's relationship with him. He noted that his transactions served, and I quote, no current business purpose, end quote. That's what I call a shell company. According to Devin Archer, a Biden family associate, Joe Biden was the brand of the business. The brand showed up. Joe Biden spoke to his son's associates by speakerphone over 20 times, dined with foreign oligarchs and a Burisma executive, and had coffee with his son's Chinese associate, all when he was vice president. Weeks after Joe Biden left the vice presidency, money from this Chinese Communist Party-linked entity began to make its way to the bank accounts of several Biden family members. Based on one Biden associate's interview with the FBI, these payments were sent to the Bidens as a, quote, thank you. Ask any Justice Department public corruption investigator about the importance of payments received after one leaves public office. It's a hallmark of corruption. We are now at a pivotal moment in our investigation. We will soon depose and interview several members of the Biden family and their associates about these influence peddling schemes. But we are facing obstruction from the White House. The White House is seeking to block key testimony from current and former White House staff. It's also withholding thousands of records from Joe Biden's time as vice president.
Gentleman's time has
President
expired.
Biden must be held accountable for his lies, corruption, and obstruction. I urge my colleagues to support this important and necessary resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, well, Mr. Speaker, I need a map to get out of the rabbit hole that Mr. Coma just took us down. But if you want to know what an impeachable offense looks like, here it is. When that man, wannabe dictator, told that angry, violent mob to attack this Capitol building where we all are right now to overturn a free and fair election. This is what a smoking gun looks like. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. You know, the reason mysteries are called whodunits is because they start with a crime and then you have to try to figure out who did it. The Biden impeachment investigation isn't a whodunit, it's a what is it? It's like an Agatha Christie novel where the mystery is what's the crime? And that gets very tedious very fast. After 11 months of this, no one can tell us what President Biden's crime was, much less where it happened, when it happened, what the motive was, who the perpetrators were, or who the victims were. Maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen in Congress was yesterday in the Rules Committee when Congressman Neguse kept asking Congressman Reschenthaler what the crime was, and Reschenthaler, who's not on the Oversight Committee and is apparently just waking up to the joke, kept saying he didn't know what it was, but that's why we need an impeachment investigation to find out. And Neguse kept asking him, but what will the impeachment investigation be looking for? And finally, Reschenthaler said, a high crime or misdemeanor, and Neguse said, yes, but which one? Now, Neguse, of course, was involved in a real impeachment investigation of a real presidential offense, the incitement of a violent political insurrection against this Congress, against the Vice President of the United States, against the Constitution, and against the election of 2020. We did not need Sherlock Holmes and a magnifying glass to find the presidential crime with Donald Trump. It came right into this House and smashed us in the face. Now, it's true Chairman Comer has collected a mountain of evidence over the last 11 months, tens of thousands of pages of documents, dozens of hours of interviews with government officials, but all of it clearly shows that Joe Biden committed no crime. Even their own witnesses that they called to the only public hearing they had said there is not remotely enough evidence to justify impeachment. Chairman Comer has bragged on Fox News about procuring 100% compliance with his subpoenas. So forget about obstruction, which I hear them muttering about today. Mr. Speaker, I played a game with the little kids in our family at Thanksgiving. I asked them whether they'd seen my hen weigh. And when they said, what's a hen weigh? I said 4 or 5 pounds. It's a dad joke, and some of the bigger kids got it. But when I asked the little kids, like 3 or 4, if they'd seen my hen weigh, they said, what's a hen weigh? And I said 3 or 4 pounds, and they started looking for it. And when the other kids came along and asked what they were doing, they said, we're looking for Uncle Jamie's hen weigh. And then for hours, they were looking everywhere for my hen weigh, under the sofa and under the chairs, and it could go on for days like that. Mr. Speaker, we're all looking for the Republican Party's hen weigh. It just weighs 3 or 4 pounds, but it's costing us tens of millions of dollars. So please forgive me for spoiling the party here, but I want to say this to America. There is no hen weigh. And this stupid, blundering investigation is keeping us from getting any real work done for the people of America. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, the distinguished chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. This is a story as old as the hills. You got a politician who does certain things. Those actions then benefit his family financially, and then there's an effort to conceal it and sweep it under the rug. The best example is to go back to the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. 4 key facts about Hunter Biden's involvement with this company and Joe Biden's involvement. First, Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma. Second, he's not qualified to be on the board of Burisma. Don't take my word for it. He said it himself. Third, he's asked by the executives of Burisma, can you weigh in with Washington, with D.C. to help alleviate the pressure we are under? 3 days later, the Vice President of the United States, now President Joe Biden, goes to Ukraine and conditions American tax dollars for Ukraine on the firing of the prosecutor who was applying the pressure to the company Hunter Biden was on the board of. That's why we're going with an official impeachment inquiry vote today. That's why this needs to be investigated. There are two resolutions we're considering. Resolution 918 and Resolution 917 incorporated if we pass 918. 3 names mentioned in those 2 resolutions. One name, of course, is Joe Biden, President of the United States. But the other 2 names in Resolution 917 are 2 DOJ tax lawyers, Mark Daley and Jack Morgan. 2 guys we want to talk to that the Biden Justice Department says we're not going to let you talk to them. With this vote, we think we get to talk to those individuals. And here's why it's important. These guys, these 2 individuals, initially said there should be felony tax charges for 2014, 2015 in the Hunter Biden investigation. And that's important because those are the years when the bulk of the income from Burisma came to Hunter Biden. They initially said there should be felony tax charges for those years. Then they changed their position. 8 months later, they changed their position. We want to know why. Why did you do that? Why did you let the statute of limitations, intentionally let the statute of limitations lapse for those years? My theory is it's one thing to charge Hunter Biden on a gun charge in Delaware. It's another thing to say we're not going to charge, another thing to charge him on Burisma tax years, because that gets you to Joe Biden. That gets you to the White House. That's why we need this vote. The impeachment power, as the chairman said, is a power that solely resides in the House. When you have a majority of the House of Representatives go on record, that sends a message. We think we get timely participation from the witnesses we need to talk to and the documents Mr. Comer has been seeking. Finally, I would say this about this changing story from the White House, this changing story from the Justice Department. Today, Hunter Biden did a press conference. He was supposed to be in a deposition. He did a press conference. And at that press conference, he said, my father was not financially involved in the business. Well, that's an important qualifier. We haven't heard that. For 3 years, we haven't heard that. All we've heard is Joe Biden had no involvement. Now his son does a press conference when he's supposed to be being deposed and says he wasn't financially involved. Well, what involvement was it? We know there was phone calls, dinners, and meetings. What involvement was it? That's why we want to ask these questions with important witnesses. That's why this resolution is important. I urge a yes vote. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I need to get a decoder ring. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, every conspiracy theory we just heard has been debunked, not true, and distorted from the facts. Because this impeachment inquiry is political vengeance directed by a twice impeached, 4 times indicted president and carried out by extreme MAGA Republicans. Republicans rejected my amendment to require the committees to hold at least one public hearing. Why? Because 11 months and a mountain of evidence and documents gathered so far proves that President Biden respected the rule of law and fought corruption. Republicans want to continue a secret investigation so they can distort the facts. For example, Republicans tried to create a scandal about the $4,140 Hunter paid to his dad in 2018. What really happened? Joe Biden paid his son's truck payments while Hunter struggled with addiction. Hunter paid his dad back. A parent's love is never without pain. A parent doesn't stop loving a child struggling with addiction. Americans will see in those truck payments some of their own attempts to help their struggling kids. Shame on my colleagues for politicizing a parent's pain. Americans know what evidence of an impeachment looks like. The Capitol Police, who were battered and beaten as Trump tried to overturn an election, know what an impeachable offense feels like. This puppet show is more of the same attack on our democracy that we saw here.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished lady from Indiana, Ms. Hudson, also a distinguished member of the Rules Committee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today, on the very day Hunter Biden ignored a subpoena from this body, we will vote to take the next critical step in formalizing the House's impeachment inquiry into President Biden. For months, the White House and Hunter Biden have been stonewalling our investigation, trying to hide the truth. And this stonewalling is what's caused us to be here today. Like Chairman Cole said yesterday, it's deeply sad. It's a sad day, not something any of us want to be doing on this House floor, but it has become necessary. Following today's floor vote on HRES 918, the committees on oversight, accountability, ways and means, and judiciary will have greater legal position and subpoena power to fully investigate allegations of influence peddling and wrongdoing by President Biden, his family, and his associates. The American people deserve transparency and accountability. They deserve the truth. And that's exactly what they're going to get from this Republican House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I should remind the gentlelady that Hunter Biden was here today. He wants to testify in public. But Republicans said no because they wanted to do it behind closed doors so they can go on Fox News and cherry-pick facts and figures and distort the truth. Mr. Speaker, Republicans aren't interested in transparency in this investigation, and apparently the Rules Committee isn't either. In our markup yesterday, Democrats offered 9 amendments. They were all voted down by Republicans, but in the official Rules Committee report, contrary to years of committee practice and tradition, the majority left out descriptions of those amendments. So instead of reading, for example, that Republicans defeated an amendment to add, quote, open and transparent to investigative proceedings, members of the public will only see that Republicans voted down, quote, amendment number 4. Instead of defeating an amendment requiring committees to hold an open hearing as part of the investigation, the record will show that the majority simply voted down, quote, amendment number 5. Republicans are literally hiding Democratic amendments about transparency. You cannot make this stuff up. And this is especially shocking to me because it is so aligned with the way this committee has run historically under this chairman, and I'm deeply disappointed, and I hope that this isn't an indication of how the majority intends to operate in the future. So to make sure that these amendments show up somewhere in the historical record, I'm going to put the summaries in the congressional record, and I ask unanimous consent to insert for the record the summaries of our 9 amendments, which Republicans intentionally left out of the Rules Committee report.
Without objection. Gentleman reserves.
I reserve, yeah.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Just for the record, all these amendments are on the website of the Rules Committee. It's not like they're mysteriously hidden someplace. They're in plain view on the website of the Rules Committee. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, also a distinguished member of the Rules Committee.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. I rise today in full support of this impeachment inquiry. I hope all the public tunes in to the Rules Committee yesterday. My question, what are you scared of? What are you scared of? What facts do you not want to come out? That was so evident. You spent more time quoting Donald Trump, the January 6th, anything but the facts about what Hunter Biden and his family did. The checks don't make themselves up that are written to this family. The LLC accounts don't make themselves up. It's facts. And what more to come out that you're hiding is so evident. This resolution follows the bar set by Democrats during the impeachment proceedings in 2019. We're playing by the same rules the Democrats set. If Democrats thought this process was fair for President Trump, they should think it's fair for President Biden. And no, the Bidens are the evidence, I think, as things come out, will finally show what the trail is and the fact that there are consequences. You cannot just not say you're innocent and not have to prove it. So I fully support this inquiry, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, members should be advised that Joe Biden, not Hunter Biden, is President of the United States. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we all know why we're here today. The majority has no accomplishments to speak of. Their own members have said so, and the right wing is getting restless. So since they can't legislate and run on anything positive, they've decided to tear down President Biden instead. They have no evidence, of course, to support this inquiry, but since this majority never lets facts get in the way of a good set of Fox News talking points, here we are. Dozens of witnesses have sat for transcribed interviews, and every one of those witnesses tells us the same thing. There was no political interference in the Hunter Biden case. Nobody at the Department of Justice ever blocked the special counsel from bringing charges. Unfortunately, the American public does not have most of this story because Chairman Jordan refuses to release the transcripts from our interviews. In fact, of the 85 interviews our committee has conducted so far, he has released exactly one transcript. He knows that if he releases any more than that, his preferred narrative will crumble. The evidence simply does not support these baseless charges. So why is the MAGA wing of the Republican Party resorting to this political stunt? 2 words: Donald Trump. The likely nominee of the Republican Party, who faces 91 criminal charges in various courts, was also impeached not once but twice, and we had evidence. And whenever the former president is accused of wrongdoing, his favorite move is to accuse his opponent of doing the same. For this to work, of course, he needs President Biden to be impeached too. And so he asked his enablers in Congress to invent an impeachment, even if there's not a shred of evidence to back it up. And even if everything Chairman Comer said were true, which none of it is, an impeachable offense committed by Vice President Biden would not be under our Constitution grounds for impeaching President Biden. This is political hackery, not serious work. We should be focused on doing the work of the American people and not be distracted by pernicious nonsense. I urge all members to vote no on this ridiculous resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, also a member of the Rules Committee.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the Chairman. This is an impeachment inquiry, defined as an act of asking for information. Nothing more, nothing less. The inquiry is to further investigate at least 3 things. 1, the extent to which Joe Biden, as Vice President, was involved with the flow of millions of dollars from foreign companies and interests in China and Ukraine into the Biden family, into numerous shell companies, including Hunter in his involvement. Devin Archer testified the Vice President was, in fact, at Hunter's business meetings, and there are numerous emails and other evidence indicating that the big guy or dad was involved. 2, the extent to which Joe Biden has lied, to the extent of his involvement that Hunter all but acknowledged today when avoiding his deposition in a show press conference on the Capitol steps by carefully saying his dad was not involved financially in his businesses. 3, the extent to which Biden and his administration have obstructed justice by preventing Jack Morgan and Mark Daley with the Department of Justice from testifying to their involvement in DOJ and IRS deciding to slow walk 2014 tax charges and 2015 charges so the statute of limitations would lapse. All the more interesting in light of Hunter Biden being indicted just last week on 9 counts of tax offenses for failing to pay $1.4 million in back taxes after writing off hookers and sex clubs. All of which was only brought to light because a judge called the bluff of Weiss's sweetheart deal. By only providing 14 of 82,000 emails with pseudonyms, of which 29,000 were tied to Biden's family businesses. 3rd, by limiting the scope of witness testimony from Department of Justice witnesses over and over and over again. This is an impeachment inquiry. That's all. What are my Democratic colleagues afraid of if there's nothing to see there? Maybe that is all the more reason for the inquiry. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Ways and Means, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I rise in shock and frustration at our Republican colleagues' do-nothing Congress. Seinfeld would have called this the impeachment about nothing. They are leading the most unproductive session since the Great Depression, and after manufacturing crisis after crisis, weeks of trying to choose a speaker, and putting their record-breaking economic recovery, which is non-existent, under the spotlight, they think that formalizing a fishing expedition will dress it up enough for the American people to believe it. This is not the work of the Ways and Means Committee. The greatness of this committee has nothing to do with an impeachment proceeding, and how the Ways and Means Committee got involved in this baffles Republican and Democratic members of the committee. The truth is, it's been nearly a year and not a shred of evidence has shown any wrongdoing or interference by Joe Biden. Their recycled conspiracy theories continue to be debunked. They continue to mistake Congress, a legislative body, for a law enforcement body. In their only public hearing, their own witnesses conceded that there isn't evidence to warrant moving forward, which I have submitted to the record, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from South Carolina said we're trying to hide something. I moved in the Ways and Means Committee to have the whistleblower's testimony done in full public for observation. They turned it down. Meanwhile, we're staring at another Republican government shutdown at the beginning of tax filing season. Enough with this obsession with one person, Joe Biden. The Ways and Means Democrats, we are concerned about all members of the American family, and for the taxpayer that is about to be impeded because of the work that's being done on impeachment instead of on tax reform, this is where we find ourselves. Nothing here, no evidence, no wrongdoing after a year, a waste of time for the American people, a waste of time for a Congress that should be addressing the real problems of the American family.
And without objection, the gentleman's request is granted. A gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Cole. President Biden has hidden from the American people his knowledge of and role in his family's overseas business dealings. Even in the face of overwhelming evidence showing his knowledge and involvement, President Biden still refuses to come clean. So far, 2 key DOJ witnesses have failed to show for congressionally subpoenaed depositions after DOJ directed them not to appear. Other witnesses have refused to answer certain questions from investigators, and the Biden administration has refused to turn over many of the documents requested by Congress, claiming this inquiry was not properly authorized. Let there be no mistake. Today's vote asserts Congress's authority to conduct an impeachment inquiry and gather all the evidence to proceed with our investigation. The American people deserve answers. Here's what we know so far. The existence of multiple email aliases suggests that Joe Biden was deliberately trying to conceal his activities from the public, including one-on-one communications with a key Hunter Biden business partner during his vice presidency. We also learned that investigators were blocked from looking into potential campaign finance crimes by the Biden campaign. Hunter Biden had only known Kevin Morris, a Democrat donor, for 2 months before Morris started settling his tax debts to the tune of about $2 million, and then spent about $3 million more to cover Hunter's lifestyle. In the midst of the 2020 campaign, just weeks before Super Tuesday, primary elections that would decide the future of Joe Biden's candidacy, Morris emailed Hunter Biden's business associates, and there was, quote, considerable risk personally and politically to not filing his late taxes. But the only person who faced political risk was Joe Biden, whose campaign the whistleblowers had reason to believe Morris was speaking to. As members of Congress, we have to abide by campaign finance limits, and so must the president. Morris's millions in payments to cover Hunter Biden's taxes and other financial obligations appeared to the whistleblowers to be an illegal donation to the Biden campaign. Unfortunately, they were blocked from investigating further. Time and again, when investigators found a lead that pointed to Joe Biden, DOJ, they stepped in and prevented them from pursuing it. Just 30 seconds.
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for additional 30 seconds.
Thanks to the evidence released by the whistleblowers, the DOJ indicted Hunter Biden on 9 tax charges, including 3 felonies. Everything Everything the whistleblowers told us about the Hunter Biden tax case has proven right. I'm convinced they're also right about the links to Joe Biden they were prevented from following. Congress owes it to the American people to follow the facts wherever they lead and pass this resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Time magazine entitled "Absolutely Shocking. Impeachment Experts Say Biden Inquiry May Be the Weakest in U.S. History." And this article quotes Philip Bobbitt, a constitutional scholar at Columbia Law, saying impeachment, quote, is supposed to be the most extreme sanction in American politics, and if you reach for it every time you think it'll help you in the polls, I fear it will become degraded, end quote. Mr. Speaker, all the gentleman just said has been, what he just said has been debunked, and it's just nuts. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
To extort the president of Ukraine by withholding military aid unless Zelensky agreed to announce a sham investigation of Joe Biden. The evidence of Trump's impeachable offenses was overwhelming, and Trump was impeached. In 2020, after losing the election, Trump incited a violent insurrection against our own government. The evidence of that high crime was witnessed by everyone in this chamber. He was impeached again. And in 2023, Donald Trump is once again seeking illicit help in his campaign, this time by badgering Republicans to impeach Joe Biden. Even with no evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden, Republicans are all too willing to do it. There is a through line to all of this. Donald Trump will violate the law and Constitution to gain power and to keep it, and Republicans will enable him every step of the way, no matter how destructive the consequences to our institutions or to the country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished member from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, short of declaring war, impeachment is the most serious act that Congress can take. It must be confined to the narrow grounds established by the Constitution and never used to settle political differences. But the Democrats would have us simply turn a blind eye to mounting evidence of a family influence peddling scheme that implicates the president. This we cannot do. We owe it to the country to get to the bottom of these allegations, and that requires the House to objectively invoke its full investigatory powers, respect the due process rights of all involved, and lay all of the facts before the American people. Last session, the Democrats made a mockery of impeachment, and we cannot allow them to become our teachers. Shrill voices should be kept far from this inquiry, lest they undermine its legitimacy and credibility. Congress has an obligation to approach serious accusations seriously, and with this vote, we do so. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I'll tell the gentleman what is a mockery. This is a mockery. And we hear the same tired old conspiracy theories being recycled over and over and over again that have all been debunked. And to further debunk them, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in staunch opposition to this resolution. The Republicans have already spent 12 months on this exact investigation. They have obtained more than 100,000 documents, pages of documents, and dozens of hours of witness testimony. But there is simply not a shred of evidence proving any wrongdoing by President Biden related to his son or otherwise. So whatever complaints that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have about how the Department of Justice investigated a private citizen, Hunter Biden, you should ask Donald Trump and Bill Barr, who were in power at the time that this investigation was going on. So because there's no evidence, now we're going to move the goalposts, claiming an impeachment inquiry is necessary to gather more evidence. But Chairman Comer himself said earlier this year that he had received 100% compliance from the administration. And they can only cite to 2 low-level career officials at the Department of Justice who have not testified, even though their supervisors have. Just this morning, Hunter Biden showed up to the Capitol ready to provide evidence. The Republicans refused to take his testimony. So how can you sit there saying you need more evidence when you prevent the central witness in the investigation from giving you evidence? What are you afraid of? I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend, distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmon.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans have lost faith in the impartiality of the Biden administration. We have ample evidence that the DOJ, FBI, and IRS have refused to do their jobs. Americans deserve to know the truth, and Congress has a duty to investigate. The question is simple. What did President Biden know about his family's criminal enterprises and when? That is the question. That is why this inquiry is necessary. We've already uncovered that the Biden family received $25 million in payouts from foreign adversaries. Their scheme was simple. Foreign client has a problem. Client pays a Biden. Vice President Biden travels to the foreign country. Vice President Biden leverages U.S. influence to force favorable outcomes for the client. The Biden family earns their fee. That's the scheme. The proof of concept was Burisma in 2014, and they replicated it again and again. If President Biden was complicit, then our national security is vulnerable. His administration keeps stonewalling while the president repeatedly lies about his involvement. As a member of the Oversight Committee, I believe the evidence we have uncovered thus far demands further investigation. This vote is the only logical next step. I urge a yes vote. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman-Schultz.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this perverse, illegitimate effort to do Donald Trump's political dirty work. This resolution is nothing more than an extreme political stunt built on absolutely zero evidence of wrongdoing. The one thing it does prove is that Republicans are focused on the wrong priorities. This resolution clearly has nothing to do with protecting the Constitution from high crimes and misdemeanors. How do we know? Because a year of investigation, piles of documents, and a herd of the Republicans' own witnesses confirmed there is zero evidence of wrongdoing. Instead, the Republicans' wasteful witch hunt just confirms that President Biden is a good and honorable man. What this resolution really does is cover up a full year of do-nothing Republican policies that ignored our families' needs and neglected an array of global threats to democracy. Worse, this resolution tries to obscure the corrupt and criminal acts of the former president and wannabe dictator Donald Trump. This extreme political stunt is built upon the sick, twisted extremism of House Republicans and totally unmasks their complete absence of an agenda that helps the American people. I urge a no vote on this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 918. This year, House Republicans have conducted a methodical investigation into the alleged actions of the Biden family, including Joe Biden himself, in his family's foreign business dealings and foreign peddling schemes. As a member of both the House Judiciary and Oversight Committees, I can say that our investigation has peeled back layer upon layer of Biden family scandals and has exposed the safety nets designed to insulate the Biden family and Joe Biden from impending accountability. You know, there's an old legal saying, Mr. Speaker, that if you don't have the facts, you argue the law. If you don't have the law, you argue the facts. And if you have neither, you pound the table. What we are seeing from the other side today is that they want to talk about Donald Trump. They want to talk about January 6th. They want to talk about a perceived lack of transparency. They want to talk about how nothing is happening out in the open. Well, let me assure you that we have done this for months. We have done more in 10 months than law enforcement agencies have done in 5 years. So let's talk about the facts. $25 million have flowed to members of the Biden family. 20 corporate entities 9 members of the Biden family have received these monies. $40,000 direct payment to Joe Biden himself, $200,000 direct payment to Joe Biden himself, allegedly under a loan. We have WhatsApp messages, pseudonyms, fake email addresses, and 22 meetings in which Joe Biden himself met with Hunter Biden and his business associates. We have been stonewalled. We've even seen this today as Hunter Biden paraded onto the Senate side and did not come to a lawfully issued subpoena deposition in front of the House Oversight Committee. Now is the time for an impeachment inquiry. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
All right, good. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the MAGA majority is putting forward an impeachment inquiry even as their own leaders admit there's no evidence of wrongdoing. They've already reviewed tens of thousands of documents, interviewed dozens of witnesses, and nothing. Why? Because this has never been about the truth. This is about avenging Donald Trump. This is about undermining our democracy and influencing the 2024 election. President Ford once said, "Truth is the glue that holds government together." Mr. Speaker, it's truth that allows this chamber to function. Abandoning truth in favor of political gamesmanship creates nothing but chaos. That dysfunction isn't a byproduct of the majority's behavior, it's the point. They don't want government to function. They've sought nothing in service of the American people, nothing to lower costs, nothing to create good-paying jobs, to grow the middle class, to make everyday people feel more secure. What has the majority delivered? The kind of extremism that chooses rich tax cheats over working people, that obstructs the ballot box and hikes the cost of health care, that protects guns over kids, that bans abortion and criminalizes doctors, that rewards polluters and corporate greed and tells everyday Americans, you foot the bill. This sham impeachment is below the dignity of the people's house. It is an affront to the people who sent us here to work for them. What a disgrace. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donald.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Democrat Party is telling us that they care about taxpayers, but the son of the President of the United States is a tax cheat. He ignored federal tax law on purpose. He laundered money through 20 LLCs. He concealed millions of dollars of overseas money. And the only reason he was able to accomplish these feats of getting so much money into his companies is because the president is his father. That is it. If you're asking why we are looking for an impeachment inquiry, it is because there were 170 suspicious activity reports at the Department of Treasury, which we went and looked through, and every one of those reports said very clearly that there was evidence of money laundering and potentially tax evasion. There were hours of deposition. There's a web of LLCs with company names that have no business interest whatsoever. And then we have finally uncovered one example, Mr. Speaker, $5 million from a foreign company going to a joint venture partly controlled by Hunter Biden. Next day, $400,000 goes from Hunter Biden to...
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized.
$400,000 goes to an account controlled by Jim and Sarah Biden. Sarah Biden writes a check to herself, and then $40,000 is in a check to Joseph Robinette Biden, the President of the United States. That's your evidence. If you want to talk crime, bribery, co-conspirator to being to FARA violations, and we can go on and on. Vote for the resolution. Congress must investigate these crimes. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, a pattern is developing. If you'll notice, my Republican friends never talk about Joe Biden. It's all Hunter Biden. They seem to be obsessed with him. I don't know. They need to get some help. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
This impeachment is a continuation of the insurrection that came here on January 6th. This gang has never accepted Joe Biden as the president. And the architect of the idea that you could overturn the election is the current Speaker of the House. And then Donald Trump sent that violent mob here. It didn't work, and so now we're here, where they're going to try and use this House to overturn the election through this inquiry. The problem is they have zero evidence. The only crime is that Joe Biden blew out Donald Trump in the 2020 election. And that's a problem because this place is the largest law firm in D.C. with these lawyers working on behalf of just one client, Donald Trump, at the expense of everything else that matters. But I want to give James Comer some credit because after 50,000 pages of depositions and secret hearings and closed hearings, I think if we give him enough time, he's going to prove that Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son. And I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, the Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this fake, fraudulent, and fictitious impeachment inquiry effort. We are here today on the House floor wasting time and taxpayer dollars on an illegitimate impeachment inquiry because Donald Trump, the puppet master, has directed extreme MAGA Republicans to launch a political hit job against President Joe Biden. There is no evidence that President Biden has engaged in an impeachable offense. There is no evidence that President Joe Biden has engaged in wrongdoing. There is no evidence that President Biden has broken the law. We know that President Joe Biden is a good, honorable, and decent man, dedicated his life to public service, to making a difference for the American people. But the puppet master in chief, Donald Trump, has directed the sycophants to target Joe Biden as part of an effort to undermine President Biden's reelection. That's the pattern, that's the process, and it reveals that our extreme MAGA Republican colleagues have done nothing whatsoever when it comes to making a difference in the lives of everyday Americans. From the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have made clear that we are ready, willing, and able to find common ground with our Republican colleagues in a bipartisan way on any issue. But Republicans, this do-nothing Republican Congress has chosen to do nothing to solve problems for hard-working American taxpayers. Nothing on the economy, nothing on inflation, nothing on affordability, nothing on gun safety, nothing on trying to improve the quality of life of the American people. But what we have seen from the very beginning of this do-nothing Republican Congress is chaos and dysfunction and extremism being inflicted on the American people. When it comes to this fraudulent impeachment inquiry, more than 100,000 pages of documents have been produced and reviewed. Not a scintilla of evidence exists that President Biden has broken the law. It's interesting to me. I wonder how my colleagues in New York and California, who were sent here to make life better for the American people, explain this vote, which is not designed to improve the lives of the folks that we are privileged to serve, but but is a political hit job, a political stunt, political gamesmanship. The American people are tired of the partisanship, tired of the brinksmanship, tired of this effort to score political points on a partisan basis as opposed to actually making a difference. House Democrats will continue to put people over politics. We will continue to fight for lower costs, to grow the middle class, for safer communities, fight for reproductive freedom, defend democracy, and build an economy from the middle out and the bottom up as opposed to the top down. House Democrats remain committed to joining President Biden and advancing the ball for the American people, for the middle class, for low-income families, for working families, for all those folks who aspire to be a part of the middle class, for young people, for older Americans, for our veterans. We plan to continue to build upon the progress that we've made under the leadership of President Biden on behalf of the American people. And it's time for the extreme MAGA Republicans to join us or get out of the way. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman continues to reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This impeachment inquiry is a political stunt with zero evidence. We're here today not because of any wrongdoing by President Biden, but because Donald Trump wants revenge. Welcome to the Donald Trump Revenge Show. He's running a campaign promising to destroy democracy and the rule of law and will soon be found guilty of serious crimes. The American people will reject this toxic and disgusting agenda. That's why Trump's allies here in Congress are trying to rescue him. They're throwing everything they can at President Biden, from misleading leaks to outright fabrications and lies. They're even trying to sell debunked Rudy Giuliani conspiracy theories. And let's be clear, the White House has provided thousands of pages of bank records, statements from personal bank accounts, and testimony from the president's family. But none of this is enough for the extreme MAGA GOP. This is all to appease the con man and the criminal, Donald Trump. But make no mistake, the American people will see through this entire impeachment sham. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Neguse.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 90 seconds.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the ranking member. Republicans have had a majority in this House for 11 months. And what do they have to show for it? Nothing. No efforts to grow the middle class, no efforts to lower costs, no efforts to build safer communities. Instead, an effort to default on our nation's debt, 2 attempts to shut down the government, vacating their own speaker, and now a baseless impeachment that they are pursuing for one reason and one reason alone, because former President Trump ordered them to do so. You ask them to articulate what crime they are investigating, they can't give you an answer. You ask them to identify any evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden, crickets. Mr. Speaker, the American people, I can assure you, are deeply disappointed in the actions that House Republicans have taken for the better part of the last year. And this action is no different. I urge my colleagues, reject this farce of a process, and let's get back to doing the important work that the American people expect us to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure every American has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this entire charade is ridiculous. Speaker Johnson is about to send members of Congress home for the rest of the year. And instead of lowering costs for families before the holidays or protecting women's freedom to make their own health decisions, House Republicans are taking orders from Donald Trump to force through a partisan political impeachment with no evidence, no witnesses, and no wrongdoing on behalf of the president. Meanwhile, as we speak, Kate Cox, a pregnant woman from Texas, is being forced to flee her home as Republican leaders try to force her to carry her baby to term, who was diagnosed with a terrible condition that would result in miscarriage, stillbirth, or death soon after birth. We could have come to the floor today to pass legislation like the Women's Health Protection Act to protect women like Kate Cox and to prevent that kind of physical harm and trauma from being inflicted on women living under Republican abortion bans. But House Republicans choose impeachment. The American people won't forget. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I inquire how much time is left?
Gentleman has 3 3/4 minutes remaining.
3 3/4. Okay.
Gentleman from Oklahoma has 6 3/4 minutes.
Does the gentleman have any other speakers, or? All right. I'm happy to yield now 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Extreme MAGA Republicans in the House are on a Donald Trump-directed fishing expedition. In fact, they've been on a fishing expedition for months with embarrassing results. Nothing. No bites, no evidence for anything that justifies impeachment. There are no fish to catch in this Republican swamp. And good luck to all these Republicans who have to go home and justify a sham impeachment to their districts while telling them that we haven't passed the budget, we haven't reauthorized the Farm Bill, we haven't done a single thing that helps Americans live their lives. Instead, we're wasting time on bogus censure resolutions and bogus impeachment inquiries. We have 1.5 legislative business days left in the year. We should be passing bills to help working families, but that is not what we do under extreme Republicans' control. Vote no on this new fishing expedition. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are saying the quiet part out loud, and I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a Rolling Stone article from today entitled GOP Rep Explains Impeachment Push, Donald J. Trump 2024 Baby. I reserve.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from North Dakota, also the sponsor of the resolution.
Gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's what we know. We know that the President Biden's transition team ran interference for Hunter Biden and obstructed law enforcement's attempts to interview the president's son. We know that somebody in the FBI decided not to investigate bribery allegations against Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, provided by a confidential informant. That source is so important that the FBI has deemed him so credible that they opposed the release of the report and only agreed for a review in a classified setting. We know that the IRS investigators were not allowed to follow leads that had the potential to implicate President Biden in Hunter Biden's alleged financial crimes. We know that recommendations for prosecution of Hunter Biden were denied or delayed until the statute of limitations had run. We know that a plea deal was offered to Hunter Biden by the DOJ that offered him global immunity for crimes outside the scope of the charged conduct, and that plea deal only fell apart after whistleblowers came forward to Congress. Set aside for a minute the $24 million, the 20-plus shell companies, the payments to President Biden, and the changing narrative from this White House every time a new bad fact comes to light. Set that aside. These instances alone should concern all Americans, because it appears that people in the highest echelons of our government were running interference for the president's sons. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have an innocent explanation for every single incident. The problem is it's very difficult to see an innocent explanation for all of the incidents. The FBI, the DOJ, the IRS, and the president's political operation have all frustrated attempts to investigate the Bidens. Obstruction is a crime, and it's no less of a crime if it's being used within the highest powers of government to perpetrate that coercion. Take all of the politics out of this. There is no investigator in any jurisdiction in the world that would not continue to investigate this investigation with these facts. The purpose of the impeachment inquiry is for the House to authorize impeachment and strengthen its ability to compel testimony and document production in response to congressional subpoenas. This will allow the House to continue its investigation into whether President Biden changed U.S. policy due to payments received by the Biden family members from hostile foreign powers, or whether he knowingly allowed foreign powers to believe that the payments were being made and to employ the Biden family members would result in access and the ability to alter U.S. policy, or whether the president and the president's administration were using government agencies to obstruct investigations into Hunter and Joe Biden. This inquiry is warranted. It will put the House of Representatives in the best legal position possible to uncover the facts, and the American people deserve nothing less. I yield back.
It's back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm the last speaker on our side. Are you prepared to close?
I am prepared to close.
Okay.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this inquiry has nothing to do with Joe Biden. It's about the Republican Party and how radicalized and extreme they've become. They are allergic to truth and transparency. Republicans say this is not about a preordained outcome. It is. They are going to try to impeach President Biden despite the fact that there's no evidence against him at all. Trump sent a violent MAGA mob here to the Capitol to reverse the election results and certify that he won even though he lost. What they couldn't do on January 6th, they want to do with this extreme political stunt. They have contempt for our democracy. They want to finish the job. Republicans say this is all about process, about how the House will proceed. It is not. The truth is this process has already proceeded for 10 months. They've been investigating all year, obtaining tens of thousands of documents, hours and hours of witness testimony. All of it says no wrongdoing by President Biden. Republicans say the White House is stonewalling their inquiry. Again, not true. The White House has provided over 35,000 pages of financial records, dozens of hours of testimony and interviews. Hunter Biden is here to testify today, and Republicans won't let him because they want to do it in secret so they can cherry pick and distort his testimony. This whole inquiry has nothing to do with the integrity of President Biden and everything to do with the lack of integrity in the House and the Republican Party. No amount of evidence could convince Republicans that Joe Biden did nothing wrong because they aren't looking for the truth. They're looking for revenge. And I would just say directly to the American people, Mr. Speaker, that the Republican Party works for Donald Trump, not for you, for Trump. That's why they are pursuing this extreme political stunt. That's why they are doing everything in secret. They want to hide the truth from you because they know their whole impeachment inquiry is a sham. And it will evaporate into thin air when people realize what a pathetic joke it is. This shameful process has no credibility, it has no legitimacy and no integrity. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair and not to perceive the viewing audience. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. And in closing, I urge all my colleagues to support the resolution. We've heard a lot today, heard a lot about Donald Trump. We've had ad infinitum insults to the majority. We've had pejorative language. We've had pounding on the table. And why? Simply because we want to empower 3 committees of Congress to do what the White House asked us to do, that is, have a formal vote on the floor before we fully cooperate. That's all we're doing. If my friends are so confident, again, as one of my colleagues mentioned from the Rules Committee, what are you worried about? It's an investigation. It's open. We hardly talked about what the resolution's about, which is how we're going to proceed. And how are we going to proceed? Almost exactly as my friends proceeded in 2019. Their playbook, their play, their approach. So there's nothing unfair that we're asking to be done. Since September, the House has been engaged in an impeachment inquiry examining whether sufficient grounds exist for the House to exercise constitutional power to impeach the President of the United States. Today's resolution simply formalizes that inquiry and grants the House full authority to enforce its subpoenas. Subpoenas that have been denied as recently as today. You know, my friends have some pretty experienced lawyers on their side. Most of them would tell you it's better to have a deposition before you have a hearing, let alone a trial. All we're trying to do is get the needed people who have been blocked or refused to cooperate to come in and testify under oath before Congress. The resolution follows closely, again, as I said, the procedures established in 2019 and empowers the three committees to continue their existing inquiries. At the end of the inquiry, it provides for the Judiciary Committee, the traditional impeachment committee, to report to the House resolutions, articles of impeachment, or other recommendations. It's deeply unfortunate that we're here, Mr. Speaker, but today's resolution will ensure that the House can fulfill its obligations under the Constitution. And so it is with respect for the Constitution, for this institution, and for this great nation that we proceed. That's all we're trying to do today. We had very little discussion of that, but we ought to entertain that. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind everybody of a few facts. We have millions of dollars from foreign entities that have flowed towards shell companies that we didn't know even existed until the investigations uncovered that. We have whistleblowers, public servants of long standing that have come in and told us their efforts to investigate the either Hunter Biden or the wider schemes have been obstructed. We have lots of things to be concerned about. Our committees need to be empowered with the tools that are required to pursue the truth and then come back and tell us what they found and have a recommendation as to how we could proceed. That's all today is about. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
For what purposes the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1147.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 922 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1147. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Desjardins, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1147, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act to allow schools to participate in the school lunch program under such act to serve whole milk.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designee. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1147. It's Christmas time across America. For many, the season brings with it the annual return of cherished Christmas traditions, such as leaving milk and cookies out for Santa Claus and his reindeer to enjoy. As for my family, our traditional choice of dairy has always been whole milk. We want only the most nutritional option for Santa. The nutrients in whole milk, like protein, calcium, and vitamin D, provide the fuel Santa needs to travel the whole globe in one night. Whole milk is the unsung hero of his Christmas journey. Protein helps build and repair Santa's muscles. Hoisting heavy sacks of gifts up and down the chimney is no easy task. Calcium is vital for strong bones. It is calcium that keeps Santa strong and sturdy as he dashes from rooftop to rooftop. And vitamin D is essential to a strong immune system. Santa absolutely needs one as he braves the cold, wintry night. You see, it's not just the magic of the season that helps Santa deliver presents worldwide. It's also the fortifying nutrients of whole milk. Reflecting on Christmas traditions this year begs the question, if whole milk is a good option to fuel Santa's extraordinary Christmas Eve journey, then why isn't it an option for American school children in their lunchrooms? That's why I support Representative G.T. Thompson's Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, a bill allowing unflavored and flavored whole milk to be offered in school cafeterias. Since 2012, the National School Lunch and Breakfast Program has allowed only low-fat and fat-free milk options for American school children. This means 2% and whole milk have been excluded from the daily diets of an entire generation of kids. The USDA intends to finalize another rule which will further limit milk options. Anti-milk advocates advance one main argument against whole milk, that whole milk is bad for kids. Rather, milk has 13 essential nutrients that are needed for children to live healthy lives and succeed in school. It's an essential ingredient to growth and development. Research shows that whole milk is associated with a neutral or lower risk of heart disease and obesity. Moreover, the USDA contradicts itself by limiting milk options for young children. On one hand, it recognizes that children are at risk of under-consuming dairy. Yet on the other, it creates policies that will only exacerbate the problem. If Americans have learned anything from these past 3 years, it's that scientific authorities tend to contradict themselves. The truth is that whole milk is a significant source of vital nutrients for children's growth and development. The federal bureaucracy should never stand in between your children and a nutritious lunch. The Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act isn't about advocating for one type of milk over another. It's about providing parents, schools, and food service providers with the option to choose what's best for our children's nutrition. This act does not aim to diminish the importance of other milk varieties. Rather, it seeks to restore the availability of a wholesome, natural option that has been a staple for generations. This bill is about choice. It's a chance to empower parents and schools to make informed choices about what goes into our children's diets. Whether it's the nutritional foundation for Santa's journey or your child's math homework, let's not discount the benefits of whole milk. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to H.R. 1147, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. School meals are critical in reducing child hunger and providing children with the healthy foods they need. Milk, offered as part of these meals, can help deliver essential nutrients that are vital to a child's development. That is why it is so important that we provide students with the most nutritious milk options. Child nutrition standards for school meals, including milk options, are guided by the Science-Based Dietary Guidelines for Americans, or the DGAs, which are periodically updated based on recommendations from child nutrition experts and input from the public. The latest DGAs, along with the American Heart Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, and over a dozen other public health advocates agree that fat-free and low-fat milk are the healthiest options for children. Regrettably, H.R. 1147 attempts to legislate nutrition standards and disregard the evidence-based recommendations made by the DGAs. Furthermore, the bill would undermine the Biden administration's ongoing rulemaking to better align school nutrition standards with the latest science. This bill would allow schools participating in the National School Lunch Program to offer whole milk and reduced fat milk, violating the current science-based standards that protect children's health. Whole milk contains far more saturated fat, cholesterol, and calories than fat-free and low-fat milk. Conversely, fat-free and low-fat milk offer the same vital nutrients, including calcium, vitamin D, vitamin A, protein, and potassium, as whole milk. Nutrition standards must be guided by scientists, not politicians. If someone wants to offer one study or another to be considered, use the DGA process, not the political process. This bill needlessly inserts politics into a science-based process. Lastly, I'm disappointed by the majority's decision to depart from precedent by moving a child nutrition bill outside of a comprehensive child nutrition reauthorization. Rather than improve our nation's child nutrition programs holistically, the majority has decided to prioritize interfering with evidence-based nutrition standards for our children's school meals. For that reason, Mr. Chairman, I oppose the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to tell my colleague something that I think will be easy to remember about why we're doing this. Scientists/experts designed the Titanic. Amateurs designed, scientist experts built the Titanic, and amateurs built the Ark. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you. Well, we're making biblical allusions. I think just last week we were at this microphone talking about National Bible Week, and I think one of the phrases that you run across again and again as you read the Bible is that God promised Abraham a land flowing of milk and honey. I'll let the body decide what type of milk Abraham or the Lord was promising Abraham. I think I know. In any event, for some reason, as somebody who's been drinking milk my whole life, I can tell you a better tasting milk, and a milk that I think is more likely to be consumed, is whole milk. For some reason, the current administration is waging war on milk. The USDA's current restrictions on school lunches are limiting nutritious options for kids. This comes at a time when it's found that 90% of Americans do not eat enough dairy to meet dietary recommendations. Drinking milk leads to better bone health and lower risk for type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Additionally, milk stands as a leading and accessible source of 9 essential nutrients that children often fall short of. Proposed guidelines such as limiting milk options by age group and counting milk fat against weekly saturated allowance threaten to deprive students of essential nutrients. It is crucial that students have access to nutritional benefits of milk, and with these restrictions, they might choose to forego milk entirely if you have to drink the less tasty 1% or, even worse, fat-free milk. These proposed restrictions ignore several recent research studies examining the effect of higher fat milk consumption, which found that it is associated with lower childhood obesity, and concluded that dietary guidelines that recommend reduced fat milk versions might not provide a benefit in lowering the risk of childhood obesity, which we are all for. I implore each of you to consider the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2023 as a common sense solution to ensure that we have healthy children. Thank you for your attention, and I ask my fellow members to vote yes on H.R. 1147.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as you may consume to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Scott, for your time and leadership in this matter. I rise today in opposition to this bill. Monday night, the Rules Committee considered my amendment number 16 to H.R. 1147, which would have provided an alternative, a healthy alternative to our young people, people that cannot digest milk. I've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle suggest that this was a choice. Well, if there were a choice, then why not add soy as a choice? Soy gives the equivalent of the nutritional values as whole milk, but it does not have the negative impact that whole milk has on a large swath of people in our community. I will tell you those numbers. 95% of Native Americans have lactose intolerance. 90% of African Americans, lactose intolerant. 65% of Latino Americans, 65% are in fact lactose intolerant. Asian Americans, 90%. These are real numbers. This is not about taste. This is not about profit. This is not about bottom line. This is not about a powerful lobby. This is about the safety, nutrition, and well-being of our young people. We cannot ignore the impacts that ingesting or attempting to digest things that your body cannot, and what impacts it has on one's ability to concentrate or do well in the classroom. My colleagues and I formed a diverse group represented by chairs of the Congressional Hispanic and Asian and Pacific Islander caucuses and as vice chair of the CBC respectfully, we all firmly believe that the full House should be allowed to debate this important measure, making sure that we were given the opportunity on the floor to debate this amendment, which I believe, if given the opportunity to be heard, even the other side could have and would have been able to support. What's most perplexing is the denial of this amendment aligns with the purposes of the underlying bill to expand choice and to deliver healthy beverages to the school counter. Our amendment is based on the text of my bill, H.R. 1619, the Add Soy Act. It amends the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Program to strike the onerous milk note requirement to stipulate that USDA reimburse school districts to make a plant-based dietary alternative that is nutritionally equivalent to cow's milk available in school. Yes, a choice, a real choice. When Congress enacted the milk mandate 80 years ago, the United States was less diverse, and we did not understand the exact science surrounding lactose intolerant. Yet 70 to 90% of African Americans today are lactose intolerant. 90% of Asians, 95% of Native Americans, and 65% of Latinos are in fact lactose intolerant. The National Institute of Health reports the majority of all people have reduced ability to digest lactose after infancy. And it adds to its also very common in people in West Africa, Arab, Jewish, and Greek and Italian descent. Currently, if a student wants a nutritionally equivalent alternative to milk, they need to get a doctor's note or a parent's note to obtain plant-based beverage. Oftentimes, parents are working 2 jobs. Oftentimes, unfortunately, parents don't pay as much attention or as in tune and have the opportunity to get to the school or even have health care to go to a doctor to get a note. Should that child still be punished and forced to drink something that their body simply cannot digest? How do you concentrate in the classroom when you are drinking and attempting to digest something that your body cannot? What happens to that child when they belly up to the desk and have to study or pay attention, but their body is telling them that they've eaten something that does not agree with them? It causes problem, it causes ridicule, it causes the ability or inability to concentrate and perform at their highest level. Because of this high barrier to entry, kids often don't, and many skip school or don't do well in school as an alternative. If 75% of African Americans are lactose intolerant, which is true in my family, why should 3/4 of kids have to get a note if it's not a medical disability to be African American, it's not a medical disability to be Vietnamese American, it's not a disability to be Native American, it's not a disability to be Latino? Lactose intolerance is genetic. This isn't complicated. Kids should be given a healthy fluid beverage option that doesn't make them sick. Our amendment would have provided a sensible solution. Allow the USDA to reimburse school districts for soy milk, which so far is the only plant-based milk that has been recognized under the latest formulation of the 2020 American Dietary Guidelines to be healthy and nutritionally equivalent to cow's milk. Moreover, there's a primary reason that more than half of all children given milk is thrown into a cafeteria trash can, unused. Carton after carton after carton of discarded cartons of milk that have never been opened. Because at some point, kids realize this isn't good for me, and they don't drink it. So whatever nutritional value that you thought you were affording by giving milk doesn't happen if young people can't consume or digest it. Many kids don't want milk because it makes them sick. According to the USDA, 29% of cartons of cow milk served in our schools are thrown into the garbage unopened. This comes out to be somewhere around $300 million in annual waste of the taxpayers' funds for milk cartons. It's clear, not only is it a food waste issue, but a failure on the NSLP to supply food to kids that are consumed and meet their daily nutritional requirement. The present rate of food waste and taxpayer losses is unacceptable. I ask my Republican colleagues, do you think it is a good policy Is it good stewardship of our tax dollars in delivering good, healthy outcomes for all kids? And if you believe it is, then you should agree and recognize that adding a true alternative is a good thing. I remind you, it's not a medical condition to be Black, Latino, Asian, or Jewish, or other ethnicities. This is an issue of racial equity and inclusion, as well as tightening government spending and waste. It's both a matter of squandering tax dollars and a matter of fairness. The kids who have the least and who have the most difficulty raising their voices are being denied a food staple that they simply cannot stand. We must fix this. Let us strive to do better for the next generation and equip them with the nutritional sustenance at a lunch counter that can give them an opportunity to not just survive, but to thrive. I implore you, think about the children. Don't think about the profit. Don't think about the lobby. Don't think about the efforts of a winner or a loser. Let's put children first and make sure that we as a Congress recognize the value of fighting for those who have not been given the opportunity to fight for themselves. Add soy, create true alternatives. Do not force people to digest things that their bodies simply cannot. It is for this reason, and this reason solely, that I cannot support this measure without true alternatives. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself a minute. Mr. Chairman, we're very concerned about waste, and one of the reasons there is so much waste is because whole milk is not allowed, and children don't like the taste of skim milk. We are putting children first. We're not excluding soy drink. It is not milk. It is a plant-based food. It isn't milk, so you can't call it soy milk. You can call it soy drink. But it was under our first African-American president in this country that this was designed this way, and the First Lady pushed through these rules and regulations to exclude whole milk, which, by the way, my colleague says has an enormous amount more fat. Well, the fat content of whole milk is about 3.5%, and we're foisting on children 1.5% milk, which doesn't have a very good taste to many of them, and excluding them from 3.5%, and we do not exclude soy drink. This is about inclusion, and it's about equity. We want people to be able to drink the kind of milk they want to drink. I yield 2 minutes to Mr. Smucker from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, to Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1147, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, and I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan, bicameral, and utterly fantastic bill. I proudly represent 11th District, which is one of the largest dairy producers in the Northeast. In 2022, 1,300 Lancaster County farms produced 2.1 billion pounds of milk. I've visited many of those farms, and I've had many discussions with local school administrators about the importance of child nutrition, and we all agree that milk is a key vehicle for delivering protein, potassium, calcium, phosphorus, and vitamins A and D, especially for children. And let's not skim over the facts here. Whole milk is truly the cream of the crop in delivering these key vitamins and nutrients to growing children. Sadly, our nation's kids are not consuming enough dairy. We've seen a decline since we banned whole milk in our schools to receive those essential vitamins and nutrients. And we can only begin to calculate the impact that has on their long-term health. So let's not curdle away the opportunity to expand dairy consumption in our nation's schools and ensure our children are getting the nutrients necessary to grow strong bones and teeth. Mr. Speaker, all milk puns aside, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Expanding the universe of options for children to consume vital nutrients and vitamins is important for their long-term health, but also helps these kids be prepared for school, develop into adulthood, and cultivate a 21st century workforce. Mr. Speaker, healthy kids and supporting our dairy farmers are mutually important. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we received a letter from the National Alliance for Nutrition and Activity, which says in part that passing of H.R. 1147 would be a departure from the long-standing tradition of establishing food and nutrition standards for federal child nutrition programs based upon the findings of independent reviewers and the scientific community. These are evidence-based strategies to increase school meal consumption and, by extension, potentially school milk consumption that do not involve weakening nutrition standards. Changes to school nutrition standards should be guided by the dietary guidelines, not special interests, and as such, we strongly urge you to put children's interests first and uphold the science-based process and oppose the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act of 2023. Our children deserve no less. It is signed by the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, the Advocates for Better Children Diets, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Heart Association, the American Public Health Association, Ann and Robert H. Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago, Balanced, Center for Biological Diversity, the Center for Science and Public Interest, Chef Ann Foundation, Friends of the Earth, Healthy Food of America, Healthy Schools Campaign, Lifetime Foundation, the National WIC Association, and the Public Health Institute. I ask that the whole letter be entered into the record by unanimous consent.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, the author of this legislation.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you for your leadership and your support. I rise today in strong support of my legislation, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, which supports students and dairy farmers across America. Milk is an essential building block for a well-rounded and balanced diet, offering 13 essential nutrients and numerous health benefits. However, out-of-touch federal regulations have imposed dietary restrictions on the types of milk students have access to in school meals. Our ranking member is a dear friend of mine. We've worked together for I've been here 15 years, a little longer, but we've got a great relationship. We do a lot of bipartisan bills together, like we marked up yesterday. But I have to say, the only special interest here is our kids. And it's our kids that have been cheated out of the nutrition that they need. It's our kids who have, case studies have shown that the rate of obesity and being overweight increased dramatically after access to whole milk and flavor was taken out of the schools. 2007, 2008 was a baseline. 2010, Democrat-led initiative demonized milk fat. In 2020, 2021, there was a study of that same cohort, and obesity has gone up. Whenever this beverage. My good friend Louisiana, who was just here, spoke before. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own facts, their own opinion, but not their own facts. And the facts are that it's the underlying law that was passed back in 2010 by a Democratic House and signed by a Democratic president that quite frankly, required a physician prescription in order for health reasons. Now, that is a good part of the law. We didn't touch that. We didn't address that in this bill, so I'm not sure why he's talking about it. It's not germane to the topic that we're talking about today. That actually is the underlying law. The bottom line is that students and parents do have choice, and there's a mechanism to honor that. The only choice they don't have, though, is access to the most nutritious beverage, which is whole milk, and specifically whole milk and flavor. The waste that was noted, I appreciate the gentleman from Louisiana sharing how much waste there was, what that amounts to in cartons, half pints, what it amounts to in dollars, but that's because of the taste experience. It's not that these kids are throwing the milk away because it's unhealthy for them. It's just a terrible taste experience when you're drinking non-fat, low-fat, or non-fat milk. The students have been limited to fat-free or reduced fat milk since the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act was enacted in 2010. While some of my friends on the other side of the aisle have argued that we should not reform individual aspects of the child nutrition, it was that legislation more than a decade ago that singled out milk for regulation, which is why we're here today. There are several reasons why these top-down regulations are harmful to students and school districts that are forced to comply with them. First, we have seen students opt out of consuming milk altogether if they don't have access to a variety that they enjoy. According to the 2020 Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee report, more than 2/3 of school-aged children fail to meet the recommended levels of dairy. Well, no kidding. We took out the most nutritious, the most tasty, and made it inaccessible to them. Let's face it, the only way to benefit from milk's essential nutrients is to consume it. Now, we're not force-feeding anybody anything. This is about choice. And when students turn away from milk, they often opt for far less healthy alternatives that are highly caffeinated, sugar-sweetened, or lack key nutrients. Now, these regulations also perpetuate baseless claims that milk is bad for our kids. Research has shown time and time again that whole and 2% milk are not responsible for childhood obesity and other health concerns. In fact, these beverages are so nutritious that research shows positive health outcomes for kids who consume whole milk. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record 15 academic studies from researchers around the world, including from top institutions such as Boston University and Tufts, who have studied the health effects of full-fat dairy.
Gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
Thank you. These studies show, among other things, that full-fat dairy foods have little to no association with high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, obesity, blood pressure, or cholesterol. And in fact, several of these studies show full-fat foods help improve or lower negative health outcomes for children who drank more full-fat dairy beverages.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll use less. A minute.
I yield the gentleman an additional 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Whole milk, and additionally, since whole milk was removed from the school lunchrooms, the childhood obesity rate has increased according to the CDC and several case studies. Whole milk is not the problem. For our children to excel in the classroom and beyond, they must have access to more nutritious options, not fewer. Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act will allow schools participating in the National School Lunch Program to serve all varieties of flavored and unflavored milk, including whole milk. And it's important to remember that this legislation does not require any student to drink or any other school to serve whole milk. Rather, this legislation simply gives schools the flexibility to serve a broader variety of milk in the school lunchroom. And additionally, if students have a documented medical condition or disability that prohibits them from safely or comfortably consuming milk, schools are required to offer them an alternative beverage. This legislation will not change that standard. Proud to have 134 bipartisan co-sponsors from 44 states. And the bottom line is Whole Milk for Healthy Kids is all about ensuring students have the necessary nutrients to learn and to grow. And with that, I yield back, and I thank the gentlelady.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, could you advise how much time is available on both sides?
Gentleman from Virginia has 17 and a half minutes remaining. Gentlelady from North Carolina has 13 and a half minutes remaining.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Pennsylvania and I have enjoyed working together on many different bills. But on this bill, we happen to disagree. He has presented evidence on the floor that instead of being considered by members of Congress, really ought to be considered by the experts in the normal scientific process. If the school children are to get the benefit of his studies, tell it to the experts, not the politicians. I would hope that we would stick with the scientific process and keep the as we're doing, stick with the DGAs, and not the political process and changing the process by trying to convince members of Congress who are subject to political pressures on one side or another. So I would hope that we would stick to that process and not the political process. And if you have studies, show it to the experts, not the politicians. I reserve.
Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, the Vice Chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, Ms. Miller.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank Chairman Thompson and Chairwoman Fox for sponsoring this important legislation. I rise in support of H.R. 1147, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. This crucial legislation recognizes the nutritional benefits of whole milk for our children. As a result of the radical Obama administration policies led by Michelle Obama, only fat-free and low-fat milks can be served in school meals. H.R. 1147 would end this practice and allow schools to serve whole milk. Whole milk is a rich source of essential nutrients, including calcium and vitamin D, which are vital for developing strong bones and a healthy immune system. Studies have also shown that whole milk can contribute to healthier weight in children. I raised my 7 children on whole fat milk, and they're all within normal weights. And I also have recognized that children that have high fat diets stay full longer. I am proud to support this bill on behalf of parents, and I want to thank America's dairy farmers for producing milk for our families. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Recognized. Reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that there was a limit to what my colleague from Pennsylvania could put under general leave, and so I wish to insert 5 pieces under general leave and under my comments.
Gentlelady's request is covered under general leave.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia is reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, which will allow schools to offer both unflavored and flavored whole milk for students. Whole milk provides children with 13 essential nutrients for growth, development, immunity, and brain function. Whole milk also serves as the top source of protein, calcium, potassium, and vitamin D for children. I am a proud co-sponsor of this vital legislation, and I thank my good friend Chairman Thompson for introducing this common sense bill. For too long, poor federal policy has kept whole milk out of our school cafeterias. This common sense legislation puts the health and well-being of our children first, and as a father of 2 young sons myself, I am proud to support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to join me in doing so. Also, as a father, I would note that I see every day the illustration of how my children react to whole milk versus skim milk, and I would just give that firsthand impression. But I also would say the science supports it, and I would like to submit these scientific studies for the record as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's request is covered under general leave.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox, and thank you for yielding. I rise in support of the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids bill. As a doctor, I know the benefits of whole milk, and I know that they can have benefits for Americans of all ages. Whole milk is 96.5% fat-free, and according to a study conducted that lasted for more than 15 years and was published in the Lancet Journal of Medicine, individuals who consume more than 2 dairy products each day have a lower risk of cardiovascular disease. There are lower morbidity associated with those who have whole milk and whole milk products in their diet. The 13 essential nutrients that are found in milk are vital for the development of bones, muscles, and even brain tissue in our nation's children. By banning healthy milk products from our schools, misguided policies that were crafted and implemented by the Obama administration have led to students to turn away from milk and dairy products and turn to highly caffeinated and sugary drinks. Those drinks have very little nutritional value. Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District is home to the most number of dairy cows in our Commonwealth. Recently, I had the chance to visit Gallagher's Dairy Company in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. For the past 4 generations, Gallagher's has processed milk from 46 regional family dairy farms. These products end up with retailers, in grocery stores, and in schools across the Northeast. The Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act will ensure that whole and 2% milk processed at facilities like Gallagher's will make its way to school lunchrooms. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for nutrition by supporting this legislation. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mrs. Fox. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank the gentleman from Louisiana for painting a vivid and completely disingenuous picture of junior high school students being held down and having milk forced down their throats in a school cafeteria. I will also take the opportunity, I can't believe I'm doing this, Ms. Fox and Doctor, the milk fat content of whole milk is actually 3.25%, making it 96.7% fat-free. So when we look at the science, we read this definition. Milk means the lacteal secretion practically free from colostrum obtained by the complete milking of one or more healthy cows. The reason soy milk's not in there is because it's not milk. Neither is almond milk. Milk comes from a mammal. I strongly support this bill, and I'm looking forward to having our children have healthy, nutritious choices in their schools. And with that, I yield back. Thank you for your time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to co-sponsor the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act and urge my colleagues to support its adoption. After over 10 years of schools having to comply with a nonsensical ban, I'm excited to work on this bill to provide full-flavor, nutrient-dense milk to kids once again. Parents and physicians have known the benefits of milk for generations. Nearly 70% of milk consumed at home is whole, or 2%, because it actually tastes good. It's packed with vitamins, and most importantly, kids actually love it. I know my 4 do. Full-fat milk gives parents alternatives to soda that their kids actually want to drink, but kids have been strangely barred from having their favorite milk choices in schools. The result has been a decline in milk consumption in schools, and when kids are drinking less milk, they're losing out on nutrients that are critical for their healthy development. Milk is the top source of protein, calcium, phosphorus, and vitamin D for kids, and it provides 7 of the 14 nutrients the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends for brain development. The bottom line is that limiting milk in schools and reduces consumption of essential nutrients, pushes kids towards sugary alternatives, and has led to less healthy kids. As the representative for hundreds of family-owned dairy farms in New York, and as a parent to 4 kids, I have one special interest: the health standard of the kids growing up in our communities. And I'm excited to take this long overdue action to repeal a ridiculous ban. And I'm grateful to Chairman Thompson for his leadership to get the full-fat milk back in schools. I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bipartisan bill. And with that, I yield back.
North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, and my classmate, Mr. Costa.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and my classmate for 2 minutes. Let me
speak in favor of this important bipartisan legislation. The Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act is an investment, I believe, in our children's health and future. This proposed legislation, let's be clear, does not change the underlying law. The 19 years that I've been on the House Ag Committee, the school lunch and breakfast program has been and should be a focus of attention by the House of Representatives and the Congress. Why? Because we provide the support for the school lunch and breakfast programs. And why else? Because we want our children to have the most nutrition possible from lunch and breakfast. In addition, we want to deal with issues of obesity and issues of allergies. It's important for a healthy future. Now, let me say that I know a little bit about this. My family and I have been involved in the dairy business in California for 3 generations since the early 1920s. Dairy plays a critical role in the nutritional diet of children as a leading food source with nutrients that are critical for the development of growth. We must provide healthy, nutrient-packed options that children will actually choose to consume, ranging from non-fat to whole. Milk provides 13 essential nutrients, as has been mentioned, including 3 of the 4 nutrients of public health concern that involve calcium, potassium, and vitamin D. A few months ago, I visited the Fresno Unified Nutrition Center. Fresno Unified is the 3rd largest school district in California, 73,000 students. They prepare 45,000 lunches a day and 15,000 breakfasts at 85 school sites. It's a big undertaking for this nutritional program. And what we know is that for many of the kids, the breakfast or the lunch they get is sometimes the best meal they get in a day. So therefore, we need to be focused on this. Our schools must be equipped with the nutritional school milk options. We must be available and flexible to new scientific developments that are made. And when kids...
Gentleman's time has expired.
I'll yield the gentleman an additional minute.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized.
Our schools must be equipped with nutritional school milk options, and this is what this legislation attempts to try to do. When kids like their school milk options that are flavorful and tasteful, they consume them in the levels that they should. When kids, I think, like their choices for lunch or breakfast, America succeeds. And let me close by saying, everybody needs milk. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are waiting for one more speaker to come, so I will yield myself a minute.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I want to reiterate some points that were made before. We are not being driven by any special interest group lobby. We are being driven by the special interest group of children. We want children in school to have access to whole milk, which, as my colleagues have pointed out, is 96.75% fat-free. But it provides one of the most nutritious meals that children can have. We are seeing tremendous waste in the schools. We are not excluding soy drink. The policy that we are trying to overcome here by providing whole milk to children was a policy passed under the Obama administration. We're not trying to harm minorities in any way whatsoever. We want everybody to have the choice to drink a soy drink, whole milk, skim milk, 1% milk, whatever. We don't understand. Yield myself 15 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, this bill has been terribly mischaracterized by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. It's about healthy choices for children. With that, I reserve.
Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, could you advise how much time is available on both sides?
Gentleman for Virginia has 16 and a half minutes remaining. Gentlelady from North Carolina has 3 1/4 minutes. Gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I thank Chairwoman Fox very much for her leadership on this and very important issue. Mr. Chairman, kids love milk, but our schools have been prohibited from providing children whole milk since 2010, and frankly, it was based upon false science. Milk is a healthy choice for our children. It has 13 essential nutrients that kids need: calcium, protein, iron, vitamin D, potassium, and more. And compared to soda or iced tea, which kids will turn to without a healthy alternative, a carton of milk has only 1/3 the sugar as a can of Coca-Cola. We as adults and representatives need to give our children and grandchildren the options to make healthy choices. We need this legislation to put whole milk back in our schools. And, Mr. Speaker, would you be surprised to know that whole milk is 96.75% fat-free? To say whole milk is unhealthy for kids is, if you will, utterly ridiculous. Let's do the right thing by our children, families, and dairy farmers by passing the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. It's time to ask American school children if they once again got milk. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to close.
Thank you,
Gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that my Republican colleagues are attempting to make school meals less healthy by ignoring the latest science and undermining President Biden's work to strengthen school meal nutrition. The latest DGAs have already made clear that fat-free milk and low-fat milk are the healthiest options for children. And if anybody has studies or research to the contrary, they should submit it to the experts in the normal process rather than politicians. This bill goes against the dairy industry's recent commitment to ensuring students have access to the healthiest dairy options consistent with the DGAs. Mr. Chairman, we should be committed to ensuring that students have access to the healthiest dairy options in accordance with science-based guidelines. But H.R. 1147 contradicts this commitment by interfering with the independent process that aligns child nutrition standards with the latest science. I'm also disappointed that we're considering a bill that does nothing to meaningfully address child nutrition or hunger. This is in stark contrast to the comprehensive science-based reauthorization of the federal child nutrition programs that committee Democrats advanced last Congress to, among other things, strengthen evidence-based nutrition standards for school meals beyond just milk. Bottom line is that Congress should not inject politics into child nutrition standards at the expense of nutritious meals that our children need to grow healthy, and therefore urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 1147 and yield back the balance of the time.
Gentleman from Virginia yields. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I've seen a lot of bills mischaracterized on this floor in my time here, but I think this is one of the worst. Passing the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act would be a critical step towards empowering parents and securing our children's well-being. Whole milk isn't just a beverage. It's a vital source of nutrients essential for children's growth. Denying access to its calcium, vitamin D, and protein threatens to inhibit their development. To the anti-milk advocates, I have one thing to ask of you. What do you have against milk? If you scrutinize them closely, you might be convinced that Democrats are waging a war on dairy. The Democrat administration has presided over a 15% milk price increase in the grocery store. A Democrat proposal, the Green New Deal, calls for the elimination of cows for their so-called greenhouse gas emissions. A Democrat policy is slashing the milk available to newborns through the special supplemental nutrition program for women infants, and children by 4 courts. A Democrat interest group, PETA, has called milk a so-called white supremacist symbol. How patently absurd. Let's end the war on milk. Pass the bill. Together we can ensure that our children have access to the nutritional foundation they need to thrive and become the healthy, vibrant leaders of tomorrow. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment, in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as an original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in House Report 118-308. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 118-308. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, so the American people other than political spite. I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from...
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 118-308. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report Number 118-308, offered by Mr. Mills of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 922, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment prohibits schools from participating in the school lunch program under the Act from purchasing or offering milk produced by Chinese state-owned enterprises that may be operating here within the United States or elsewhere. As many of us know, in 2008, melamine scandal exposed systemic corruption and disregard for the safety standards within China's own dairy industry. This scandal resulted in the death of 6 infants and sickened thousands more, highlighting the devastating consequences of lax regulations and unethical practices. The evidence is clear. These enterprises pose a serious threat to our consumers' health, our economic security, and our national interests. We can't allow CCP enterprises to export their dangerous practices to our school lunches. This is an issue maintaining American control of critical supply chains that the Chinese state-owned enterprises have no business being in our schools. Florida is one of the largest cattle producers in America, and there's no way I will allow producers in my state to be compromised by the CCP or the PRC. If we fail to act, we risk losing our family farms and jeopardizing the livelihoods of thousands of Americans. This is not about trade isolationism. It's about protecting our children in schools from unsafe products, ensuring fair competition for American producers, and safeguarding our national security. The potential consequences of inaction are simply too great for me to ignore. And the quality and safety of food that we provide to our children is paramount, and we cannot compromise on these standards. We must be vigilant about our source and production practices of the product that we are present in our educational institutions and safeguard them from adversaries who do not share our same interests. By prohibiting schools from purchasing or offering milk produced by China's state-owned enterprises operating in the United States and elsewhere, we aim to send a clear message about our commitment to health and the safety of our children. Last year, over 30 million school children relied on school lunches for their nutrition. We've seen how the CCP has approached other industries, and we cannot allow such an important sector to become vulnerable at a time of crisis. Therefore, I urge you to join me in preventing the CCP-supported entities from infiltrating school lunches and a key American supply chain. This is a necessary step to protect the health and well-being of our citizens, safeguard our economy, and defend our national interests. Let us send a clear message that we will prioritize the safety and security of our nation's school children above all else. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman for Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield myself such time as it may consume. Mr. Chairman, nobody disputes that the dairy industry is a crucial part of domestic supply chains and provides an important economic benefit to the tune of over $753 billion to the U.S. economy. In 2022, just 5 states, California, Wisconsin, Idaho, Texas, and New York, collectively produced more than 50% of the U.S. annual milk supply. School breakfast and school lunch programs are already required to purchase domestic agricultural commodities and food products. Although exemptions exist, milk is produced in sufficient quantities in the U.S. and at competitive prices to severely restrict the ability of any school to purchase foreign-produced milk. To this end, the amendment does not fix the flaws of the underlying bill and makes no meaningful improvements to Buy American policies. We can make sure that Chinese milk is not breaching our supply chain with continued monitoring and enforcement of present law. The recent report found that Chinese seafood has been served in schools, highlighting the need for additional diligence in enforcing present law. I don't support the underlying legislation, and I oppose the amendment as being unnecessary and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized from Florida.
Well, it's interesting, and I understand that facts, for whatever reason, seem to sink in a lot slower on the left than they do in America's party. So I'll say this once more. In 2008, melamine scandal exposed systemic corruption and disregard for complete safety by milk that was produced by the dairy products of China. So it's interesting that you say that they aren't actually weakening anything when they had infants and children to the thousands who had died and were sick by their actual produce capabilities or incapabilities and capacity. So again, facts are a very finical thing. They are oftentimes slowly leaked in on the left. But you can't dispute that China's production of dairy has been less safe and less put under the regulations and rigorous streams that they do in American production under the FDA. With that, I go ahead and yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, does the gentleman yield back his time?
Gentleman yield back.
Okay. Thank you. I yield myself the balance of the time. Just to reiterate that present law requires domestic purchase, and so this is unnecessary. And if Chinese milk has gotten into the supply, we need to monitor that. It violates present law. And to suggest that we're ignoring science, the underlying bill is ignore science. That's the purpose of the underlying bill. So I would hope that we would reject the amendment and reject the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3 printed in House Report 118-308. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-308, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 922, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, Merry Christmas. My bipartisan amendment prevents the USDA from issuing any rule that bans any of the milk covered in this bill, including chocolate milk. This would ensure that all types and flavors of milk are available to school children and not subject to bureaucratic rulemaking. Some may ask, why are we focusing on this issue? Unfortunately, it's because the USDA has its sights on getting rid of chocolate milk in schools. It's now up to us to act. This summer, it was reported that the Department of Agriculture is considering a ban on chocolate milk in elementary and middle schools. USDA issued a proposed rule that would set a new nutrition standard for school meals. These new standards could limit the availability of flavored milk like chocolate and strawberry in high schools, while children in elementary and middle schools would have no access at all. For those of you with young children or grandchildren, go and ask them what they think about USDA's new rule. I think I can speak for most folks when saying that when I was young, chocolate milk was usually the highlight of having lunch at school. But this new rule would mean that roughly 30 million students who participate in the USDA's school meal programs would no longer be able to have chocolate milk or any flavored milk for that matter. According to the Journal of the American Dietetic Association, removing flavored milk from schools resulted in a 62 to 63% reduction in milk consumption by kids in kindergarten through 5th grade, including a 50% reduction in 6th through 8th grades. Milk is full of rich nutrients that support bone growth and development, and millions of children enjoy drinking it. We should not allow rules that would limit our children's access to delicious and nutritious products like milk and its varieties covered in this great bill. Come and take it, USDA. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan amendment.
Gentleman reserves?
I reserve.
For what purposes from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chairman, current law requires that school meals and beverages offered under the school meal programs be consistent with the Dietary Guidelines for Americans, the DGAs, which are drafted by an advisory committee of experts. These are evidence-based recommendations set to provide nutritional guidance to ensure children receive the most nutritious meals possible. This amendment would effectively undermine the unbiased, evidence-based guidelines of the DGAs by prohibiting USDA from doing its work and replacing that process with a process where evidence will be presented to politicians and we get to decide the science. It is critical that actual scientists and experts make the recommendations and guide the process in determining options in schools, and the regulations that are updated to align with current DGAs. Experts, not members of Congress, should be the ones determining the nutrition standards to ensure that our children get the healthiest meals possible. This amendment, like the underlying bill, reinforces the precedent for Congress to legislate on specific foods at the behest of one industry or another that would be served in schools. There is a reason that the school lunch program does not contain specific nutrition standards for foods and beverages, and that is to ensure that nutrition standards can adapt to the latest science and expert recommendations. Both this amendment and the underlying bill upset this policy and opened the program to politicization in favor of district interests and single food lobbies over the health and well-being of our children. The dozens of organizations, including the American Nutrition, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Heart Association, and a lot of others have urged Congress not to interfere with that process and to respect this science-based process. For these reasons, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, those experts, they've done us so well in the United States of America. Why are we $33 trillion in debt? Why do we have childhood obesity that is off the charts at this point? Oh, those experts serve us so well. Those experts that told us that butter is not good for us. Remember that a number of decades ago? Growing up on a dairy farm in western Wisconsin, I couldn't believe that they were telling us, the experts, that butter is not good for us. Well, all of a sudden, they're changing their tune on that. They told us that whole milk, we shouldn't possibly drink that. They're beginning to turn on that also and saying maybe that is good for our children. Yeah, the experts, they have done us so well. The reason I bring this before the House of Representatives is I did listen to experts. Those people that run the school lunch programs. I will never forget a day about a decade ago when I stopped at a local gas station in northern Wisconsin, and a school lunch director came up to me. I didn't even know her. She said, at that time, Senator Tiffany, she said, would you tell the federal government to get out of our school lunch program? We are throwing away so much food. That was, remember, Michelle Obama's school lunch dictates that she put in place, and the school lunch director said, don't do that to us. I had multiple school lunch directors across northern Wisconsin in my district say, federal government, stay out of our school lunch programs. We know what we're doing, we're trained in what we're doing, and we see what happens in our schools. This amendment should be passed, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of the time. And ask unanimous consent to enter a letter signed by dozens of organizations opposing this changing the science and the process. This amendment would make it impossible to update the science based on new evidence. We should be basing our decisions based on science, not what somebody tells us at the gas station. I would hope that we would defeat the amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's request will be covered by general leave. Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 1147. And pursuant to House Resolution 922, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 1147 and pursuant to House Resolution 922, reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. In a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the committee is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act to allow schools that participate in the school lunch program under such act to serve whole milk.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes still have it.
Rest the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution H-Res 927.
The clerk, title of the resolution.
House Resolution 927, resolution condemning antisemitism on university campuses and the testimony of university presidents and the House Committee on Education and the Workforce.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H-Res 927.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
It depends on the context. This was the testimony delivered by so-called prestigious university presidents when presented with the question, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your campus bullying and harassment policies? The context. What a disgraceful legalistic answer from academia's supposed top minds. As chairwoman of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, I'll tell you what never depends on the context. Defending the rights of Jewish students to feel safe on campus. Condemning calls to incite violence against the world's most persecuted ethnic group is always appropriate and never depends on the context. And holding smug university elites accountable never depends on the context. That's why I rise today in support of this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose is the gentleman is recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I condemn anti-Semitism in all forms. Moreover, calls for genocide of Jewish people has no place in reasonable discourse, and I condemn that too. I don't think such a statement would be necessary, but in today's context, it is necessary. These sentiments were shared repeatedly by Claudine Gay of Harvard, Sally Kornbluth from MIT, and Elizabeth McGill from the University of Pennsylvania during their testimony last week. Unfortunately, because of the 5-minute exchange towards the end of the hearing that was clipped and shared online without full context during the hours-long hearing, these university presidents' commitment to fighting anti-Semitism has been called into question. This is because during the clip, they answered the question asked. They made the mistake of believing the hearing was a serious attempt to ascertain what could be done to promote student safety on campus in light of the tension between the First Amendment protections of freedom of speech on the one hand with the Criminal Code, Title VI, and Campus Code of Conduct on the other. Some speech, such as threats, can be so severe as to be criminal. Other speech could establish a hostile environment on campus in violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Universities can establish codes of conduct prohibiting some speech while respecting the First Amendment. But any speech involved in the First Amendment analysis is likely to be reprehensible. The fact that it might be protected does not make the speech any less reprehensible and does not suggest that you even agree with it. A call for genocide of Jewish people is obviously reprehensible in all contexts, but whether or not it is constitutionally protected depends on context. Don't take my word for it. Read the article published recently in the Harvard Crimson, authored by Harvard law professor Charles Freed, formerly Solicitor General during the Reagan administration. In the article, Professor Freed states, and I quote, "When asked whether they would discipline students, or I suppose faculty, if they called for genocide of Jews, each president responded that the answer depends on the context of the utterance." He goes on by saying, "I've taught at Harvard Law School since 1961 and began practicing before the Supreme Court in 1985, 4 years as Solicitor General of the United States, and I would have felt professionally obligated to answer as the presidents did. It does depend on context." In the 1969 Brandenburg v. Ohio Supreme Court ruled unanimously that Constitution guarantees free speech and free press do not permit a state to forbid or prescribe advocacy of the use of force or law violation, except where such advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and likely to incite or promote such action. He continues that speech itself indeed is well protected. The three university presidents head private institutions that are not bound by every aspect of the federal constitutional restraints, but each institution in various ways has declared itself committed to protecting the First Amendment values over the years. So it is not surprising that their presidents would have answered that whether they would discipline or expel students for advocating genocide depends on the context. If one seeks to follow constitutional principles, answering this question certainly does depend on context. That's what Professor Freed said. That is the kind of analysis applied to any freedom of speech question. It's even being applied to former President Trump today. Was his speech on January 6, 2021, a crime of inciting violence, or was it protected speech? Incredibly, the university presidents were directed to give a one-word answer, yes or no, and they responded, as Professor Freed said he would have been professionally obligated to do, it depends on context. Regrettably, they took the question as an opportunity to seriously discuss the constitutional implications of a complex question. That was a big mistake. And for that mistake, we are considering a resolution to condemn them and ask them to resign. I also think it's important to put this resolution in context, because in 2017, after white supremacists walked through the campus of University of Virginia shouting, "Jews will not replace us," Democrats on the committee requested a hearing on that incident, and nothing happened. Meanwhile, the one who declared there were good people on both sides has been enthusiastically endorsed. We need to do everything the law allows to address antisemitism, Islamophobia, racism, homophobia, and other forms of discrimination on college campuses. This resolution is not a serious effort to advance that cause. I therefore oppose this resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Conference Chairwoman, Ms. Stefanik.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairwoman Fox for chairing last week's important hearing. There is a reason that last week's hearing, the university presidents of Harvard, Penn, and MIT made history as the most watched congressional testimony in history with over 1 billion views. And that's because their testimony was the most morally bankrupt testimony in the history of the United States Congress. When asked the very specific question, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your code of conduct on bullying and harassment? The world watched and the world heard their answers in horror. As the president of Harvard, the president, now former of Penn, and the president of MIT equivocated, dehumanized, and failed to answer yes. Anyone with a sliver of decency, humanity, and morality knows that the answer to that question is yes. President Kornbluth of MIT said that such depravity would only be considered harassment depending on the, quote, context. When pressed during her questioning, Penn's president, now former President McGill's response was shocking to the extreme. Quote, if the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment. Finally, Harvard President Gay, whose answer was the same, quote, it depends on the context. It was pathetic, amoral, and inhumane, and by God, the world heard it. And as I said in the hearing, it does not depend on the context. As attacks against Jewish students have skyrocketed on campuses across America, we clearly have tremendous work ahead of us, Mr. Speaker, to address this rot of anti-Semitism that is now rooted in our once premier higher education institutions. And we will not be deterred by this important work. This is why I rise today in support of my bipartisan resolution condemning the rise of anti-Semitism on university campuses around the country and the morally bankrupt testimony of those university presidents.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I give the gentlewoman another 30 seconds.
It is only a first step, but it is an important step. I commend my colleagues, Congressman Moskowitz, Majority Leader Scalise, and Congressman Gottheimer for joining to lead this historically important bipartisan effort to stand for moral truth. And I yield back the balance to the chairwoman.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, Ranking Member Scott, for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has dedicated most of her career to combating anti-Semitism and as the co-chair of the House Bipartisan Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism, I know well that anti-Semitism has been on the rise in our country for years. It was a growing problem before the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack, and sadly, immediately after that savage attack, anti-Semitism has skyrocketed, particularly on college campuses. What we have seen happening on college campuses is outrageous, and too many college and university leaders have totally failed in their moral responsibility to condemn anti-Semitism. They have failed to keep Jewish students and faculty members safe. That is shameful. And yes, I was appalled by the failure of the 3 college presidents to simply say yes. A call for the genocide of Jews is wrong, period. But I have no interest in meaningless resolutions that do nothing to address the underlying issue of anti-Semitism. That's why my colleagues should join us in crafting serious bipartisan legislation that will make a real difference. We don't need throwaway resolutions. We need effective solutions. If we're serious about fighting anti-Semitism, we need legislation to implement and codify the U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. We need to pass the President's request for $200 million in emergency supplemental funding for the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. We need to fully fund the Office for Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Education, not to cut that funding. And we need to strengthen our federal civil rights laws to punish all universities that fail to protect Jewish students. Until we do that, non-binding, politically motivated resolutions are not worth the paper they're written on. When anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, it harms us all, and it eats at the foundations of our democracy. I have always called out anti-Semitism on the left and on the right, and I will continue to do so. But I don't want just words. I want this Congress to take action and pass implementing legislation. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Joe Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Chairwoman Virginia Fox, a former college president yourself, who understands these issues. And I'm very grateful for Republican Conference Chairwoman Elise Stefanik, who is courageously leading this resolution that condemns anti-Semitism on university campuses. Most Americans are shocked at the insane campus anti-Semitism that has developed, and I reviewed this in a lead op-ed in the Washington Times, December the 7th. My analysis was, sadly, college campuses have descended from coveted citadels of intellectual freedom to illiberal sewers of intolerance and bigotry. Diversity and inclusion are a George Orwell 1984 implementation, excluding conservative thought. Over the years, as infantile leftists hire only other infantile leftists, the most extreme even hire more extreme, as each tries to do the other in leftism. This leads to today's suicidal derangements, even as the regime in Tehran, coordinating with war criminal Putin, develops missiles for a nuclear attack on the big Satan, America, which would vaporize college campuses. The solution for closed-minded intolerance on campuses is obvious. To liberate academia from denial of free speech, there should be the inclusion and diversity of more conservative academics overcoming today's blatant discrimination. All Americans in good faith want college education to be uplifting for students to achieve the American dream, and I look forward to working with my colleague, Congresswoman Manning. This should be bipartisan. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, a member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Grothman.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. Like most Americans, I happen to be in the room because I'm on the committee and was a little bit startled and stunned by the lack of concern for rampant anti-Semitism on the most prominent universities in this country, the leaders who were chosen to lead those universities. And we have to ask ourselves, why is it happening on our premier campuses? You know, I can go in Wisconsin, all the hard workers in the factories, all the hard workers on the farms, all the people working in retail. I don't see any evidence of this. As a matter of fact, I don't think there's anywhere in the state of Wisconsin I'd go and find this sort of thing. But nevertheless, we seem to be finding it on our universities. And the question is, why is that so? And is there anything out there would give an indication that you have a possibility of anti-Semitism? Part of it, I think, is coming from recent immigrants who are carrying grievances from long ago to the United States. But the more concerning one is the spoiled upper middle classes that make up so many of the college students and the professors that make up the college students. And I think what we're coming out of is what I'll call the bored upper middle classes looking for something to do, and the unhappiness out of that boredom that leads them to be anti-American, but also anti-Semitic and anti-Israel, because when they see the Gaza and Israel, they see one successful Western country and they see an unsuccessful, crooked country, and it leads them to be so mentally muddled up that they can't see what's wrong with the horrific murders that took place. So in any event, I condemn this. Thank you.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve. I have an additional speaker coming, but he's not here yet.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, a member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Kiley.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
For nearly 4 centuries, Harvard has been known for many great things. As America's first college, as the alma mater of 8 presidents, as the most fertile of ground for new ideas and cutting-edge research. Yet now, in this moment, Harvard has become known for a truly terrible thing, for anti-Semitism, for leading a 21st century American resurgence of one of the world's most ancient and retrograde prejudices. And this is in large part because of the words and action, as well as the silence and inaction of President Claudine Gay. We have all now seen the shocking testimony from last week. But to borrow a phrase from Dr. Gay, we need to also look at the context. The context of Harvard having the very worst ranking in the entire country for protecting free speech. The context of President Gay initially refusing to condemn the Hamas terrorist attack and then refusing to condemn the student groups that blamed Israel. The context of Harvard's woefully inadequate measures to protect Jewish students both before October 7th, but especially after, to the point that at the hearing, President Gay would refuse to even answer the question as to whether a Jewish student can feel safe and welcome on her campus. That Harvard has declined to remove President Gay even after Penn forced out its president speaks volumes about the singular failures of that university. Yet Harvard also offers a broader window into what ails higher education in our country. This is a moment of reckoning for American higher education. Our universities cost too much, deliver too little value to graduates, and have become the most intolerant places in American life. Now is the time for fundamental change to reform the American university, and this resolution is a first step. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, chairman of the Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education Subcommittee, Mr. Bean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the evil and hatred of anti-Semitism find its voice across American college and university campuses, and we have seen the full force of Jewish hatred grow as student organizations continue to celebrate the horrific October 7th terrorist attacks. These institutions have become hate factories that are quick to allow the spread of anti-Semitism, but slow to condemn it, if at all. Harvard President Claudine Gay even said calling for the genocide of Jewish students depends on the context when it comes to violating the university's code of conduct. Let me be clear. Today, the faces of modern anti-Semitism in American education are Harvard, UPenn, MIT. These institutions have gone from elite to elitist. At Harvard, if you use the wrong pronouns, that's a violation of their code of conduct. But violently targeting Jewish students and calling for the genocide of the Jewish people, that's acceptable Harvard conduct. The history of the Holocaust reminds us what will happen when hatred is met by silence. We cannot stand by while students feel threatened. It's more than a discussion, Mr. Speaker. It's a call to action, and that's why I'm proud to support Representative Stefanik's resolution condemning anti-Semitism in institutions of higher learning and specifically condemning Presidents McGill, Gay, and Kornbluth for failing to denounce the calls for genocide on their campuses. 17 times it was asked, 17 times they failed the question. Mr. Speaker, it bears repeating, anti-Semitism is not activism. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, a member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Wahlberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of HRES 927. Last week, America watched in bewilderment as the presidents of Harvard, MIT, and Penn were unable to say if calls for a genocide of Jews violated their harassment and bullying policy. Let's not forget campus leaders go after microaggressions, but suddenly, when it comes to anti-Semitism, they chose to remain silent. At that same hearing, I asked Harvard's president how she could rectify cracking down on faculty for saying there are biologically two genders, but maintain that calling for genocide is protected speech. The reality is, at these universities, free speech only applies to certain people at certain times, which is why these schools rank at the bottom of scorecards that judge freedom of speech. The inability of these presidents to condemn anti-Semitic rhetoric only encourages further harassment and jeopardizes the safety of Jewish students and ultimately all. They need to be held to account. I encourage adoption of the resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, could I inquire as to how much time is remaining?
Gentlewoman has 8.5 minutes remaining.
And Mr. Scott?
Gentleman for Virginia has 11.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitism on college campuses incident tracking from 2019 to 2023. 659 total reported anti-Semitic incidents on college campuses since October 7, a 700% increase compared to last year. This was updated on December 13th, 2023. Since the terrorist attack on Israel by Hamas on October 7th, anti-Semitic incidents against Jewish students on college campuses have reached alarmingly high rates, increasing by 700% over the same period last year. Hillel International has been working around the clock with our partners to report with their partners to address these incidents and to ensure that all Jewish students feel safe on campus. This is coming from a report from Hillel, which I would like to enter into the record, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, a member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, Mr. Williams.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I thank Representative Stefanik, my colleague from New York, for introducing this much-needed resolution. With issues as critical as mitigating anti-Semitism and protecting our Jewish community, it is vital that we speak today with moral clarity. Just days ago, in a hearing in the House Education and Workforce Committee, we heard shocking testimony from the presidents of what were once our most esteemed educational institutions. Each one of these institutions have more than 100 years of history educating our youth. One, Harvard University, is closing in on 400 years of history. These schools have an embarrassment of riches, billions of dollars in annual revenue, much of it from federal funds, billions more in endowments, no, tens of billions of dollars in endowments. They have the resources to reach any educational goal. When pressed on the solution to the problem of anti-Semitism, each of them testified that education was, in fact, the solution. Education is supposed to be the solution to anti-Semitism. Yet with all of that history, with all of those resources, with the esteem of our society and the world, these universities are ground zero for rampant, virulent, obscene, and inhuman anti-Semitism. The hearings last week exposed not only the lack of moral leadership at these schools, it exposed a sickness in the culture of our elite universities. If calling for the murder and genocide of fellow students for the crime of being Jewish is not immediately and completely repugnant, then there is no moral compass at the heart of these institutions. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this resolution, which, to my knowledge, would mark the first time in American history that the House of Representatives would vote to tell private college and university presidents to resign. And I want all of my colleagues to think very seriously about what this means for us today and in the future. We're all profoundly disturbed by the resurgence of anti-Semitism and racism in campus towns, including death threats, serious death threats against Jewish students at Cornell, and actual shootings and attempted murder of 3 Palestinian American students in Burlington, Vermont. We all want to express our outrage in House resolutions, which we've done more than 20 times as a House of Representatives, and numerous times even since October 7th. For example, on November 2nd, we passed House Resolution 798, which condemned all forms of anti-Semitism on college campuses, denounced any support for terrorist groups on campus, reaffirmed the free speech rights of Jewish students and faculty, and urged enforcement of federal civil rights laws to protect Jewish students against anti-Semitism. So why do we need this resolution? Well, the only thing new about it is that it would have the U.S. House of Representatives call specifically for the resignation of 2 college presidents, a call that has been slipped in at the bottom of page 2 of the resolution. This extraordinary passage comes close to being what the Constitution calls a bill of attainder, which is the unconstitutional imposition by Congress on a specific citizen or citizens of a criminal punishment or stigma by the Congress itself. Although this resolution is not a criminal punishment or stigma against specific citizens, it is undoubtedly a civil punishment and stigma against specific American citizens. How many of you would like the president of the college where you went or where your children go to be walking around with a congressional resolution telling them to resign? Everyone knows that this will be an academic scarlet letter and a professional death sentence for anyone carrying it around. Does anyone think that UPenn's President Liz McGill, who's already resigned in the face of Ms. Stefanik's ceaseless campaign to force her out, will ever be able to find another college presidency? Give me a break. Now, I hold no brief for the college president's overly legalistic, ethically tone-deaf answers awkwardly advanced in response to Ms. Stefanik's rapid-fire yes-no questions. It should not be difficult for anybody to say that in the age of rampant gun violence and lax Republican gun laws, which have put tens of millions of AR-15s into circulation in our society, anyone calling for genocide of the Jews or anyone else should be sent immediately a campus security detail to see if they pose the risk of harm to other people or if they need an immediate mental health exam. And if there's not an imminent threat, surely the call for genocide of the Jews by definition constitutes a hostile learning environment and should occasion aggressive disciplinary action. So where was the common sense on the part of the college presidents? But where is the common sense in the Congress of the United States of America, calling for the resignation of private individuals at private universities would be a dramatic and unprecedented departure for the U.S. Congress, which has never before voted to tell a college president to resign. Before we affix this lifelong stigma, reproach, and dishonor on a private citizen, do you think perhaps we should offer them some kind of due process? The kind of due process that even George Santos got, and that Donald Trump is getting all over America right now for his 91 federal and state felony charges? I request 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Should Harvard President Claudine Gay, who is the first Haitian American ever to serve in that position, and Sally Kornbluth, who is Jewish, get the chance to explain what they are actually doing to combat racism and anti-Semitism at their schools, and what they have done in their lives and in their careers to oppose anti-Semitism and racism, which are the gateway to destruction of liberal democracy? Do we care about that? Or is this just a bunch of drive-by talking points? Is it relevant that the Harvard and MIT boards have made unanimous statements affirming the leadership of their 2 college presidents? Are we saying that their boards don't matter, or they are indifferent to anti-Semitism? And the leaders of the Freedom Caucus know better than the Jewish president of MIT what anti-Semitism is? Now, I know these 2 were the presidents testifying before Ms. Stefanik, but are we sure that these 2 are even the worst in the country when it comes to bias and discrimination? Is this a one-shot deal, or, as Ms. Stefanik promises, is this just the beginning? Are we going to go through all the college and university presidents in America? And what about the CEOs of the businesses? Maybe they are not performing to her satisfaction either. And indeed, maybe there are college presidents who've looked the other way in not hypothetical cases of anti-Semitism and racism, but real cases of anti-Semitism and racism. What about them? Are we going to let them go, or are we going to go after them? Maybe we should determine who the worst are before we start using the resources of the House of Representatives to call for people to resign. Are there college presidents, by the way, who looked the other way when there was sexual abuse of college male wrestling team members, rape of students, or female gymnasts, or female soccer players? Are we interested in that now that we are superintending higher education in America? Now that we are the appellate review board for the colleges?
It's expired.
I'd like to request 1 more minute.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman's recognized.
Additional 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, are we prepared to become the National Academic Appeals Panel for college presidents, coaches, and professors? Or is that perhaps best left to the universities themselves? Maybe it's that we just don't have a positive legislative agenda of our own to lower drug prices in America, to get aid to our democratic allies in Ukraine against fascist imperialist thug Vladimir Putin. Maybe we don't have anything real to do, so we decide instead to go around and start lecturing to college presidents and college boards all over America. In the absence of a real program for America, the majority is filling our hours with censures, expulsions, motions to vacate the speakership, overthrow their own leaders, and of course impeachment of President Biden. For what? For doing nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. That's all that they give us. And this cannibalistic instinct they've unleashed now turns on private citizens, academic leaders who will wear the scarlet letter A so they can have some more press conferences. I'm voting no on this resolution. I yield back and thank the chair.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized. Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I am prepared to close, too, and I believe the gentleman will close first.
Gentleman reserves.
How much time do I have left?
Gentleman has 4.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous
Gentlelady from North Carolina has 6 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, a group invited by the majority in 2018 to testify at a hearing examining the First Amendment rights on campus, and a group that authors the free speech ranking the majority cited several times at the committee hearing. I want to enter into the record a statement from December 8th entitled "University Presidents Were Right to Condemn Hate Speech and Defend Free Speech."
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the letter, the statement goes that Gay was indeed correct on the calls for genocide of Jews were personally abhorrent and at odds with the values at Harvard. She is also correct that Harvard gives wide berth of free expression, even to views that are objectionable, and takes action when free speech crosses into conduct that violates our policies. Apparently, her sin was trying to explain freedom of speech to Congress and the American people. Supreme Court and federal law makes clear that speech in educational settings constitute harassment sufficient to result in expulsion or other discipline. It must be so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it effectively bars the victim's access to the educational opportunity. Had Stefanik and her colleagues taken time to familiarize themselves with the current law on free speech and frame their questions in terms of legal definition of harassment, they would have found common agreement with all three presidents. Mr. President, I condemn anti-Semitism. I condemn calls for genocide of Jewish people. I guess in this context that has to be repeated over and over again. I'm also concerned about the polarization of college campuses and the disturbing rise of discrimination and incidents on college campuses. And as I've noted, I'm skeptical of the majority's newfound concerns about anti-Semitism on college campuses because, as I said in 2017, after white supremacists marched through the University of Virginia grounds shouting, "Jews will not replace us," I do not recall the same level of outrage. In fact, I note that the endorsement of the one who declared that there were good people on both sides. I wrote a letter to the majority requesting a congressional hearing at that time, and our calls went unanswered. Mr. Speaker, I concede that the university president's testimony last week, when taken out of context, fell into the First Amendment trap that when you suggest that freedom, that speech is protected, therefore you must agree with it. No. You can believe that speech is protected, but also believe that it is reprehensible. And calling for genocide of Jews is reprehensible in all contexts, but it could also be protected. Mr. Speaker, they answered the question the way Professor Freed said that he would have been professionally obligated to respond, but answering the question as posed should not warrant calls for his resignation. We need to do everything we can do under the law to address anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, homophobia, and other forms of discrimination. This resolution fails to do anything to establish standards that can address reprehensible divisions in our society and on college campuses. So I oppose this resolution and urge my colleagues to also vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that Republicans need a lecture on free speech or freedom of religion. We do not need such a lecture on that, and we understand those concepts. Those are our first freedoms, and we are very keenly aware of those. Mr. Speaker, there are massive problems in post-secondary education in our country, and our committee is doing its best to address some of those problems and to do something about them. What we know, what we knew before the hearing, and what we know even more strongly after the hearing that we held last week, is that Jewish students are facing a massive rise in violence on our college and university campuses. According to the Anti-Defamation League and Hillel International, 73% of Jewish students surveyed said they experienced anti-Semitism on campus this year. That number is up from 32% in 2021. Yes, yet college administrators, like the ones who testified before the committee last week, are not acting to protect students. Now's not the time for campus leaders to sit on their hands. The only way to salvage American academia and restore a safe learning environment for its students is by rooting out anti-Semitism and standing up against hate. I thank God that the Committee on Education and the Workforce is up to the task. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 927? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, 2/3 being the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2365 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2365, a bill to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to carry out a national project to prevent and cure Parkinson's, to be known as the National Parkinson's Project, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 2365, the newly titled Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. First, I want to thank Chairman Rogers for her support of this bill and passing it out of markup last week unanimously by a vote of 47-0. I'm also grateful to my good friend and colleague on this bill, the co-lead Representative Paul Tonko, for his support and for working with me on this particular piece of legislation. Mr. Tonko has been a true partner in this effort to provide hope for patients living with Parkinson's disease, and I commend him for his advocacy on behalf of the community. In that spirit, Mr. Speaker, the Michael J. Fox Foundation has been a champion for this mission to fund research for better treatments and cures for over 23 years. Michael J. Fox has been able to use his own diagnosis and celebrity status to channel into over $1 billion for translational research. We have a letter of endorsement from his foundation and 30 other Parkinson's neurological advocacy groups and organizations, and I truly could not thank them enough for their support and grassroots efforts on this particular bill. H.R. 2365 is no-cost legislation. Again, I want to repeat, no-cost legislation that will unite experts from government and the private sector to develop a national Parkinson's project with the goal of preventing, treating, and ultimately curing Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's affects almost 1 million Americans nationwide, and it is the fastest growing neurological disease with no cure available, unfortunately. It costs our healthcare system over $52 billion annually, and that number is projected to increase over the next decade to $80 billion. We must do all we can to change that trajectory. Sadly, many of my close family members, Mr. Speaker, are among those who have been diagnosed with this horrific disease. This year in particular has been very difficult for my family as I lost my brother, Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis, to Parkinson's disease in May. As a primary care physician, my brother cared for his community and his family. He really did, and I'm so thankful that my friend and colleague, Anna Eshu, she's a godsend, suggested we rename the title of the bill after him in his honor, and for her strong support on this bill. My brother was an outstanding individual, in my opinion, a saint, and may his memory be eternal. Further, my mother-in-law, Theodora Dialios, also passed away just this past October after a years-long battle with the disease. She was a strong and wonderful woman. My uncle also had a diagnosis and passed away a few years ago. And my father, Congressman Mike Bilirakis, who was chairman of the Health Subcommittee under Energy and Commerce, Peter worked with him. He was diagnosed just recently. So this is for you, Dad, as well, and all of my constituents. Given these personal connections, I have made it a mission to enact legislation that will help Parkinson's patients around the country. And H.R. 2365 is the first step in that direction. Thankfully, we have been able to come together in a bipartisan fashion to move this bill forward, and I'm hopeful we will get broad bipartisan support in the House today, Mr. Speaker. This could also not come at a more critical time, as earlier this year, researchers were able to newly discover a Parkinson's biomarker that will help reveal pathologies and provide better understanding in research and development efforts. I truly believe we are on the brink of new breakthroughs for treatments and cures, and that one day we will completely eradicate this dreadful disease. But we must be proactive, and I cannot afford, we can't afford, none of us can afford to wait any longer. This National Parkinson's Project will provide an integrated strategy to support and coordinate research efforts, collaborate to prevent duplication, encourage development of safe and effective treatments, and review the impact on patients and their caregivers and families. With passage of this bill, Mr. Speaker, HHS will be tasked with the creation of a new advisory council comprising of experts in the field across the federal government and every related agency, combined with non-federal, this is how you do it, public-private partnership, non-federal appointed members represented by the patient advocates, specialist providers, clinicians, and researchers working in the Parkinson space. This advisory council will focus its efforts on an annual report to the Secretary and to Congress with an evaluation on the current efforts to prevent, treat, and cure Parkinson's once and for all. It will also provide recommendations for ways to reduce the escalating burden of this disease on patients and families, the caregivers, Mr. Speaker, including ways to reduce costs, improve health outcomes, and quality of care for Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries and our nation's true American heroes, our veterans, and better research, again, researching the underlying causes of this terrible disease. Lastly, H.R. 2365 will incorporate other neurodegenerative Parkinson's-related diseases, including the rare disease progressive supranuclear palsy, PSP. PSP is an extremely aggressive disease that progresses rapidly with life expectancy of 6 to 9 years after diagnosis and has no known cure or cause. But like Parkinson's, we can change that if we act now. I was so saddened to learn that our friend and House colleague, Jennifer Wexton, was diagnosed with PSP. Our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family, and her bravery is to be commended for continuing in Congress on behalf of her constituents by battling this horrific disease. She did so much. Again, Mr. Speaker, I thank her, Representative Wexton, for her support. I couldn't do it without her. Bipartisan support. Again, Representative Wexton for her support on this effort, and we are absolutely honored to be able to add her name to the title of this legislation as well. In the end, there has never been a better time to move forward with H.R. 2365, the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. I want to thank my good friend and Majority Leader Steve Scalise for helping put this bill on the suspension calendar this week. We really appreciate it. Accelerating the process. It's a no-brainer. We've got to cure this disease as soon as possible, save lives, and again, quality of life is so very important as well. Let's do the right thing for the Parkinson's community by getting this bill through the House floor to the Senate and enacted into law as soon as possible. Thank you so very much. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2365, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. These past few years, I have been honored to champion this legislation on behalf of the more than 1 million Americans living with Parkinson's. I first learned more in depth about Parkinson's from a friend who suffered with the disease. So when the opportunity arose to partner with Congressman Bilirakis on this meaningful effort, I jumped right in and made it my personal mission to get this done on behalf of the millions of people living with Parkinson's. As you may know, currently there are no treatments to cure, prevent, or significantly slow down its progression. Parkinson's is the second most common neurological disease and is unfortunately growing, and growing fast. I do want to highlight that there is hope on the horizon. Earlier this year, researchers discovered a new biomarker for Parkinson's disease. This is an exciting step forward, but much more research and coordination is needed. Our bipartisan, no-cost legislation will, for the first time, unite our federal government in a mission to cure and prevent Parkinson's, alleviate financial and health burdens on American families, and reduce government spending over time. This pioneering legislation is greatly needed. This bill will bring federal stakeholders and non-federal experts together to implement a national plan to prevent and cure the disease, improve diagnoses and treatment options, and lessen the burden for caregivers and their families. The bill text is modeled off the successful National Alzheimer's Project model, which brought together many parts of our federal government to improve the federal response. Once signed into law, this bill will do for Parkinson's what the national plan did for Alzheimer's, and bring together coordination, care, and research, all to help those with Parkinson's as well as their loved ones. This would help bring a strong focus to a cure, a treatment, and also prevention. It will shine a needed light on the suffering related to Parkinson's. Sadly, we recognize that environmental triggers are likely a part of Parkinson's, but so much still is unknown. More research and more coordination are critical to getting answers to these questions. I thank the Michael J. Fox Foundation for everything that it does, but especially all of the work that they provided on behalf of this bill. And thank you to the New York-based groups and advocates who stood by my side demanding action on this bill and giving a face to Parkinson's, and that mission and their journey was over a series of years. Together with patients, with families, and with medical professionals, we learned about the challenges of Parkinson's and why this bill is so desperately, urgently needed. Thank you to my good friend, Gus Bilirakis. Thank you, Gus, for working on the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act with me. It's an honor to work with you on this, and I know how much this means to you personally, and I thank you for your relentless work to push this forward. The loss of your brother and mother-in-law in the past year indeed have been a devastating blow for your family. I admire how you have channeled that pain and committed to making a difference so that we can bring hope to those with Parkinson's. I thank Chair Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone for staying with us and finding a resolution to move this meaningful bill forward. Thank you to Congressman Guthrie and Congresswoman Eshoo for your support as well. And I thank our committee staff for their hard work on bringing this together. Special thanks to Tiffany Gerasho, Una Lee, Waverly Gordon, Shayna Bevan, and Jacqueline Boland for all of your efforts. And in a special way from my personal office, Emily Silverberg, our legislative director, thank you for the resolve to continue till we pass that finish line. And thank you to Congressman Bilirakis' team, especially Chris Jones, for your hard work on this effort. I also want to thank our good friend, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton. Jennifer, we love you. Thank you. You have been there. You have faced a devastating diagnosis. And you not only joined this fight, but became one of the most vocal advocates fighting for the Parkinson's community. As many of you know, Congresswoman Wexton was first diagnosed with PSP this year, which she describes as a kind of Parkinson's on steroids. Jennifer, today and every day, you give a face to Parkinson's, and you are changing the future for those who have not yet received the diagnosis and those who will benefit from the national plan to end Parkinson's. We thank you. I thank you for your advocacy and for bravely sharing publicly about your journey. I value your friendship and am in awe of your determination and your journey. I understand that receiving a Parkinson's diagnosis has got to be truly devastating for individuals and their loved ones. It is indeed incumbent on Congress to ensure Americans know they will be supported during this frightening and life-altering time. Our legislation does just that and offers a dose of hope. This is a common-sense, compassionate bill that will establish a robust response to address Parkinson's and ensure that patients and their families receive the care that they need and deserve. By moving this forward, we will make a positive difference, improve lives, and even save lives. And for the millions of Americans living with Parkinson's, as well as their loved ones, I hope this brings much-needed hope. Hope has finally arrived, hope is on the way, and that's been the message of this whole effort. To all of my colleagues, thank you for your strong support and commitment to the Parkinson's community. I urge my colleagues to support this meaningful bill. It will make a difference, totally, to those who are impacted, and to the nation. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2365, the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my dear friend from Florida, Representative Gus Bilirakis, for his leadership and his excellent work on this bipartisan piece of legislation. We all admire you, my friend, and we thank you for your courage. This is the first ever legislation in Congress focusing on curing and preventing Parkinson's disease and ensuring quality care for those living with the disease. More than 1 million people in the U.S. live with Parkinson's disease, and there are no treatments to cure, prevent, or significantly slow down the progression. Whether you're living with the disease or caring for someone, Parkinson's takes a terrible toll on everyone involved. This issue is also very important to me. As a pharmacist, I have, through my career, experienced this with many patients. I also watched my dear friend, Senator Johnny Isakson, courageously battle Parkinson's disease for over 6 years. Fortunately, we have an opportunity here today to pass one of the single largest congressional efforts to address Parkinson's disease. The National Plan to End Parkinson's Act will build on the great work being done at places like the Isakson Center, named after Senator Isakson, to end Parkinson's once and for all. I urge my colleagues to do what's best for patients and for the Parkinson's community by getting this bill passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes of time to the representative from California, Annette Barragan, who is an active member on our Energy and Commerce team and a very strong supporter of this legislation.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Tomko, for your leadership. I rise in support of the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. More than 1 million people in the U.S. live with Parkinson's disease. Without a cure, this number will only continue to grow. Every 6 minutes, someone is diagnosed with Parkinson's, and their life changes forever. This diagnosis is devastating to patients and their loved ones who deal with the physical, emotional, and financial toll of this disease. I know this and its impacts firsthand. As a teenager, I watched my father battle Parkinson's for the last 10 years of his life. I also want to recognize our colleague and thank her, Jennifer Wexton, who earlier this year shared that she was diagnosed with a form of atypical Parkinsonians, PSP. And she has shared her story and has been an advocate to make sure that the bill got to where it is today. The National Plan to End Parkinson's Act, the first ever legislation solely dedicated to ending Parkinson's, is sorely needed. This bill directs the Secretary of Health and Human Services to lead a national project to prevent and cure Parkinson's. Our fight against this heartbreaking disease is nowhere near done, but we have the tools to start. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Falter.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. My friend from Florida, thank you. I stand before you today to express my support for the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act, which addresses one of the most pressing health challenges of our time, Parkinson's disease. It's a debilitating brain disorder that disrupts our lives and the families across our nation, including those in my immediate family as well. H.R. 2365 puts forth a much-needed proactive approach mandating Health and Human Services to formulate and regularly update a national plan coordinating efforts to not only prevent and slow the progression of Parkinson's, but to ultimately find a cure. This bill will help lift up hope for loved ones and caregivers impacted by the disease by enhancing the diagnosis, treatment, and care provided to those affected with Parkinson's. As previously mentioned, this includes supporting research for a new biomarker researchers recently discovered that can provide intelligence on the presence of an abnormal protein in the brain and body that's a known indicator of Parkinson's disease. If researchers can find these types of biomarkers in the brain and body, then doctors can better detect who has the disease or may be at high risk of developing it, and that can lead to earlier diagnosis and more effective treatment. Many people across the nation have had to deal with the emotional and financial challenges that come with taking care of a loved one stricken with this cruel disease. This legislation comes at an imperative time. According to the Parkinson's Foundation, nearly 90,000 people in the U.S. are diagnosed with Parkinson's disease every year. That's nearly a 50% increase over previous years. Today, nearly 1 million people in the U.S. are living with the dreaded disease, and that's projected to grow to 1.2 million by the end of the decade. The cost to families is devastating when it comes to medications, surgeries, and other treatments. There's nearly $52 billion per year in costs and lost income in the U.S. My friends, this is a cruel disease. My grandfather, Finley, my father, Gail, and my brother, Scott, have fallen prey to this disease. But there's hope. I urge my colleagues to join forces in passing this bill. Together, we can pave the way for the future, where Parkinson's disease is not a sentence, but a condition we've conquered through our shared dedication to the health and well-being of the American people. And this bill would not be possible without Representative Wexton. So I'll close by saying to you, my friend and colleague, there is hope. This disease may touch you physically, but it can never touch your soul. God bless. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
And we will find a cure, sir. We will find a cure. And I reserve the balance of my time. Right now. Not the balance, but I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield as much time as she requires to Representative Jennifer McClellan of the Commonwealth of Virginia, a great supporter of this legislation, and to do a special bit here. So thank you so much.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of my friend and colleague, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, to share her strong support and statement regarding this important legislation. These are her words. I rise today in strong support of the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act. As many of you know, earlier this year, I share that I have been diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP for short, which is an atypical Parkinson's, a kind of Parkinson's on steroids. Even those of you with whom I have never interacted one-on-one have witnessed my physical deterioration from my striding confidently through the chamber earlier this year to walking more haltingly and depending on my walking sticks this summer to leaning heavily on my walker now. In all likelihood, sometime in 2024, I will come to the floor in a wheelchair. Eventually, those of us who have these diseases will be unable to walk, talk, or even feed ourselves. We will require extensive and expensive institutional or in-home care, the cost of which will likely be borne primarily by U.S. taxpayers. Since my diagnosis, I've seen firsthand how Parkinson's disease or atypical Parkinson's can change everything, not only for those of us who suffer from the disease itself, but for all of the many people in our lives who love us and want us to be well again. The physical challenges are tough. In just 2016, I ran the Marine Corps Olympic distance triathlon, and as recently as last year, got up every morning during session to go to the gym with Chair Rogers and a small group of dedicated women members. My family has felt the impacts as well. My husband Andrew and I were supposed to be getting to the good part, and we're looking forward to enjoying our empty nest as our younger son went off to join his brother in college. Instead, he will be a caregiver, and we are looking for ways to convert the first floor study and half bath to a bedroom and en-suite, so that I will be able to remain in our home when I am no longer able to make it up or down the stairs. Instead of scuba diving together in the morning and sitting under a palm tree playing Scrabble in the afternoon, we will not enjoy a leisurely retirement a decade plus from now. I know it's been difficult for my sons to watch as their vivacious, cool, for a mom, confident Congresswoman mom goes through these changes and challenges as well. This is my family's story, but we unfortunately are not alone. There are over 1 million people in the United States who have these diseases and countless loved ones surrounding them. We did not expect this to happen to us, but it could happen to anyone. That is why this legislation is so critical. Today marks a historic step forward towards a world where no family has to endure what ours has. To my colleagues, friends, and those from across the country from whom I have heard an outpouring of support, I have been touched by your kindness and the desire for action from both sides of the aisle. If there's one thing we can all agree on, it's that we can and must do better to fight these terrible diseases. The past year has been a difficult road and an emotional journey for me, not only facing the great health challenges that come with this diagnosis, but also coming to terms with the fact that I have to give up doing what I love. I have spent my career uplifting the stories of those in need and fighting to serve my community, and I am proud to continue that fight on behalf of the broader Parkinson's community for as long as I am able. I am grateful to have a platform to be a voice for those struggling with this disease and to fight and help bring greater resources to the search for a cure. And the National Plan to End Parkinson's Act will do just that. This is not the end of the road, but a vital and necessary first step on a journey that will lead to a cure, or even better, eradicate Parkinson's and atypical Parkinson's altogether. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation and reaffirm Congress's commitment to finding treatments and cures for millions of families across the country. Mr. Speaker, I would only add to the words of Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, she is a fighter. Having served with her in the Virginia General Assembly, I saw her fight on behalf of others and turn their pain into progress. And now I am honored to serve with her as she does that with her own pain, turns it into progress to fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. And I join her in supporting this bill and asking our colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
No, I yield back, sir. Oh, I reserve. I'm sorry.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, so I'm prepared to close, but if the gentleman would like to any additional comments, he's certainly welcome to. Oh, you have one more speaker. Okay, I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now recognize Representative Fletcher from the state of Texas and yield her 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Thank you.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Dr. Emmanuel Bilirakis and Honorable Jennifer Wexton National Plan to End Parkinson's Act, H.R. 2365. This bill takes a major step toward preventing and curing Parkinson's and diseases like it, diseases that impact millions of Americans, including more than 67,000 people in my home state of Texas. I'd like to thank Congressman Tonko and Congressman Bilirakis for introducing this transformative legislation, which I'm proud to co-sponsor. And I would also like to thank the Houston Area Parkinson Society for the advocacy and the important and meaningful work that they do for those living with Parkinson's in Texas's 7th Congressional District and throughout the greater Houston area. And I would like to thank my friend and colleague, Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton of Virginia, for her leadership, for her grace, and for her inspiring example. As her classmate in the Congress in the class of 2018 and fellow William and Mary Law School alum, I have admired Jennifer since the day that I met her. Today, we honor her by naming this legislation for her in recognition of the work that she has done to advance this landmark legislation that will change the lives of millions of individuals and families affected by Parkinson's and diseases like it for decades to come. But it is Jennifer who honors all of us, who honors our Constitution and our country and our fellow citizens by her service and by her example of courage and commitment and citizenship. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Like to any remarks before I close? Any closing remarks?
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yeah, I'm prepared to close if you have no other individuals that are going to be recognized.
Yeah, I'll reserve
okay.
as well.
Before I make my final statement, I have a statement from Ranking Member Pallone that I'd like to have entered
Gentleman
into
is
the record,
recognized.
please. Yeah, this has
request will be covered by
been
general leave.
a very emotional journey. And in the words of Jennifer Wexton, this could happen to anyone. So any one of us could be touched by the impact of this legislation that will deliver efforts to search for better diagnoses, sounder treatment, and ultimately find a cure. But it's also about hope. And hope reigns eternally here with this effort so that folks like Jennifer will know, and folks from Gus Bilirakis' family will know that America cares, that she cares deeply. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is now recognized.
Thank you. I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the reason the Lord brought us here today was to do good things, and that's why our constituents elect us to do good things and work together for our constituents and, of course, for our wonderful country. I want to thank Jennifer Wexton, my colleague, for really helping me with this. We could not have done this without our bipartisan support. And Jennifer, I appreciate you so very much. And I want to thank my staff and the committee staff for not giving up and really being resilient and getting this done in a timely fashion. So we urge the Senate to do the same. I want to salute also some family members, my sister-in-law, Maria, who took care of my brother, Emmanuel, for so many years. He took care of everyone in our community, really, as an old-fashioned family doctor, and called them patients every night to make sure that they were okay, worried about us on a regular basis, the family, and never really cared about himself. God bless him for what he has done for our community, and again, for this bill. I want to thank also my nieces, Evelyn and Stella, and I want to thank my lovely, wonderful wife for taking care of my mother-in-law for so many years. This is quite an accomplishment. Again, if we couldn't do it without Representative Tonko, and again, Anna Ashew, and our ranking member Pallone, and of course, my chairman, my wonderful chairman, Kathy McMorris Rogers. So with that, Mr. Speaker, why don't we go ahead and close and get this done? I urge support, unanimous support for this wonderful bill that will do so much. And again, with Michael J. Fox's help, and he's done so much so far, we will find a cure. Thank you, and I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2365 as amended? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Chairman requests the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Passage of H.R. 1147, ordering the previous question on House Resolution 918. Adoption of House Resolution 918, and the motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 927. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 1147, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 103, H.R. 1147. A bill to amend the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act to allow schools that participate in the school lunch program under such act to serve whole milk.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 330, the nays are 99. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 918, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 918, resolution directing certain committees to continue their ongoing investigations as part of the existing House of Representatives inquiry into whether sufficient grounds exist for the House of Representatives to exercise its constitutional power to impeach Joseph Biden, President of the United States of America, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 212. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 212. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 927, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 927, Resolution condemning anti-Semitism on university campuses and the testimony of university presidents in the House Committee on Education and the Workforce.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 303, the nays are 126, 3 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 6 of House Resolution 918, House Resolution 917 is considered as adopted.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bills.
H.R. 1734, an act to require the Coordinated National Institute of Standards and Technology, science and research activities regarding illicit drugs containing xylazine, novel synthetic opioids, and other substances of concern and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker.
The House will be in order.
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 3721.
Request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard Time for those people listening in Montana.
Without objection. Will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does a gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. Order. Shh.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the hard workers of a Georgia establishment that was named among the best new restaurants of 2023. Food magazine, Bon Appetit, released its picks for the best new restaurants of 2023, forming the list from various places around the country that they state represent the very best of dining. Brochu's family tradition in Savannah is a part of this list. Chef Andrew Brochu spent years in Chicago fine dining, ultimately deciding to open his first restaurant in Savannah, the hometown of his business partner and wife, Sophie Brochu. The restaurant, situated in a former 1930s grocery store, is full of charming details that will remind you of the South almost as much as the food will. With innovative takes on East Coast favorites, the food is reminiscent of the backyard gatherings and family dinner parties of Andrew's youth. I would like to again offer my congratulations to Brochu's family tradition, and I wish them the best of luck going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Georgia New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the Gun Violence and Prevention Community Safety Act.
This bill would take important steps towards ending the epidemic of gun violence in our country. It would create a license gun owners would need to get before the purchase of a firearm. It would require universal background checks and close loopholes to avoid them. It would ban individuals who present a safety risk from owning a gun. It would raise the minimum age for buying a gun and establish a 7-day waiting period before a gun purchase could be made. It would ban military-style assault weapons and ghost guns. And it would hold the gun industry accountable for the harm their products cause society. And it would provide funding for federal research into gun violence. We must do something to stop this country's epidemic of gun violence. The longer we wait, the more lives we lose. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Brother Henry, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to honor Yeoman Third Class William Osborne. Yeoman Osborne went to Maryville College, go Scots, where he majored in psychology and played for the football team all 4 years and served as co-captain during his senior year. After graduating, he joined the Naval Reserve and went to boot camp, then served 1 year in the reserves and 2 years on active duty. In September 1970, he got a job as a probation and parole officer trainee in Virginia, then worked at Virginia State Penitentiary, and after that he drilled on a World War II destroyer. Around this time, the Navy was under pressure to do something about troops returning from Vietnam with substance abuse issues. Since Yeoman Osborne had a degree in psychology and experience working with people with drug addictions, he was selected as part of a team who received training as a substance abuse counselor. He went on to get his master's degree in education and his PhD in public policy and administration. He had a great career as a criminal justice educator. He is currently enjoying retirement with his wife Maureen and living in Knoxville close to his son Patrick and his wife Jessica and their 2 children. He also has another son Ryan who lives in North Carolina. It is my honor to recognize Yeoman William Osborne as the Tennessee 2nd District's December 2023 Veteran of the Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate the new California Division 4AA football champions, the SoCal High Knights. This is the first team from Santa Cruz County to win a state football title. Head coach Dwight Laurie, a former defensive back for the San Diego Chargers, took the team over 6 years ago, and ever since he's been working with these young men day in and day out to get them better and better to dominate the Pacific Coast Athletic League. This season, though, SoCal only lost 2 games with their last defeat on September 22nd. Since then, they went undefeated, extending their 5-game winning streak into the postseason and ultimately to the championship title at Pasadena City College, defeating the Jurapa Hills High School 28-7. The Knights' superior defense was on full display as well as the passing game, and all the while, 1,000 fans cheered them on. We on the Central Coast are very proud of the SoCal Knights, and as a United States representative for California's 19th Congressional District, and as someone who played high school football against SoCal, I'm proud to celebrate the school's well-earned victory. Congratulations, go Knights.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like you to ask unanimous consent to speak for a minute.
Without objection.
Over the next month, there's going to be more discussion with regard to what's going on in Ukraine and whether we should have more Ukraine aid. I will emphasize again, there is not enough discussion about how this war is going to end, because eventually all wars end. I think if you talk to the Biden administration, they have no plan, no vision as to what that war is going to look like a month from now or a year from now. The one thing I'm going to point out is that you're dealing with 2 countries who already have a shortage of young people who should want this war to end. Ukraine has the 2nd lowest birth rate in the world. There's also a low birth rate in Russia, and a lot of people are moving to the United States. But during the Korean War, a bloodier war than this, President Eisenhower had a negotiation with the North Koreans and Red China, arguably the two most evil regimes in the last century. But he didn't say, oh, we can't negotiate with Putin. He negotiated with completely evil people, and tens of thousands of Koreans are probably alive today because of what President Eisenhower did. Thank you.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute
Without objection.
and ask unanimous consent. I rise in opposition and join with the opposition to H.Res. 918, directing certain committees to proceed with an impeachment inquiry of President Biden. As we all know how serious this is, let me remind you that Article 2 of the Constitution says that a president shall remove from office on impeachment for conviction of treason, bribery, other high crimes, and misdemeanors. And Article 2 says also requires that the president take care that the laws are faithfully executed. There is no charge or challenge or facts that the president has not executed his job carefully, that he has committed high crimes and misdemeanors and treason. In fact, out of 35,000 pages of financial records, 2,000 pages of Treasury records, 36 hours of testimony, and a number of witnesses, tens of thousands of VP area emails, there is nothing. This is extreme, a political stunt, no evidence worthy of putting forward this impeachment. And in the words of an outstanding scholar, Professor Michael Gerhardt, in other words, an impeachment proceeding, including the initiation of an impeachment inquiry, must rise above petty partisanship. We cannot do this under the circumstances of petty partisanship. Mr. Biden should not be impeached.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Mr. Lloyd Kenneth Rogers of Alexandria, Kentucky, who passed away on December 8, 2022, at 90 years of age. Lloyd Rogers rose from adversity to live a life of notable achievement and civil service. Lloyd was raised in an orphanage in Kentucky, the same orphanage where he met his wife, Blanche, whom he was married to for 75 years. Lloyd served in 9 years in the U.S. Navy during the Korean War. Then he came back to Kentucky and he ran and won a seat as judge executive of Campbell County, where he served in a civilian capacity. And then later, he worked as my director of Veterans Affairs in my congressional office, where he was committed to helping others, former service members. Lloyd also aided in crafting legislation that most of my House colleagues are familiar with. That's right. Lloyd Rogers wrote the first draft of the regulations from the Executive in Need of Scrutiny Act, otherwise known as the REINS Act. I saw the first draft of this bill in his basement on his personal computer. He wrote it himself because he was concerned about overreach of the executive, having served his country in the military, having served as an executive himself, and he gave it to the congressman before me who introduced the bill. I pay tribute today to a mentor and a friend and send his family, especially his son Dennis, my deepest condolences. I commend Lloyd for his unwavering commitment to his country and to his community. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I am incredibly proud today to introduce the Clean Electricity and Transmission Acceleration Act with my friend Congressman Mike Levin to remove the financial and regulatory barriers that are delaying the clean and cheap energy transition. See, for too long, U.S. energy policy has been focused on putting the interests of energy producers and exporters first, which is good for a small minority of Americans, but is actually opposed to the interest of the majority of us who are energy consumers. Because here's the thing. Every new wind turbine, every solar panel, every geothermal plant, every hydro plant is a threat to oil, gas, and coal producers who cannot compete against free. And every EV charger, every heat pump, every LED light is a threat to people who make money off inefficiency. But for consumers to realize those benefits and for entrepreneurs to access those markets, We need wires to connect new generation to new loads. And so over the last year, Congressman Levin and I have worked with our colleagues across the Democratic caucus to develop a consumer-focused energy policy that makes that possible, to accelerate the deployment of clean energy, to accelerate Americans' access to cheap energy, and to refocus U.S. energy policy on the interests of energy consumers where it belongs. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
For 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Antonio Baez, a member of our district congressional staff who has answered yet another call to serve. Antonio came to our office through the Wounded Warrior Program, later moving to our official staff. A family man and proud Marine Corps veteran who later served in Afghanistan as a member of the Army Reserve, Antonio adeptly attended to his duties with skill, knowledge, and compassion. He was president of his police academy class at Lorain Community College and served as a sworn officer and deputy sheriff, nobly serving his community. Antonio exhibited exemplary public service to the people of Ohio's 9th District, and I deeply appreciate his service and drew the hundreds and hundreds of constituents for whom he was a dutiful listening ear and guiding heart. This past weekend, Antonio raised his hand again, taking the oath of office as a newly elected member of the Lorain City Council. He is a son of Lorain and has never forgotten his roots. Bravo! His call to serve runs deep, and I know he'll serve his beloved community well. Godspeed, and thank you for your service to the American people, Antonio. Onward. What Lorain makes and grows Lorain. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, all I want for Christmas is to clean up the corruption in Congress. That is why tomorrow morning I will be introducing my political reform and anti-corruption resolution supported by Unusual Whales, Capital Trades, and Quiver Quantitative. Crew has also done important work on these issues. It calls for 5 things. First, a ban on all PAC and lobbyist money. Second, a ban on members of Congress trading stock. Third, a ban on members ever becoming lobbyists. Fourth, term limits for members of Congress and Supreme Court justices. And fifth, a binding code of ethics for the Supreme Court. The American people on both sides are frustrated by the corruption in Washington. We need real change. I hope members on both sides will support this resolution that we introduce tomorrow.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise with a heavy heart to honor the memory of Air Force Major Luke Unrath. Just days ago, Major Unrath lost his life when the CV-22B Osprey he piloted crashed during a training exercise off the coast of Japan. He was just 34 years old. Major Unrath's journey of service began in Riverside in my district, where he graduated from Martin Luther King High School. His commitment to a life of purpose and selflessness was evident early. Described by his comrades as a natural leader, Major Unrath's cool demeanor, high standards, and quick wit left a mark on all who had the privilege of serving alongside him. Today, we remember him and honor a beloved husband, brother, and son. Major Unrath's legacy is one of sacrifice, dedication, and exemplary service to our great nation. May Major Luke Unrath rest in peace, and may his memory inspire future generations to uphold the values of service, integrity, and courage that he so nobly embodied. I extend my deepest condolences to the Unrath family, and I yield back.
The chair leaves before the House the following message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to global illicit drug trafficking declared in Executive Order 14059 of December 15, 2021, is to continue in effect beyond December 15, 2023. The trafficking into the United States of illicit drugs, including fentanyl and other synthetic opioids, is causing the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans annually, as well as countless more non-fatal overdoses, with their own tragic human toll. Drug cartels, transnational criminal organizations, and their facilitators are the primary sources of illicit drugs and precursor chemicals that fuel the current opioid epidemic, as well as drug-related violence that harms our communities. International drug trafficking, including the illicit production, global sale, and widespread distribution of illegal drugs, the rise of extremely potent drugs such as fentanyl and other synthetic opioids, as well as the growing role of internet-based drug sales, continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 14059 with respect to global illicit drug trafficking. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, December 13, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. I am grateful to host this last special order of 2023 and to allow my colleagues to speak on House Republicans' legislative efforts this week and achievements on behalf of Americans this whole entire year as we've taken over the majority at the start of 2023 and share a little bit about what we've accomplished. This week we passed legislation to lower health care costs, increase price transparency regarding health care, allow schools to make their own choices on nutritional aspects such as the type of milk that they provide to their students, and ensure Americans receive the answers they deserve regarding the inquiry into the Biden family's peddling schemes and nefarious business activities. Tomorrow, we will vote on the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2024, a comprehensive and robust bill that will provide for the needs of our service members and enhance our national security efforts while keeping liberal ideology out of our military. I am pleased to have some of my colleagues here to speak on these bills and the ways that they've delivered for their constituents throughout the year. No more has done that than the representative that will address us next, on particularly her strong focus with respect to defense. I have an Air Force base that's part of who I am, part of where I grew up, so close to the community that I get to represent. She's in a very similar situation and has an intense focus on providing for her district and the needs of making sure that our men and women have what they need to secure our nation and take the fight to our adversaries. So with that, I would like to yield as much time as she may consume. The representative from the Commonwealth of Virginia, Ms. Kagans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. As a member of the House Armed Services Committee, I've had the honor of working on this important legislation for months, and I'm proud of the final bipartisan bill we produced to strengthen our national security. One of the main reasons I came to Congress was to restore America's military strength and improve the quality of life for our servicemen and women. This bill takes several critical steps to help us achieve that goal. In total, this year's NDAA authorizes $886 billion in national defense discretionary programs, with a focus on improving our readiness and recruitment, supporting our service members and their families, strengthening partnerships with our allies, increasing the lethality of our joint force, equipping our warfighters to successfully complete their mission, and ensuring vigorous oversight of taxpayer dollars at the Pentagon. I wanted to speak specifically to a few components of the NDAA, why it's a great bill, why I am excited to support it and encourage my colleagues to do the same. First of all, the NDAA has a large component of it is about supporting our service members and their families. It secures the largest pay raise in 20 years for our service members at 5.2%. We continue to see our service members struggling with the economy. They're unable to afford things, not just gas and groceries, but things like buying a new home, buying a new car. We have service members that still qualify for things like SNAP benefits and WIC benefits. We still see food pantries that exist on our bases. So providing that important pay raise, again, the largest in over 20 years, very important component of taking care of our men and women. This NDA also authorizes $356 million over the president's budget request to renovate and build new barracks. We had a GAO report come out recently that really highlighted some of our insufficiencies when it comes to housing, especially unaccompanied housing, the mold issues, the pest issues, just the out of date, the infrastructure that's old and dilapidated. We can do better for our servicemen and women. So this bill provides just that. It's a starting point. There's a lot to do, but I'm excited to support it for that reason. Also includes a Parents' Bill of Rights in DoD schools. I represent Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, so kind of the birthplace of the Parents' Rights Matter movement. So we were able to incorporate why it's important to have parents involved in their children's schools into this NDAA piece so that it applies to DoD schools as well. Authorizes DoD also to reduce out-of-pocket child care expenses for military families and provides $153 million over the president's budget request for the construction of new child care centers. You know, in my district, I have Naval Air Station Oceana. Our CDC on base has over 1,600 people on the waiting list. That's not acceptable, and my base is not alone. If you were to look at other bases, same amount of waiting lists. We can do better than this, and it's an important way to support our service members and their families. This bill also authorizes an additional berthing barge to provide a safe and healthy housing alternative for Navy service members during dry dock availabilities. We just had an article come out about the USS Stennis and Newport News, which is where the shipyard is, will be the first to have off-ship housing, free Wi-Fi, better parking. We have to take care of our servicemen and women who are in these extended port periods, especially when their ships are being repaired, and this bill does just that. This NDA also provides oversight for taxpayer dollars. It cuts $37 billion in inefficient weapons systems, defense programs, and Pentagon bureaucracy. It requires mandatory DoD audits, and it also establishes a special inspector general to oversee and monitor security assistance going to Ukraine. I've been a supporter, and I think we need to continue to support that fight in Ukraine. However, it cannot be a blank check. There has to be some accountability, and this inspector general will do just that. This NDA also improves readiness and recruitment, and something I've been focused on. We have a recruitment, retention, quality of life task force that has been part of our Armed Services Committee. We've been focusing on that for several months now. So this NDA is a good place to start. It creates a grant program to expand the capacity of our shipyards. We see that we are behind in our shipbuilding capacity. We know that China is outpacing us. China is rapidly approaching the number 400 ships, while we are hovering just under 300. So important that we invest in that shipbuilding piece and additionally supporting our ship repair industry. This bill also increases the number of junior ROTC programs and instructors at U.S. high schools. That's such an important part of our recruiting for us, for our armed forces. I want people to be in our great Navy and Army and Air Force and to join our great military. It's a great way for people to have jobs and education benefits and health care. And there's no better place to advertise for our military than starting with our young people. So putting that investment in the JROTC programs is so important. And this NDA does that. Also extends military recruitment and retention bonuses and special pay authorizations. We've got to stay competitive with civilian jobs that are out there. I know there's a lot of competition in workplaces, and this NDA will help the military to stay competitive. Also rejects the Biden administration's efforts to reduce the size of our Navy by protecting 4 battle force ships with years of service life remaining. The president had asked to decommission 8 ships, and we reduced that number to 4. We really can't afford to decommission any ships, in my opinion, but we cut it to 4. We have to make sure that we are providing oversight, and that money, that investment that we're putting in ship repair, we need to watch that our ships are getting repaired and they're getting repaired on schedule, because we need every single one of them. This bill also establishes an enlisted training pilot program at community colleges, offering more educational opportunities for our enlisted servicemen and women. Prohibits DoD from contracting with any CCP or Chinese-owned or controlled company operating in the U.S., such an important piece of national security. This NDA also strengthens partnerships with our allies. We need our friends now more than ever. This bill fully funds our Pacific Deterrence Initiative. It provides for the implementation of the AUKUS agreement with Australia, unlocking over $3 billion in Australian investments in the U.S. submarine industrial base. Authorizes over $987 million in Indo-PACOM commander priorities, which were left unfunded in the Biden budget. It strengthens training and advising for the military forces of Taiwan, and extends authority for the transfer of weapons systems, as well as precision-guided munitions to Israel. This NDA also protects our own national security. We do have some border wins that we were able to get and secure in this NDA. Fully funds the deployment of National Guardsmen in support of Border Patrol activities, extends the Pacific Deterrence Initiative to enhance U.S. deterrence and defense posture in the Indo-Pacific region, funds initiative at $14.7 billion, an increase of $5.6 billion over the budget request. It prohibits the DoD from reducing the number of intercontinental ballistic missiles below 400 or reducing the responsiveness or alert status of the arsenal. I'm also proud that my colleagues from both sides of the aisle supported my effort to include critical provisions from my Sailor Standards of Care Act in our nation's most important defense bill. These provisions will directly benefit service members and their families in Hampton Roads and throughout the country by improving our service members' quality of life, by increasing access to mental health care. As a nurse practitioner, focusing on mental health care, especially for our military members and especially for our veterans, has been something that I fight for every single day. So we had provisions of the Sailor Standards of Care Act get into the NDA and into the conference version, which we will be voting on tomorrow. Some of those provisions are that it examines reimbursement rates for mental health care providers under TRICARE. When I meet with mental health care providers in my district and throughout the country, really, they have that same concern. They want to be reimbursed. There's not enough of them. We want them to be partners in care for our military members and our veterans, so we need to make sure we're providing that reimbursement and we're providing it in a timely manner. This bill also directs the Navy to look into constructing and managing a dashboard to track quality of life programs and their utilization rate. So we're looking at things like health care, child care, spouse employment, housing, that we're making sure we're providing the best services we can, again, for our military. This bill requires a report on the feasibility of expanding TRICARE for Life to include a benefit for the Silver Sneakers program, mimicking the existing benefit that's included under some of our Medicare Advantage programs. We had constituents that asked for this program. They want to utilize public gyms and recreations facilities, and so we'd like the TRICARE program to cover it for our older adults who would love nothing more than to go exercise. This bill also assesses the feasibility of providing additional mental health resources to limited duty sailors. You know, in Hampton Roads, we saw an increase in the suicide rates for sailors that we took out of the workplace, that we took out of the mission, and we kind of had them in a waiting area. So we are looking, in this bill, we are looking at, you know, how long is that taking to medically process people out? Are we providing those mandatory mental health screenings? Are we taking care of them? Who's providing that care? This bill is going to look at expanding that care so that chaplains can do it, corpsmen can do it. You know, there's a shortage of mental health care providers, so really holistically looking at how are we providing that mental health services to our servicemen and women and providing them with the best mental health services that we can. The harsh reality is that the world is a dangerous place. The United States and its allies are facing unprecedented and rapidly evolving threats across the globe. China is outpacing us in warship production. China has 350 ships and quickly moving to 400 ships, compared with our 293. Iranian proxies have attacked American bases and troops stationed overseas over 46 times since October 17th. Israel is countering the most horrific attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. North Korea launched its first military reconnaissance satellites into orbit last month with the help of Russia. Russian aggression continues in Ukraine, with Putin threatening to go after NATO member countries next. Now more than ever, we must prioritize and project American strength across the globe. This legislation goes a long way in achieving that goal. The goal of this legislation is deterrence. It's all about peace through strength. America leads the world in the peacekeeping forces, and it's so important. I can think of no other country that I would want to have this role than our great nation, the United States. In closing, Madam Speaker, the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act ensures our military can remain the best in the world. It refocuses our nation's efforts on advancing military readiness and quality of life to make sure our men and women in uniform are ready to fight tonight. As a former Navy helicopter pilot, as a third-generation veteran, military spouse, and mother to children who serve, I will always be the loudest voice for our military men and women in Congress. I urge all of my colleagues to support this critical legislation. Passing this year's NDAA by a wide bipartisan margin would send an important signal to the men and women defending our freedom that those of us in Congress will rise above our differences to prioritize their needs and our national security above all else. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comprehensive view of the defense bill that we're going to be finalizing tomorrow. The Senate is currently voting on it right now, actually, and this is one of those amazing things that Congress finds a way to get something done. We get something done for our servicemen and women. Not only you talk about TRICARE, not only talk about TRICARE and how this, the housing and the healthcare issues that our servicemen and women face, with rampant inflation going on and the ability to they get squeezed more than anybody. They don't exist in the private sector. They can't go to their boss and ask for a raise. They're serving our nation, and they're getting squeezed by the same type of fiscal policy that has created this type of inflation. So our bill does and addresses so much of that, but it also goes at the lethal aid that we need to defend our nation, the deterrence that you talk about. Particularly with my district, the F-35 program is so key and important, and the naval shipyards that you work on. So thank you, Representative Kiggins, for the work that you do. Thrilled to be a part of something, and at this time of Christmas, to show our servicemen and women that that their representatives care about them and want them to be successful. And we look forward to finishing up that process this week. So thank you. I'm going to spend some time tonight talking a little bit about always the fun question that we get to talk about. I remember lobbing this question over to the Democrats when they were in the majority quite often. What have you accomplished? You do a bunch of messaging bills, and none of it gets passed in the Senate. And now that we've had the opportunity to be in the majority for less than a year, as it comes up on the end of the year here, it's good to take a moment to think about what have we accomplished. Well, can we answer that question? What do we need to do to address any criticism that may be out there? Have you accomplished enough? Washington's a tough place. And I look forward to getting this as a chance to look back on the year and share a few wins. Try to articulate it here a little bit, but there's always a unique context. And the part that I keep reflecting on is I came to Congress in January 2021 and have been here 3 years. What's important to look at is from 2023, juxtapose that with 2021. President Biden was in the White House. The Senate, for the last 3 years, have been controlled by a Democrat majority. And for the first 2 years of my time here, we have had I would call it a triple majority, when you have the White House, Senate, and the House in one-party control. 2023 versus 2021. Immediately as we entered into the 117th Congress, after the Georgia Senate flipped, which I think was a surprise to the Democrats, was a surprise to Republicans. We'll work to rectify that. But within a month and a half, with budget reconciliation, where it does not have to go through the Senate filibuster because we didn't have the majority in the House, there was a $2 trillion bill passed immediately. A $2 trillion bill that was masquerading as a COVID relief bill. We had addressed the COVID relief bills in bipartisan approach prior to that. There was a $2 trillion bill that got passed. No offset spending, completely additive to the national debt. And within months after that, we saw the fastest increase in inflation that we have seen in 40 years. To the point where you basically wipe out an entire family's salary for a month of each year with the amount of inflation that happened so quickly. Right? That doesn't just happen. That happens because of monetary policy. When you add and you load the system with that type of spending, you immediately get inflation. That's not a Republican saying that. It's not just a Democrat saying that. That is the way economics works. When you load monetary policy and you have so much money chasing so few goods, prices for the American, particularly middle class and lower income Americans, skyrockets. Okay? So just being in the majority, what's taken place in 2023? We curb trillions of dollars of spending. When the majority at that time, the Democratic Party, had the White House, House, and Senate, they can virtually pass any type of fiscally related, budget-related bill that they want without having to go through the Senate filibuster to reach compromise. They can pass a bill on party lines. And they chose within the first month and a half to pass a $2 trillion bill that led to the most rapid increase in inflation that most Americans have seen in their lifetime. You're seeing inflation still high. We're still reeling with the effects of that, but it's leveled off because Republicans are in control of the House of Representatives. Just by being in control of the House of Representatives and the hard work that it took to win back the majority, we immediately curb all of that spending. And it wasn't just the $2 trillion bill. They passed an Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, that was that has nothing to do with inflation, but that was nearly $1 trillion bill. They thought maybe it was going to be $400 to $600 billion. It's now being estimated to be well over that. And what that bill was failed Skleder-type policy. Look, it's broadly accepted among Republicans and Democrats that an Obama-era kind of a mini Green New Deal with Skleder and this tax break that was given to that was a massive failure. This isn't just, again, a Republican saying that. That is largely accepted that a, $500 million bill was largely a failure. That's a lot of money, and that's a big failure for a type of policy you're trying to create. That was $500 million. The Inflation Reduction Act, which basically mimics what took place with Skleder, where you're trying to pick winners and losers in the energy world, was in the range of $400 billion, which is far more expensive than what it was even billed to be. Okay, so by being in the majority, we keep all of this stuff at bay, and we keep that amount of monetary supply from ever even reaching the system. That will, with addition of having to raise interest rates as high as we did, will curb inflation. Okay, if I say nothing else, that's an enormous win for what our Republican majority is doing. President Biden had a $5 trillion tax and spend plan, much of which he wasn't even able to accomplish because it wasn't popular enough, even among Democrats, to pass, that we were able to defeat over the last 3 years. But still, that amount of spending got put through. And as I talk about some more things here, that is key. I hope that Americans can understand that by Republicans creating a split government, we make it so that we don't allow a Democratic agenda that's, what was, during the election, when it was, former Vice President Biden and current Senator Bernie Sanders, they were going back and forth saying, "Oh, I don't agree with your policies, Senator Sanders. I'm the more moderate candidate. I will be smarter with fiscal responsibility." That was what former Vice President and candidate at the time Biden said. And as soon as he got the White House, House, and Senate under one-party control, they basically implemented a Bernie Sanders-type approach. He probably wanted several more trillion. But to put a $5 trillion tax and spend policy together it was catastrophic, and every single American felt it. Okay, so I could go on and on about the fiscal side of things, and it's clear that in order to get our inflation under control, Republicans in the majority is the best thing that we have going for us in the House. We level off that spending, and we try to curb that back down, and I'm hopeful that we can continue to be successful at that. I have a father of 4 young boys. I'm terrified of their future with the amount of money that we're borrowing for our national debt. Each year, what we're having to spend more and more to cover the debt servicing is it's really scary. Let me take it out of the fiscal side. In January of 2023, Americans were done with COVID. We didn't need these COVID policies to still exist. We needed to move on. Republicans put a bill on the floor to end the COVID emergency that was still in place with President Biden after almost 3 years in the White House. The very week we put that bill, we announced that bill was going to be voted on Wednesday or Thursday. By Tuesday, the White House had announced, yeah, we're going to pull that back now. Hey, that type of stuff doesn't happen unless we're in the majority. And we forced the White House to pull back. They recognize it's not popular. Even Democrats were going to support our resolution to end the COVID emergency, and the White House responded. They respond when we push back on bad policy. These things are simple examples, but as you can see, we are in a position to be able to force the Biden administration to accept common sense policy. Another one, Chairman Comer, remember representative from Georgia, Andrew Clyde, they put together some very sensible, well thought out resolutions to push back on the direction that Washington, D.C. was approaching some of their crime legislation and how they were dealing with basic crime in the city. And all of a sudden, we didn't know how it was going to play out, but they put that up. Democrats recognized it. They actually read it, and they thought, you know what, this actually makes a lot of sense. We can't be this soft on crime. And just by us putting forth that legislation, the White House came out and said, yeah, you're right. We're gonna sign that into law. This doesn't happen that often. Like usually, there's just a kind of a, yeah, well, if the Republicans suggested in the House, we're just gonna veto it. No, we're putting forth common sense policies that the American people broadly agree with, and by doing so, we're forcing the Biden administration to come on board. How many times did President Biden say, no, we know clean debt ceiling. We're doing a clean debt ceiling. We're not going to address anything in the debt ceiling. Well, the debt ceiling gives us an opportunity to address our fiscal state of our nation. And Republicans stood firm. We put together a really strong bill and sent it over to the Senate and let the White House know that we're going to demand significant changes in our trajectory. So that was met with months and months of inaction from the White House. And what took place after they started negotiations? Well, they recognized that the President Biden was not going to be able to continue to spend like he was. He was going to have to accept that Republicans are going to stand firm to lower discretionary spending. This is the first time in over a decade, maybe more, that we're going to spend less dollars in our discretionary budget than we did the year before. Usually these grow at a rate of 1% to 5%. This is a time where we're actually going to reduce it, saving over $2 trillion in a 10-year span, cutting out that much from the budget, putting caps on it. And then we got that accomplished, and we're working through that process right now. Look forward to finalizing that and come in the first part of the year and actually realizing those true cuts. So is there bills that we do that we force President Biden to sign? Yeah, I'm actually really proud of that work that we've done. Is there things that we've accomplished here in the House that are historic? Look at H.R. 1 and H.R. 2. They're the two best energy and border immigration bills that you've ever seen come out of this place. And if we adhere to it, we would be living in true prosperity with respect to how we approach our energy. We'd be doing it cleaner, safer, with better standards than anywhere in the world. We would be trusting our industry instead of outsourcing that and sort of outsourcing that guilt. I'm okay with Iranian oil. I'm okay if Russia continues to do that. We don't sanction the Nord Stream pipeline, but we sanction our own and we get rid of our own pipelines. It does not make sense. The energy policies of the Biden administration do not make sense. So what are we doing as a majority to push back? Well, we stood firm at the debt ceiling to make sure that we took portions of H.R. 1. We would love for that whole bill to be passed. It's apparently not going to. But we took portions out of that. Some of the worst parts that are going on in our economy right now is this horrible permitting process through these archaic NEPA standards that we stood firm and said, this doesn't go through unless you give us this type of permitting reform. We're doing the exact same thing right now, using our majority to, for the first time that I've been here in 3 years, that Democrats in the House and the Senate are saying, yeah, if we're going to move forward on Ukraine, I get it. Republicans are going to stand firm on the border. we are having, 1 to 2,000 encounters from the last 3 presidents, Republican and Democrat presidents, mind you. We're over 10,000. The millions and millions of encounters that we've had, we do not have control of our southern border, and Republicans are saying, with our majority, we are going to stand firm, right? That is going on right now, similar to how we used the debt ceiling leverage to be able to accomplish some very good policy changes. It's not easy to be in split government. It's a lot of back and forth and a lot of, this is your fault, it's not our fault, and a lot of name calling, a lot of back and forth on this. Standing firm on the key things that matter to our nation, energy, immigration and border policy that make sense, that are humane. We cannot have the cartels running the border. They are making billions and billions of dollars by taking advantage of policy that's so simple, would actually improve President Biden's approval rating if he would recognize, the migrant protection protocols that were in the previous administration were actually quite positive. They saved lives. They saved our National Guardsmen and women's lives. They saved immigrants' lives. And it's just nonsensical that we can't do it. We're going to use any opportunity we can to do that, and that's how we're using our majority. So I've talked about H.R. 1 and H.R. 2. Those bills should be passed. If they truly went on policy, the Senate would recognize that, and we would have much better outlook for some of the key things that we're doing. But it's not a reality. I get that. But what from those bills can we make sure that we get done? That's the stuff that we're working on. That's where we're pushing our majority. Another one that I've been heavily involved with is, I think back 3 years ago, it was considered a conspiracy theory that there was any nefarious business dealings going on with Hunter Biden. The media wasn't reporting it. Social media entities were kind of squashing it. They were suppressing this information. This was all during an election year. Fast forward 3 years, you've now got Hunter Biden showing up, not willing to show up to a deposition, but he's here saying, I did a lot of wrong things, and admitting fully another 9 indictments that have just come out. Would have been more if the investigation wouldn't have been slow played, so that the 2014 and the 2015 tax crimes, weren't covered under a statute of limitation or limited from that statute of limitations. There would be significantly more to be able to prosecute Hunter Biden on. The American people 3 years ago thought that that was just a hoax. If we're not in the majority, if Republicans are not in the majority, there is no admission that what Hunter Biden had done with his business dealings was illegal. There would have been no subpoena power to be able to share that, right? So in the Ways and Means Committee, we have jurisdiction over the IRS, and some very brave IRS whistleblowers came forward and provided some testimony. And we have to keep that completely quiet. We're not publicizing this. These are private meetings. We're not there trying to get clicks because of this. We got hold of this testimony, and we had to be mum about it. We couldn't say a word. From Thursday the week before all the way until Thursday the next week, I wasn't allowed to say a word about it. But we knew on that Thursday we were going to be releasing the whistleblower testimony that basically claims that there was an investigation into Hunter Biden, that the Department of Justice was slow playing it, was giving preferential treatment. There was inconsistencies on how they're prosecuting or moving forward with this investigation. That was to take place on Thursday, where we're going to release all this information. Okay? For the last 3 years, there could have been a plea deal announced with Hunter Biden. It was Tuesday morning. This was to be released on Thursday, but Tuesday morning, all of our phones blew up with a notification that said, Hunter Biden just went into a plea deal. I called our committee and I said, did we know about this? I mean, we're set to release this information, the whistleblower's testimony, on Thursday. Did we know about this? No, we didn't. This just came out. It immediately reminded me of why it's important for Republicans to be in the majority, or what we're doing with this majority. We said, look, we got to end the COVID emergencies. We're going to put a bill on the floor, and within a day, when the White House realized we were going to put a bill on the floor, they decided, you know what, let's end the COVID emergency measures. Well, fast forward to June when this whistleblower information was going to be released. There was all of a sudden a plea deal on Tuesday before we were going to release it on Thursday. Now, what's happened since? We released that information. It's very credible information. They have gone and they have been vetted over and over again. The information they provided is disturbing. It shows illegality. It shows a connection from Hunter Biden to whatever, to what extent President Biden, maybe vice president at the time, former vice president in his time from 2016 to 2020 before he ran, to what extent is he involved? There's alias emails. There's WhatsApp messages. Okay? This reeks. The American people recognize that. The vast majority of people say, okay, there really was corruption going on here. And that was to be released on Thursday. We released it on Thursday. That plea deal has fallen through. There has been significantly more allegations and indictments that are going to be posed to Hunter Biden. It was clearly a plea deal that was not sound. And now that the whistleblower information is out there, that we used our Republican majority to release to the public to let them make the decision, we all of a sudden are changing the way that Americans know what's going on with their government. So I get a little frustrated when I hear, oh, what are you doing with your majority? We're creating government accountability. Go look at the commitment to America that we started off, that Speaker McCarthy pushed hard to get ready to go for when we took back the majority. And you can go down the list from energy, pro-growth tax policy, immigration and border, and government accountability. And then also, we created at the first of this term a competitiveness against China that was very bipartisan, very sincere, no messaging along with it, and they just put out a report on how to go about doing it. And our Ways and Means Committee is working with GSP to incentivize closer allied countries to bolster them up, get them involved in our trade agreements so we can move away some of our manufacturing from China. These are the ways that we're creating productive way forward on how we are on leveraging our majority to deliver for the American people. The last 3 years have been tough to watch on an international stage. National security, foreign policy is something that I get heavily involved in. I have a background in it, and I love seeing our nation, work to solve some of these problems. Our allies in Israel know that they have our support. This has largely been bipartisan, and I've appreciated the dialogue that it's created with our colleagues. Ukraine is in a tumultuous place with their with the regime of President Putin and what he's done. They have been able to fight back with our assistance. We need to make sure that we don't let, the reality is that we have a border major problem. The fixes are actually quite simple. I still remember talking to Vice President Pence and the process that went through to create a simple policy that said, look, make your asylum claims, but you have to remain in Mexico during that process. That alleviates the pressure at the border, that disincentivizes the cartel activity so they have no real leverage down there. Now they're lying to people saying as soon as you get across the border, you just get lost in the system, but you'll be in America and all will be well. And that's a lie to those immigrants that are coming here hoping for a better future. It's a simple fix. That's all we're asking for, and we're going to require it as we move forward on supporting our friend and ally, Ukraine. But we're taking control. We're making sure our government works, and we're using our majority to solve problems. And so there's a whole bunch of things additional on this chart. And as I look back, I'm extremely proud of the work that we've done over the last year. I'll end with a National Defense Authorization Act. This would authorize $886 billion for critical national defense priorities. That's an increase of $28 billion over the fiscal year, while we are still finding wasteful cuts within the entire discretionary budget. This bill sets the standard for the readiness and modernization improvements that Congress needs to make sure that our defense has what they need to excel. This includes a 5.2 increase in service member basic pay to account for inflation. It can't account for all of the inflation, but like I started with, as we try to level that off using our Republican majority to squash massive funding measures that go off from the Biden administration, we are trying to also increase what we can provide to our servicemen and women. It commits $360 million to bolster housing assistance and child care support for military families and funds crucial military construction improvements across the country. It accelerates advanced radar and technology development to address emerging threats to our homeland, provides DoD with a multi-year procurement certainty to increase stockpiles of critical minerals and rare earth elements. And it funds the ground-based strategic nuclear deterrent. The bill also prevents land purchases by Chinese-backed entities and prevents DoD research grants from going to universities that partner with Chinese entities. The NDAA for fiscal year 2024 also includes several conservative wins, such as banning the teaching of CRT in the military, ending the bureaucratic DEI overreach, establishes a Parents' Bill of Rights for military schools, and preventing the military Green New Deal. Not where we need to be establishing energy policy. You can just grab H.R. 1 if you want to establish real energy policy. And this is all, these wins are with a Democrat-controlled White House and Senate. And talking to some colleagues about it, it's like, you know, these are significant wins. Like, when you really think about it, I didn't expect to have so much under such split government. And it goes back to, I remember our leader, Steve Scalise, had said, these are common sense policies. And when you cut through the politics of it, and we can build better relationships with our partners on the Democratic side of the aisle, you can really look through and say, oh, okay, yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, I'm kind of told by my media network this is bad, or some voices in my, back in my primary is, I can't support anything that a Republican does, and then they're like, wait, this is actually quite reasonable, right? Like, we need more of that. We're sincerely trying to push more of that, and that is why we've been able to accomplish so much with opposition of party in the White House and the Senate. And this is just the first 11 months of work. And we look forward to, I know that most of my colleagues look forward to, first, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I hope that we can get back to be with our families, but coming back ready to build on these wins and finish a lot of what we started, to get our fiscal house in order, make sure we have a strong defense, and deliver for the American people. And that's something that is what every single one of us, regardless of party, wants. We differ on the approach many times, but we want the same end goals. And I urge my Democratic colleagues to recognize that the stuff that we're putting forward is truly common sense, and to not let politics continue to get in the way. And as we approach how you navigate and get that done in a crazy political system like we have, that common sense will win out. And I'm really just thrilled, and I'm proud of my colleagues to be able to emphasize and show what we've done. And I look forward to again building on these, and as we wrap up the NDAA this week and look to finalizing the funding for much of this, let's continue to keep the American people at as the guide on what we want to accomplish, not our own personal political endeavors, but to truly know what's best for the American people, and we can do a better job of that. We as a Republican majority will continue to deliver with those types of common sense policies. And Madam Chair, with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. So We're here talking about the work that we have done or tried to do in this past year. And this week is the last week members of this body will gather to work on legislative business for 2023. The last time I convened a special order hour, my colleagues and I came to the floor to talk about the impact that the debt ceiling would have on everyday working people. We said over and over that a debt ceiling agreement that shortchanged funding for vital programs shortchanges everyday people. And I find that much like in May, we're in the same place fighting to protect and to preserve the programs our communities need. And just like in May, I am here to remind this body why we were sent here and who sent us here. Our constituents. Let me be clear. Who sent us here? Our constituents. Not MAGA extremists, not lobbyists, and definitely not Donald Trump. This year, my colleagues and I at the Congressional Progressive Caucus have been fighting like hell for policies that protect people, including expanding health care for DACA recipients, addressing gun violence, securing protections for the workforce, and centering our policies around equity and justice. I am proud to say that we have been able to deliver for our communities, yes, even in the midst of chaos. And while we were able to accomplish so little, although I know that my colleague tried to talk a little bit about what the GOP tried to do, I'm convening this special order hour to speak truth to power. I want to be clear and say that Republicans have held progress hostage. It's been a year, and we've spent more time on speakership elections, 19 to be exact, pointless censures, and political theater, jeopardizing the safety and the well-being of people instead of moving policy that improves their lives. We have spent countless hours subjected to words that dehumanize and devalue brown and black people. And I have witnessed firsthand as members across the aisle call immigrants vile names like infestation over and over again, not just here, but during my committee hearings, denying their humanity. I have spent more time attending vigils than celebrating life because Republicans are intent on holding up bills that would address gun violence. I have spent more time voting no to protect my constituents from harmful cuts and reckless policies, and I've had the opportunity to vote yes, then I've had the opportunity to vote yes to legislation that prioritizes working people and families. I have spent more time on picketing lines affirming that workers deserve living wages, protection from retaliation, and the right to collectively bargain than actually passing policies that ensures that all workers are compensated well, respected, and valued. When I was elected to Congress, I told my community that I was committed to delivering results. I am here today to say that in the face of everyday Republican manufactured obstacles to progress, their political games, their disorganization, and their opposition to honoring our shared humanity, I remain true to my commitments and my values as a member of Congress. I have remained focused on delivering results for Illinois' 3rd Congressional District and honoring our diverse, multicultural, multi-generational community. And I'm not alone. My colleagues in the Congressional Progressive Caucus have also remained true to their commitment and their values and focused on delivering for their districts. And I'm grateful to be flanked by such dedicated, persevering, and courageous leaders. And so I'm pleased to yield to one of my colleagues who will share some of the progress that she's made and what Congress must still continue to do to accomplish and deliver for the people. I'd like to yield to the gentle lady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Madam Speaker, I stand here today because we are just 1 month from another government shutdown, and congressional Republicans have demonstrated once again that they're more concerned about satisfying their culture warrior base than actually addressing any of the problems their constituents face. But that hasn't stopped us from delivering for our districts. I'm here because the everyday working class people of Allegheny and Westmoreland counties came together to say everybody should have a livable wage, clean air and water, affordable housing, decent transportation and health care. The people I represent resoundingly rejected the status quo and decades of corporations leaving us behind and polluting our communities without accountability. They demanded political representation that will actually try to solve the problems they face and not play political games with their lives. Our movement's detractors including those in Congress, many of them, will try to make you believe that people from working class backgrounds representing working class districts are too consumed by fighting national political battles and don't do enough to deliver for our districts. But let's be clear. Key priorities of the Biden administration, like the Inflation Reduction Act, would not have happened without progressives here fighting tooth and nail to ensure that our communities had what they needed to thrive. And despite Republicans' dysfunction, we haven't stopped fighting even for 1 second. And we are proud to have delivered in my district nearly $1 billion in federal investments for infrastructure, affordable housing, STEM innovation, clean air, and good paying jobs. Because the people of Western Pennsylvania and across the country deserve leaders in Congress who've lived their struggles and work as hard as they do. Whether it was delivering $400 million from the Department of Energy Clean Financing Program to fund EOS, a battery storage manufacturer that will employ thousands of workers in PA-12's Mon Valley in particular, or the over $150 million to improve transit in Pittsburgh, or helping to deliver $50 million for affordable housing in the historically divested Hill districts of Pittsburgh. Our movement in Pennsylvania is delivering on priorities that won't just improve our communities, but the lives of people across the country. We're demonstrating the power we can recognize when communities that have been left behind elect leaders that have actually gone through what they have. Throughout history, and particularly over the past 4 decades, working class people, disproportionately Black and brown, have been told our priorities are too radical, our needs are too unrealistic, and that our lives are expendable. Our movement stands in direct contrast to that, standing up to moneyed interest and fighting for our communities to be healthier, stronger, and more resilient. The wins we've secured that I've talked about today represent just a small part of what our movement has done while in elective office, and you can be sure we're not done yet. But on the other side, Republicans are demonstrating that they're fundamentally unserious when it comes to addressing the problems that their constituents face, and all of our constituents. Now Republicans are fighting battles so they can reconcile their internal struggle between satisfying their right-wing cable news culture warriors and their ultra-wealthy corporate donors. They're an embarrassment, and their constituents and our country will remember. I yield the remainder of my time back to Congresswoman Ramirez.
Thank you, Congresswoman Lee. As you were talking, I started asking myself if our colleagues that are in the majority actually were serious about delivering for their constituents, then perhaps we would spend less time in censures. Perhaps we would spend less time fighting each other, doing whatever kidney elbow situation, arguing with each other and the corners and all the games and, all the other things they do, and actually pass legislation that helps people's experiences improve. Like legislation around housing, making it more affordable so that no one has to live in a tent. And it's interesting because Republicans seem to really care about homelessness when it's someone that's undocumented, that it's an immigrant or asylum seeker. But they have had the opportunity and leadership in these last 12 months to pass legislation to address housing, and instead they're cutting funds for housing. They say they care about families and women and their wives and their children, but they refuse to pass paid leave. They say they care and they're worried about health care. Where are they really? Because if they were worried about health care, we would be doing less of the crazy theater here, 19 elections for a darn speaker, and actually pass quality health care. Well, let's talk a little bit more about what they haven't done and we should be focusing on.
because I know that the last member attempted to talk about the GOP accomplishments. I couldn't figure out which one accomplishment he was able to actually tangibly prove. But let's talk about housing. It's no secret that housing prices are skyrocketing. In Chicago, for example, we've seen a 5.7 increase in cost of rent in 1 year. And in some communities, it's as high as 20% increase. And as temperatures plummet, more people find themselves in tents, suffering cold nights in unsafe conditions, or just one paycheck away from homelessness. You would think that our colleagues would be concerned with government shutdowns, since so many people are just one paycheck away from homelessness. But while working families are struggling to pay rent, we face not one, but two threats of a Republican national shutdown. I have to say it over and over. This is what my constituents ask me about every time I go back home or message me. We didn't elect y'all to spend your time fighting each other because you don't like each other, or because, one person said this thing that this other person didn't like. And all this time you spent censuring each other and fighting instead of negotiating appropriation bills that would fully fund our communities. Yet that is what 12 months in Congress have looked like. The Republicans are leaving everyday American families literally out in the cold. In spite of Republican chaos, I, along Representatives Rashida Tlaib from Michigan 12, Ayanna Pressley from Massachusetts 7, Jimmy Gomez from California 34, and Greg Casart from Texas 35 are delivering when it comes to housing. We introduced H.R. 5827, the Tenants' Right to Organize Act, legislation that will protect the power of tenants with federal vouchers to organize. We know that throughout our nation, from big cities like Chicago to smaller cities, tenants have recognized that when we fight, when we come together and claim our power, we win. Tenant organizing is not the only winning battles against unfair housing practices, unjustified evictions, housing discrimination, and uncontrolled price hikes. It's also changing housing public policy. The Tenants' Right to Organize Act, my bill, aims to amplify their efforts by protecting the organizing rights of tenants with housing choice vouchers and tenants living in low-income housing tax credit properties. It expands also protections for mixed-status families and those who may not be eligible for tenant-based rental assistance. Currently, only public housing tenants have legally recognized the right to organize. And by extending this right to housing choice vouchers and low-income housing tax credit tenants, the bill acknowledges that all tenants deserve decent, safe, stable, and sanitary housing. The fight for safe, stable, equitable housing must always include tenants. And as we are encountering a worsening housing affordability crisis, we understand that now more than ever, all tenants must have the right to organize. Now let's talk about immigration. This is the place where I find the most dissonance. The same people that love to quote scripture, God has called me to love him above all things. And then they seem to forget the second commandment, love your neighbor as you love yourself. It couldn't be more clear as it comes to immigration. I cannot count the number of times that the same people that quote scripture come to this podium to respond while scapegoating immigrant communities, demonizing them, and then saying that they care about them. Poor immigrants. Well, if you cared about them, and if you cared about humanity, and certainly if we were living our Christian values, then we would be looking for legal pathways so that no one would have to endure what so many people seeking asylum have to do every single day. Republicans have repeatedly tried to introduce legislation and resolutions that deport unaccompanied children. These are the same people that say that they're the ones of family values. They're the ones protecting life and children. They want to end asylum and they want to jail families. They are trying again right now. They're seeking to extort immoral and deplorable border provisions in exchange for aid for Ukraine. I have said it before, and I will say it again and again and again. It is hypocritical, cynical to target immigrants when many of the people who serve in this chamber, some of them with me right now, have reaped the benefits of immigrant labor and become wealthy on the backs of immigrant sacrifice. It takes courage to cross a border, to seek a job, to pursue an opportunity to raise your children in safety. The courage of our people stands in stark contrast with the cowardice of my colleagues. There's nothing people-centered, there's nothing noble, nothing redeeming about their extremist approach to border immigration policy. Let's just be clear. They're scapegoating immigrants right now so that they can say to their voters that they are doing something about the border, but they're not going to want to do enough because they want to take the border conversation and issue to the polls in November. Their unwillingness to negotiate, to actually get to the root cause of migration is mind-boggling. They don't want solutions, because if they wanted solutions, they'd understand that actually addressing immigration, passing comprehensive immigration reform, would actually prioritize our economy. It would actually address the root causes of migration in Central and South America by creating legal pathways, by working with these countries, by ensuring that we help strengthen their democracies. And yet, in spite of all the Republican chaos, a number of us have reintroduced the Dream and Promise Act, and we will work and work until we deliver it. You see, in spite of my Republican colleagues' inability to act beyond the border, we are here taking that first step in the right direction to give dreamers and immigrants in America an earned pathway to citizenship that reflects our values as a nation, a multicultural democracy of diversity and inclusion. We are here moving the needle to a real comprehensive immigration reform package that embraces our values as a nation. Now, let me talk a little bit more about that. 9.8 million job openings right now. 9.8. You go to your local grocery store, go to Aldi, because some of us shop there still, very proudly. You go to absolutely any other store. You talk about supply chain, and you realize that we don't have the workforce we need in order to address the issues of economy of the moment. Now, just imagine if the people that are here already, of the 11 million people living in the shadows, some of them for the last 30 years, if they were able to get a work permit, they would pay taxes, generating revenue for the federal government, helping address our issues of budget. They would address supply chain issues, our manufacturing, hospitality, agriculture, the list goes on in terms of the different trades that are desperately needing workers, would get the workers they need. They would actually extend Social Security by decades if we passed comprehensive immigration policy. But that's not what we want to do. We are so insecure, perhaps, about our own selves that we are unable to see the bigger picture of economy for our country. The comprehensive immigration reform is a solution to economy. The comprehensive immigration reform is the American way. That this country was founded by immigrants, and every single person in this chamber right now comes from a family who also migrated to this country, unless you are from the original indigenous community. So let me say this. As the only member of Congress married to a dreamer, this issue is extremely personal to me. And I am committed to fighting this fight until we have a humane immigration policy that doesn't question the validity of people's lives and claims, that doesn't impose hurtful limitations on our communities, or it doesn't leave anyone behind. No bans, no walls, no raids, punto. I want to talk to you a little bit about education and veterans. While extreme Republicans have served up hate and fear from every direction with no regard for the harm it causes our communities, I have been focused on addressing the real issues everyday people face. People like Army veteran Christopher Brown from Des Plaines, Illinois, who was promised by ITT Tech that his GI benefits would cover his tuition, only to be left with $95,000 in student loans. Or Navy veteran Brian Terrio from Lisle, Illinois, who was left with significant debt after DeVry failed to be clear about the amount of money needed to complete his education. Constituents in our districts have real problems that require real policy solutions. There are bad actors that should be held accountable and whose impact on our constituents can be minimized through prevention and redress. These are the problems we should be addressing. And if we spent the actual time addressing these issues, we would see the American people feel the improvement in their day-to-day lives. But too many veterans are defrauded by predatory, often for-profit institutions that see the GI Bill education benefits and only see a profitable exploit. And in spite of the Republican chaos, I, along with Representative Mike Levin from California, have introduced the Student Veteran Benefit Restoration Act, my very first piece of legislation in the United States Congress. H.R. 1767 establishes an across-the-board process for student veterans to have their GI Bill education benefits restored in qualifying instances, such as when a student veteran has been defrauded by an educational institution. While Republicans waste our time doling out impeachments and censures, they deny veterans who have been defrauded justice, leaving them without recourse or the ability to start again in a reputable institution using the benefits they earned while serving our nation. It is time to bring H.R. 1767 to the floor, and I know that our veterans are watching closely and deserve it. So I want to talk about health. Every person in the Illinois 3rd Congressional District has a right to achieve their dreams. And as members of Congress, our policy choices should enable them to realize their full potential. Access to health care and healthcare services are critical supports to that end. That is why, while Republicans have made it their mission to cut funding for hospitals, healthcare providers, on-the-ground organizations that support health equity efforts, and programs that enable the healthcare ecosystem to function, my colleagues and I have made expanding access to healthcare services a priority. Republicans proposed a labor HHS appropriation bill that cuts vital programs and services by 28%, equivalent to $64 billion. But Democrats, we held the line, and this bill did not pass. However, my colleagues, of course, did not stop there. However, in spite of their chaos, I, along with so many of my colleagues, continue to deliver for our communities. Our fearless chair, Rep. Jayapal, also introduced the Medicare for All Act, which would expand health care coverage to everyone, and I am a proud co-sponsor of it. We advocated for and we're proud to see the proposed rule from the Department of Health and Human Services that would grant eligibility for health care coverage to deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA recipients. And I introduced an amendment to LHHS appropriations bill that affirmed how critical it is for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to maintain its independence from congressional meddling so that it can continue to address practices that harm consumers, especially predatory lending that leads to medical debt. Medical debt puts people in an impossible position, having to choose between seeking necessary health care services and paying for their basic needs like housing, like food, and heat. And we didn't do that work alone. Achieving health equity requires collective action, which is why I'm proud to highlight the work of the AIDS Foundation of Chicago. In partnership with over 200 organizations and with funding support from the Ryan White program, AIDS Foundation Chicago served over 8,000 individuals last year through case management, housing, emergency financial assistance, and food support. Services include, but are not limited to, connections to housing, medical care, transportation, and behavioral health support. The last thing I want to talk about is appropriations. Something that this leadership doesn't seem to figure out. You see, we're on our second continued resolution, and the way things are going, we might have to go to a third one in January. So let's not forget that Democrats have effectively kept the government open amidst Republican infighting and, goodness, so much disorganization. If we remember the first attempt of a continuing resolution, it included terrible anti-immigrant provisions and about a 30% cut to government services, which would have meant that in Illinois 3, 10,900 women and children would have gone hungry. 28,187 active and reserve service members would have gone without payment in Illinois, and 5,000 residents in Illinois 3 would have lost access to federal help and vouchers. These are not the goals of people who care about working families. Like, how can you say that you are the party of family and then do everything you can to slash resources for them? To me, on the contrary, it's a vicious attack on working families. At that time, we said that if the Republicans were serious about averting a shutdown, they would bring a clean CR to the floor to keep our government running and to continue bipartisan conversations about funding priorities. So, with less than 24 hours to avoid a shutdown, Republicans presented another CR. And in spite of the Republican chaos, I, along with so many of my colleagues, delivered. We defeated the extremist CR, and that victory made the clean CR that averted a shutdown possible. We forced them to, or at least momentarily, to back down from their anti-immigrant demands and their cold disregard for working families. But let's remember that fight is not over. You just heard a number of my colleagues, particularly the last one, talk about H.R. 2, the most anti-immigrant bill we have ever seen pass Homeland Security. We call it the Child Deportation Act. They want to bring draconian, Trump-era border policy, and in the same sentences talk about how they're concerned about the women and children crossing the border. If that is not dissonance and hypocrisy, I don't know what is. So let me say this loud and clear. It is our responsibility to deliver for the people that sent us here. We are looking like chaos under Republican leadership. And we must continue to double down in pushing back and fighting for working families. I'm committed to continuing the fight for an appropriations package that protects essential safety net programs and vital services, brings federal resources back to my district and the state of Illinois, and prevents further cuts that threaten the well-being of our communities. I want to thank Congresswoman Summer Lee for joining me today as we talked about the Progressive Caucus's Special Order Hour and the things that we continue to work on, the victories in the midst of the chaos. But here's what I want to say as I wrap up. Two days ago, I got back from Guatemala and Honduras. I went on my first committee delegation trip. As I visited Guatemala as a United States congressperson, I couldn't stop thinking about my mother and how she has reminded me over the years the journey she took, over 1,800 miles of walking, of suffering, pregnant with me, as she left poverty, as she left a place she loved to have a better opportunity for me, for her daughter. And I think about the moment that we are in today. You see, I am very proud that I am the daughter of Guatemalan immigrants. I am very proud that I'm the very first Latina of many to come from the Midwest. But I am more proud and honored to be able to be in this place, in this chamber, fighting every single day for working families, for women who deserve paid leave, for constituents across the country that deserve quality health care, for clean water, for clean energy, for affordable housing, for the ability of the American people not to have to worry about living paycheck to paycheck, or that senior in my district who calls me crying if the government shuts down and I don't get my Social Security check. At 74 years of age, I'm out in the street. These are the people that sent us to Congress. But most of my colleagues, while they're celebrating and partying and perhaps having many spirits as they're celebrating in their holiday celebrations and parties, be reminded why you were sent to this chamber. You were sent to represent the people who see your voice as their voice. So I will say to women of color, to immigrants, to the working class, to children and our youth, to brown and black people, to the LGBTQ community, to advocates and activists on the ground, organizations providing critical service, and to anyone who feels afraid or invisible right now. To friends and allies of the progressive movement, to my constituents in Illinois, I see you, and I am fighting for you every single day. There have been hard days in Washington, D.C., where I have been the only woman, the only Latina, the only elected official with a mixed status family in rooms where people are making decisions that will impact my life and your life, that will impact the people I care about and the people you care about. And if there's ever a moment I falter, I think about my roots, and I think about who I was sent here to fight for, and I find my footing again. My community is with me wherever I go, no matter how far away from home I might be. And while Republicans and their destructive agenda seek to decay the trust we have with one another, and they seek to divide us by holding resources hostage, community holds us together. I refuse to allow Republicans and their obstruction of justice to stop my colleagues and I from achieving true progress. Because I believe that progress is possible and we can build a country that honors and respects the humanity and dignity of all marginalized people. I believe that seeking asylum is a human right, that housing is a human right. And in a country as rich as ours, no one should ever go hungry. No one should be trapped by crippling debt, whether it be student loan debt or medical debt. And brown and black people are not disposable. I fiercely fight for a world in which no one has to make impossible choices between going hungry or keeping the lights on at their home. Where my loved ones, like my uncle who have been waiting for so long, can finally feel like this country is his home. Where the color of our skin isn't a death sentence, and where we don't have to protest to ensure that climate change is taken seriously, and the land and the people who take care of it are respected. I believe in a self-determined future where all Palestinian and Israelis are free and safe. Our futures are interconnected, and that realization can provide a path to coexistence. A more just and loving world is possible. Progress is possible. And it is possible because of the collective movement we are building, a progressive movement that does not move in fear, but moves in courage. The work is nowhere near done. But whether Republicans like it or not, I am here to stay and do the work that secures the future of all people. May we be reminded in this new year why we are here, who sent us here, and the responsibility we have to represent our constituents. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields.
I will get.
Angie. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to be here with you this evening.
You know, what every American wants, what every Republican wants, is a strong military. We realize that is our number one constitutional obligation. We want the most capable, the most lethal military in the world. We need them to maintain peace and security. When we do have to send them into harm's way, we want them to go with a clear mission, with every tool they need for victory. And then when they come home, we want to take care of the veterans. Make sure they're welcome, make sure they're cared for, make sure they have everything they need to succeed following their service to our country in uniform. Unfortunately, what we've seen lately is our military has, in many ways, gone off its primary mission of protecting and securing and preparing to continue to secure our nation, and they've gotten into social engineering. Indeed, teaching CRT and DEI and advancing things like gender ideology. We've heard about drag shows at military bases, taxpayer-funded abortion travel, taxpayer-funded transgender surgeries, and it's certainly affected our recruiting. It's affected our capabilities. It's affected our readiness and our ability to project power around the world. I was happy to support the NDAA as it left this Congress because it was focused, as it left the House and went to the Senate, because it was focused on getting our military back to its focus, its purpose of protecting and securing our country, of being that strong, lethal fighting force and getting out of what we've known to become this woke move toward the military that has affected our capability. Also, a part of that, let's talk about the process it was supposed to go to. We understand that we send forth a good bill from the House and then it goes to the Senate, and there's supposed to be a conference on that. As a matter of fact, many members worked to get on that conference committee. Many other members worked to support people who would get on that conference committee in order to work and support different objectives that were in there. And one of the couple things we were working on in our office was a bill that would let rank and file military be able to go into work in military contracting right after service. Now, there's been a law that was meant to keep, for example, generals who are making, big-time decisions about government, for example, going to Raytheon and serving on a board, and because it wanted to make sure that their military decisions were not affected by future board positions. But the rank and file of our military kind of fell under that. And for example, we have an Army depot in our district where the rank and file cannot be employed after their retirement from military service there for 6 months until after they're retired. And by then, they've often had to move on and find other careers. We also had another provision that we were working on to make sure that the depots throughout our country who are tasked with the important duty of restoring and refurbishing our military hardware, supporting the warfighter and doing it in an efficient manner, that they continue to be able to thrive and survive. And those things fell off in what was our alleged conference. Now, this conference was actually, instead of the members that we elected to send there and to go to represent this body that we elected and voted on in this conference, or in this Congress, to send to conference, instead 4 people got together, the staffs probably of those 4 people made the decisions, and those 2 provisions were taken out of this bill as well. Let's talk about the House rules. All year, we've talked about rewriting the muscle memory of Congress. We've worked hard. I cannot tell you how many times we've heard the importance of single subject bills, and that we as Republicans were going to advocate for that. We weren't going to marry things that were extraneous to each other. We were going to have bills that had to deal with germaneness. We added a germaneness rule in January that had never existed, where we're going to say any amendments to bills have to be germane. Anything we're going to add onto a bill has to be germane. Well, come to find out that now we have the NDA, which has come back from the Senate with a number of woke provisions added into it, and added to that now is a FISA extension. Now, in the Senate, the parliamentarian says that that is not germane to the NDAA. Now, in the House, we actually have a tougher NDAA, or a tougher germaneness rule. But how are we getting around that? Well, we're just going to put it on the suspension calendar. We're just going to suspend the rules and say the rules that we said we were going to operate by, we're not going to operate when it comes to this bill. This is a tragedy. And then finally, when it comes to the Constitution. Now, the Constitution's clear that Americans should not be unwarrantedly surveilled. Yet we know we have a DOJ that has been doing that. They've well extended their authorities. We had so much FISA abuse, literally hundreds of thousands of instances of FISA abuse, and yet we're asking for a clean extension of these provisions. Now, the Constitution was not written to be shredded in times of crisis or urgency. As a matter of fact, the Constitution was written specifically to place limits on our government in times of crisis and urgency. So it's not a time for us to look away and say, well, but if we'll shred the Constitution a little bit here. The very purpose the Constitution exists is to protect us in times like this and to make sure that we continue to protect the rights of the American people. And so it's extremely, extremely important that we do everything we can to make sure that we do not pass a FISA out of this House that does not protect the American people. We cannot continue to allow them to spy on the American people, to surveil them without a warrant. And so let's get back to what we're here for. The NDAA, we want an NDAA that's going to focus our military. We realize the importance of the first constitutional responsibility of this House to fund a military that will defend our Constitution, that will protect this land. We are willing to do that. Let's revisit this NDAA. Let's send this back to conference. Let's get us focused on what needs to be done. And for goodness sakes, let's not put a FISA extension that does not protect the rights of the American people. With that, I'm happy to be joined by my good friend from the great state of Texas. Another second. Gentleman from Texas.
Well, I appreciate my friend from
Texas.
I appreciate my friend from Texas yielding, and I appreciate his remarks because we share a committed interest in defending the United States and defending our military and ensuring that our military is able to do its job. Just in the last, I think, 24 hours, I saw that one of our generals put forward a report basically detailing the extent to which our recruiting levels and morale levels are low, that it's at a particular time of difficulty for them in terms of recruiting. And I think that for my colleagues, particularly on this side of the aisle, who I've been engaging with about the National Defense Authorization Act, which is, I believe, going to be on the floor tomorrow under a suspension of the rules, which means we're not going to go through regular order. We're not going to be able to amend it. We're not going to be able to have any real significant debate on it. We're suspending the rules of the House, and we're going to try to jam this bill through with basically trying to get 2/3 of the chamber to just say, let's get this done, let's get out of town, let's go home for Christmas and send it to the Senate. Well, that's wrong, because the problem is, to my colleagues who think we need to do this for our men and women in uniform, the truth is this is undermining our men and women in uniform. We're destroying the soul, we're destroying the culture, we're destroying the morale of those men and women who sign up to serve and who are frustrated. They're frustrated by being put in indoctrination classes on diversity, equity, inclusion. They're frustrated by critical race theory being pushed. They're frustrated by abortion tourism funding with taxpayer dollars and transgender surgeries. They're frustrated by being fired from their job because they dared to say no to getting a COVID vaccine. They're frustrated about the state of affairs when our military is being turned into a social engineering experiment instead of being committed to its core function, which is to defend this country when called upon to do so. That's the truth. And our men and women in uniform want change. They want us to stand up and change it. So what did Republicans do? In one of the great demonstrations of what a body can do with a razor-thin majority, we passed a National Defense Authorization Act in July that was a responsible bill that would fundamentally make sure our military is focused on its core responsibilities and would ensure that our military is able to do its job without being focused on engineering. And with that, I'm going to
The gentleman
yield
will
to the chair.
suspend.
Yeah.
The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to the reported committee of the conference to H.R. 2670, an act authorized appropriations for fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, I thank the chair, and I appreciate getting the message from those who delivered it. And, you know, to say, we had more people than just two of us on the floor. I'm pretty excited. It was a great night in the House chamber. This is fantastic. We had a great audience. It's not just speaking to the echo chamber as it will. We had a couple up in the bleachers up there. But look, here's the thing. Republicans passed a responsible National Defense Authorization Act that will make sure our military is focused on its mission. You can see here, House GOP's bill, right? All of the green check marks. What we're talking about here, we ended President Biden's taxpayer-funded abortion travel fund, which enables abortion tourism with taxpayer-funded dollars. We ended taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries. We ended Biden's radical climate agenda and the carrying out of his executive order, which will promote and push his radical agenda into our military so that we'll have a forced migration to electric vehicles and all of the mandates of the Biden executive orders in the Pentagon. It would protect service members who were discharged for refusing the COVID-19 vaccine. It would ban the drag shows and drag queen story hour on DoD installations, prohibit critical